the shit and someone else didn't put it in his diaper. And he said you wouldn't unless you sensed the kid the whole time.
Hmm.
He said you can look at the shit and think about how it presents itself and
Yeah,
imagine
but
it
you gotta
must have.
clean the asshole, and come on, how does someone sneak like shit up the asshole of a baby? Come on.
No, not up it, but like you discover this duty in your kid's diaper. You think, do I know that it came from my kid? Well, someone else could have put it in there.
Maybe the mother.
Well,
Maybe the baby mama put the shit in his diaper.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, me neither.
And apparently, if you tell him that's ridiculous, you're not mocking the idea, you're actually mocking him.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
tell him, come on, right the hand. Seriously? Are you
Well,
being serious right now? Then he says suddenly that's a personal attack, and you're
mhm.
now mocking him, and he's a victim. So he blocks you. So then he blocks you, and he still freaks out over blocked messages. So like, well, you've got your sense. You're not sensing anything I'm saying, but you're still responding to what I'm saying. So isn't that like the shit? Isn't that like said shit?
I don't know, man.
So I'm telling you, think that flat earthers are the most ridiculous people out there. There's a lot of ridiculous stuff out there. Okay, even if you were to say that is a ridiculous, okay, like flat Earth is not the peak. Okay, you've got ridiculous stuff out there in spades if the Earth is a globe. So if your goal, if not you, I'm saying a person out there's goal is to laugh at ridiculous stuff. You don't need flat Earth for that. It's not even top 10 ridiculousness out there.
Hmm.
You've got people out there who don't know if there's poop in the baby's diaper. They don't know where that came from. And
Well, if you break it down, you could be like, I see the ultrasound of the intestinal system and the shit going through it, and then going into the diaper. Right. And there are measurable ways to find out.
No, the thing is, you discover a duty in your kid's diaper, right? Can you say that your kid definitely put it there?
I would, but
Right. Yeah, this guy would say no. You can't know
no,
that.
he can't. Yeah. It's not possible to know one way or the other. It's just as likely as a kid put it there as that some stranger had broke into the house and put it there.
hmm
I can't remember the dude who said that one time. Like, where was it? I don't think it was eggshells. It might have been though. Or maybe it was dogs. It was one of those guys who said that he went to bed last night and somebody replaced his car with the exact duplicate. Like everything, everything exactly the same, exact mileage, exact everything.
That's on the verge of schizophrenia, I think.
Well, yeah. Also, I think it was Dog said, yeah, because Dog said he wouldn't know if he was schizophrenic or not.
Oh yeah, that was dogs.
Yeah. Okay. For some reason I was thinking eggshells for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, that probably wasn't charitable. Yeah. So it was Dogs who did that. So him and Right the Hand would get along. They could talk about all kinds of weird shit and just ask each other questions. At the end of the day, they both would have less understanding than which they entered. Yeah, that's the type of stuff I send. The news there. See, NASA. Did NASA find heaven? Viral TikTok claim explained.
Man, I can't wait for holographic displays to become a thing in the future. Hey, we're friends, Crit.
Yay.
Boomer. Oh, you're my elder. I can't tell if you're pro globe or pro flat, but that's why you're a mod here, so I guess you're flat.
What's the key ID feature? How would you know one way or the other?
I have cameras in my house. No one put poop in my baby's diaper.
No, if I'm
so.
pro globe or pro flat, what would be the way to parse that out?
Well, you're a flat Earth mod, so I'm guessing you're flat Earth with a spherical icon. I mean, a circular icon for 24/7 flat Earth.
What's up, gay boys?
Hello.
What you up to, boy?
Thinking. I've been thinking to my cranium.
Is that something gay?
Do you know why we picked the circular icon, the emoji for flat Earth, to represent the flat Earth mod?
I'd like to know.
Because people add context to all kinds of random shit that they shouldn't add context to. Like there's people who've come in here and have been, how can you be a flat earther? The flat Earth mod emoji is a globe. And you're like, okay, walk that through. Like let's go step by step. What if it's a triangle? What if it's just a blank space? You're like, see, this is why it's funny to do that, because there's a certain portion of people who are just worked up by pretty much anything they see, but they did that themselves. I didn't say like that's a globe. All I said that's just an emoji.
Duncan Darth, your carpentry is spilling over into the air, or whatever the hell you're doing.
Oh, okay.
Hey, anyone seen the Sphere in Vegas?
Yeah, I saw it.
Awesome. Do they display the Earth on the Sphere?
I think they have. I'm not sure if they how often they do it.
It'd be sweet if they had a real-time representation of a display of the Earth on the Sphere, like using satellites to transmit the images in real time on the Sphere in Vegas. Mm. You want to walk outside, son?
You guys are not smart. I want you to know
You sound pretty stupid so far with that rebuttal.
that. I think you're talking about yourself, bro.
Definitely not.
You're not gonna speak for me, bro. I'm
I
one of my kind. You can't say anything and put it on to me.
yeah, I didn't have to. You spoke for yourself. You opened your mouth and that was clearly an idiot speaking.
No, I'm clearly an intelligent life form, okay? Human being is what they call me.
Is that what they call you?
Actually, they call me a cunt,
Who calls you that?
Haley.
Haley?
People online.
Oh,
Haley's mom.
I don't disagree
I'm gonna
there.
give my son a walk. Have a
Haley's
good one, boys.
sister.
See you later, man.
Yeah,
Okay, so
fucked
who's
up.
Haley?
Guys,
Wait,
What?
so if you claim to be smart, can you answer this? How do rockets work in a vacuum if there's no air to push off of?
Wow.
Called propulsion, dumbass. Don't you know anything about propulsion?
Yeah, I'm asking if you can explain how it works.
You want me to explain propulsion? You want me to explain, like, movement?
Yes, I want you to prove that you're smart, like you claim.
Alright, so basically, you mix, you mix two chemicals, two gases, and you have it, like, pressurized and shit, so it shoots out a lot. So you gotta have a lot of pressure. And then you, like, light it, and that creates the pressure, pretty
But if
much.
there's no air to push off in space, how does it work?
You're shooting the air out of your ass. I don't know if you knew that. You're shooting it out the ass of the fucking spaceship rocket.
That's efficient right there.
Okay, I mean, he explained that well.
Yeah, I am intelligent. I don't know if you know. I am a
There's drugs.
I think knowing something makes you smart. Knowing some specific thing and repeating it makes you smart. I think figuring out how something works makes you smart, but repeating back how something works because you heard it somewhere doesn't necessarily make you smart.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Jerry, you know how the sun works?
Do I know how the sun works?
Yeah.
What do you mean by works?
Like how does it give off heat?
You think it gives off heat?
Yeah.
How'd you figure that out?
When I stand in sunlight, it's warmer. I've used a thermometer also.
What about in the wintertime?
Yeah, same thing in the thermometer.
Yeah, but if it's there in the winter,
Yeah.
and in the summer,
Yep.
why is
It's
it
always.
warmer or colder out?
That's what I'm saying. Like the sun heats things up. What do you mean?
Yeah, but why isn't it always heated up?
It is always heated up.
Yeah, but why is it cold for 6 months or 4 months?
Because the sun's not as strong.
Huh.
The rays aren't as direct.
Not direct.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't think the sun gives off heat?
I don't know. I think it gives off energy.
Is heat energy?
Oh, I don't want to go down this route. It's pretty boring.
Well, okay, so then fine. How does it give off energy?
Come on. Who knows? Who cares?
Well, you said it. You know it gives off energy, so you know it gives off energy. Huh? So how do you know that?
I guess I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, I know this. I definitely feel something.
What's that you feel?
I feel warm.
So you feel heat.
Yeah,
Is heat energy?
I'd say so, yeah.
So the sun gives off energy.
I guess you can make that connection.
All right. So how does that work?
Just like that.
Just like what?
If I deal you a hand of cards, that's how it works. I deal you the cards.
No, that's just what it is. Like like dealing the cards is like I take one card and I hand you one, and then I take a card off the top and I hand it to me. Your plate. What do you mean?
Yeah,
How does the sun
that's
work?
how it works.
That's not.
Yeah.
That's yeah.
It's
All right, so you don't know.
operation.
Just say you don't know. It's cool. It's fine.
There was this anti-flat earther who does stuff for science. One of his things he does is cut shit in half. He does with hacksaw stuff in half, and then basically one of his gigs is just for cut it open for some reason or another, and just look at the parts. And the one thing he wanted to do was cut open a Yeti cup, and he wanted to see what type of space age fluid or how Yeti cups maintain cold and hot so well. So he busts out the hacksaw, and it breaks one hacksaw, breaks a second hacksaw, finally starts getting through it. But it's mostly just as he's cutting, it's kind of collapsing. He's not sure what the hell's going on here. Why is it collapsing as I'm cutting through it? He's like, oh well, okay, one more try. I'll kind of lock it in the vise and kind of do a circular cutting motion, up, over, and around type thing. He eventually cuts it open, and he takes a hammer and smacks it apart. So he's got two pieces. He looks and he's just stumped. He's like, must have been some kind of gas in there, maybe some sort of inert gas. Or he just wasn't sure. He's like, I don't get it. And everyone in the comment section, it's a small vacuum in between the two layers of metal. Just one comment after another. It's like, dude, it's a vacuum. Vacuums insulate. Because he couldn't understand that answer. Because in his worldview, the sun gives off heat through a vacuum. So he couldn't square how a Yeti cup, the physics of a Yeti cup, matched the physics of the globe and how stupid flat earthers are for not getting it. And that was kind of the last video he did. I think he did one where he put an egg in a microwave, and that was kind of it. And he just fucked off after that. So that's almost where you're at, Darth. You just got cut the Yeti cup open and just think about it.
The problem with asking how something works is you could take that ad infinitum, say, okay, it works like this. Well, how does that work? All right, it works like this. Okay, but how does that work? Like you can keep on going further and further down. It's like asking, where did God come from? You know, it's turtles all the way down. Eventually, you're gonna have to say, I don't fucking know.
That's pretty funny. I went back to the safe space, the right to hand safe space. He posted that screenshot about mocking people's ideas as mocking them. Like we were just talking about that. It's like, so either he's listening and he's just fucking triggered, or he's stuck on some sort of repeat and it just happened to be, the same time.
Yeah.
So you have to agree that fundamentally, when you make fun of someone's model, aka someone's thoughts, you're making fun of that person. And when you have to agree that if Crit is making fun of a model, what he's actually doing, he's making fun of people's thoughts. Jerry, which brings us to him being a hypocrite for mocking people, for believing in a ball that he's never sensed, but yet he believes in God. Dun dun dun.
I don't know, dude. Is that a character flaw, or like it's just, I don't know, like really what his problem is. It's not that big a deal. It's just an interesting topic to talk about.
I think the main thing is he thought I was old dude, and then I was on his server, so he got upset that he got banned. So then he wanted to like ban back, so he banned me. And then once I realized he was triggering because like I don't know the fuck you're on about, I just started having fun at his expense and I broke him. And then once he realized, oh, Crit's not old dude, fuck, now what? He's just too triggered to come back from it. I want to be unbanned for 24/7. Okay, why? Because I don't give a shit about being on that server. A bunch of agents and whatnot. Okay, so why are you crying about it? Let's see if you can decipher that.
Star Trail, stay mad.
There he is. There's our favorite troll.
If I was your favorite, you wouldn't be banning me all the time.
If I don't ban you,
You don't, but Mr. Heretic does.
well,
Bye bye.
no, well, it's just because you don't really offer much in the way of conversation, and there he goes. Just mad all the time.
What do you think, Jerry? Is that going to work for him? Like
Let me
model, and I point to the realm of the physical, thoughts, realm of the mind, and then God, realm of the spirit.
And what do you think this is going to achieve? Think he's going to come to some kind of understanding about you?
I don't know. Probably not. But do you think it's understandable, or is it like confusion?
No, it's fine. Yeah, you got it all. You got model, thoughts, and God.
Mind, spirit, and physical. I'll throw in there. Write the hand. Do what Bev told you to do. Try thinking.
But do we really know if he's looking at your posts, or is the blocked just signaling him to post more? Because that's what I used to do too.
Yeah. Like completely responding to a blocked message and just spam it again. And even if I'm a hypocrite, okay, so I'm a hypocrite. Why does he care? There's lots of hypocrites out there. If he's adjudicated me as being a hypocrite because I make fun of stuff for some reason, like making fun. Didn't I say that the flat Earth is a small, sad space with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons? So wouldn't laughing at people that you see as stupid be a small, sad thing? It's interesting how he tries to tie the belief in the ball is the same as belief in a god. Because what? Because you don't see the ball and you don't see the god? Huh.
He's not an atheist, though, right?
No, I
'Cause
think
I've
he
never-
is now. Last time I looked on the server, he was talking to Chad. He had talked about why he's an atheist, and then his all his YouTube videos got shadow banned. Like he thinks being atheists are being like suppressed on YouTube or something.
He wasn't shadow banned. Nobody watched his stuff. That's why it never showed up anywhere. It was, that's not good or bad. But to say he was shadow banned, I don't like. What's his evidence of that?
Yeah, does he have any video that went viral?
No,
Okay.
no way. I mean, I watched his stuff, but yeah. But yeah, I would like to know why he cares.
It seems he cares about hypocritical stuff or people being wrong. Remember, he was really worked up on being wrong. Like he said, "What's science? It's knowledge." Well, that's wrong. Okay, and you care why? And then you say, "Well, what do you think science is?" Otherwise, remember the egg, right? Either tell me what you think science is, or here's your egg.
But what does that mean, egg?
That's from back when from Science for the Pseudoscience. Me and him were on there together, and we were battling atheists, globalists. And one of the things I had posted was the Angry Birds in Space, where Don Patet said, "Don't ask me how I got egg up on space station. And I said, no one asked. Isn't that funny? He said, don't ask them. And I said, if someone asked me, don't do something, I'm kind of thinking, like, why wouldn't I do that? Like, you've got eggs on the space station. How the fuck did you do that? So then it turned into a thing like, hey, so how do you think that he got the eggs up? If he won't tell you, could you hypothesize? And it just turned into a big joke about eggs. You know, eggs this, eggs that.
Yeah.
So then we just started posting the egg. And then he sent me a picture of all of the eggs he had. And I was like dropping eggs in there. And eventually Righteous Force said, you can't post eggs anymore. I go, but they can sit there and just mock someone for asking how they got the eggs up on the space station. So then, so I was like, well, here you go. Like, because the whole thing is about give the atheist the egg. As soon as they ask, they can't answer a question, they get an egg. They ask you. That's what I mean. It's not that you randomly just find a globalist or an atheist, and you just ask them a question they don't answer. It's like when they ask you, okay, so the Earth is flat, and you're like, yeah. And I said, okay, so what do you mean by flat? And they don't answer. Okay, here's your egg. You used a word you can't define. There's your egg. It's like in context. Like in context, they ask you what day's tomorrow, and you tell them tomorrow is Taco Tuesday, and they tell you no, it's not. And you're like, okay, well, what day is it in your worldview? And they don't answer. They just keep telling you, well, it's not Taco Tuesday. And you, okay, here's your egg. One thing he did that was kind of funny when I was still on the server before he banned me was I was posting the eggs when he started asking more questions, and then he posted me a raccoon eating an egg. I was like, that's kind of funny. He's like, F your eggs. Or here's one. I'm being incoherent. Let me summarize your points. Okay, so my points were incoherent and coherent enough that now you can try to summarize them.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
So here's your egg. So he's cycling through his script. He changed take Chad. He's just cycling through a script now. Okay, well now you know why. You've got full knowledge. I'm cycling through a script. And what will you do? You'll ask me again. So here's your egg. There we go. Since he's watching on YouTube, take your egg.
He is watching on YouTube?
Right the hand.
Is he in the YouTube chat?
Well, he was yesterday with that sock account talking about, I love how Crit's so hypocritical with the way he enforces super rules.
Yeah, but everybody says that about you.
Yeah.
Nothing new under the sun.
He did say that he mutes the YouTube if I start talking.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
Yeah, here it is. I'll mute when Crit starts talking. So he knows this, right? Remember he said in there too that I'm talking a bunch of nonsense. That everything I say is completely irrelevant, completely stupid. No one should pay attention to it. And every time I've talked, he's muted me. Okay, so how did you adjudicate that? If you haven't heard me say anything, because you mute the whole Discord or the whole YouTube if I'm talking.
But he might be back in. Because that's how it happened with me. Is I was into this for a while, and then I got burned out, and then I kind of figured some stuff out, and then I was like, all right, I'll just listen. So then I listened, and then I went into VC, and I was like, well, I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to hang back and listen. And I started talking, and then it just snowballs. So.
Yeah, it just gets a life of its own.
Yeah. You piped up before. Are you still there?
Yes.
What happened to your boy Peter? Did he peter out?
No one knows where he went. I think he's still on Twitter, so.
Oh.
That was like your commander of your task force, right? He was like your leader?
Yes, well, this is the second time he's ditched Discord temporarily. He might be back.
What the hell are you doing?
But right now our leader, commander in chief, is Embo. So
Really?
yeah,
Wow. He's such a
That's
good
tough.
speaker. Yeah.
That's tough.
he's a very captivating orator. Really
Very,
sounds really
very,
attracts you, with his voice.
very charismatic. Yeah.
Yeah.
He really knows how to keep your attention. But he won't say the thing.
Well, what thing do you want him to say?
I must break you. Or if he dies, he dies.
Oh right, I see.
Do you understand that reference, or are you just
No,
lost? No?
no.
All right. I want you to rent the movie or Netflix Rocky 4. Are you familiar with the Rocky series?
Ah, yes, I probably watched Rocky 4 a long, long time ago.
Okay, well, watch it again, and then you'll know what I'm talking about. Pay attention to Ivan Drago.
I want Duncan Dawes to tell me about surveying.
No, he likes talking about the sun, or at least asking about it, because that is the second time he asked me that. The last time was like 3 months ago. How does the sun work?
Did he say exactly like how you just said it then?
Yeah.
Quite angry, yeah. How does the sun work?
I'd say take it apart, see what it's made up of, and yeah, maybe see if you could reverse engineer a sun of your own.
So maybe you can do what he just said.
You okay, Clay?
I'm okay, man.
Yeah, my question is the sun hot, or does it just get hot when the sun's around? You get what I'm saying?
Well, the sun's somewhere at any time of day, and they'll usually tell you it is already hot, right?
Yeah, but is the sun itself hot?
Or is it the light that the sun's coming from hot?
Whatever. Or does it just cause heat in the area that it's in?
Cause heat? How?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know.
I think anyone would know the answer to that. I would assume it's hot itself, unless someone can give me like a plausible mechanism for how it's
But then you have to
transferring energy.
explain. But then you got a problem. Because if it, I don't usually talk about this stuff, but the thing is, supposed to be in a vacuum, a virtual vacuum, a gas ball that's exploding and pulling things towards itself at the same time.
And burning.
Right. It's a burning ball in a vacuum.
How do you burn stuff without oxygen, Lul?
Yeah, it's
Well,
essentially.
I'm not sure if it's burning.
That's how it works.
Yeah, essentially, it's a perpetually exploding nuclear bomb that's pulling
There's
things
no
towards it.
oxygen inside a nuclear reactor, Clay.
Oh, I know the official story, bro. I know the story for the
No,
gullible.
this is
people.
an official story. There's no oxygen in any nuclear reactor.
Yeah, it's just like a big nuclear explosion in the sky. I get it. Very cool. Cool story,
But
bro.
I've never seen a nuclear explosion pull things towards itself.
But that's because there's something else going on there, right? So you have imagine your nuclear reactors also got a lot of mass. So it's trying to push away from itself, but also gravity's pushing it into collapsing in on itself.
Oh.
So stupid.
Makes sense to me.
Well, I mean, you'd think it would be stupid,
That's something.
but I could demonstrate to you a similar sort of phenomena, right? So if if you push down on a syringe, there's a point at which you can't push down any further if you put your finger over it. That's because you're pushing down and pressure is pushing the opposite way. And so you're in the stasis between those two forces, right?
Bro, you can't be serious, bro.
Right? He's serious.
Yeah,
What's
so
the
it'll
matter?
be
It doesn't
analogous
make
to
sense to you
things.
guys? Or does that sound incredibly stupid or something?
Or you could do it with a syringe. Put your finger over a syringe and try and apply force as far down as you could possibly go. Then you will either break the syringe or
Then
you will just be stuck.
then the sun. Therefore,
Wait,
sun.
are you explaining the sun with a syringe? Is that
Well,
what's
I'm
happening?
explaining the idea that you could have two forces balancing out, right?
Amazing.
And I'm sure we can all agree that could just be happening on the sun, right?
Dude, you're funny, Yui.
Why is it that,
Like you've been
that we have
replaced
like
by a replacement or
like
something.
why is it if we look at the vast emptiness of space that we have like a big ball of nuclear explosions that is so much bigger than the Earth, being purely made of this nuclear explosion next to this little speck of dust that is the Earth, that is much more complex in its structure and all that it inhabits and so forth. Like, I mean, how far does your imagination needs to go to just have faith in believing that to be true? Like, I just don't get it. I really want to get how you have.
Go on.
Huh?
Go on.
No, I'm just amazed by the faith, man. Like, I couldn't have so much faith in stories about unicorns.
Well, I mean, you say that, right? But I think it's a quite simple thing. It's a simplistic thing. A nuclear reactor in space, right? Just heating things up. Now, whatever you're going to try and tell me, right? The sun is, or what the sun does, or what kind of world we live on, and what's going on up there. I think that sounds more fantastical.
Well, aren't you a Christian, Clay?
So compared to the sun, the Earth is like a booger, right? Like a little like booger right next to it.
Small, right?
Like a little booger, and the sun's like this big thing in the sky that is like it's like constantly imploding or whatever. So yeah, that makes sense. That's totally believable. Like I can get 100% down to that state of mind.
Yeah, but you don't like the incredulity is unwarranted because I think your ideas are crazy too, right?
Okay. If I say there is a light for the day that the creator has made, I don't know how he made it, but he made one that is perfectly working for us to inhabit this place. And then he made a light for the night, which is the moon. And that's it. That is much more difficult, much more crazy to believe in than your story, right? With like a booger Earth next to a huge.
Aren't you a Christian,
for instance,
dude?
If I say to you that the Earth was created by a bunch of rock clumping together, nuclear reactor in space, jobs are good, and then you go, there's this God, right? And he creates light before the sun, and he creates the moon, and he creates man and Eve out of a rib, right? Like, I mean, I could make your story sound as crazy as I wanted to, too, right? Like, we could all do it.
But you just inserted other things. We just talked about the Earth and the lights in the sky, right? But that's just my belief, man. It's my belief. That's all.
Yeah, you want to know what's really crazy about the sun? Plants don't grow from fusion or nuclear reaction, but they do grow from electric light. So there's that.
Oh, plants don't grow from fusion. Is that what you just said?
Exactly.
Yeah, we can make electrical light that, you know, I did it for my before, you know, was born again. I had like big tents in the basement where I had like LED lights that would make cannabis appear out of nowhere.
Does he think there's
no
something
sunlight needed? LED lights, man. Just by putting them into your port in the wall, you know, like electricity made cannabis plants appear.
Yeah, I know what light is.
Yeah. No nuclear fusion needed.
Do you imagine that a photon changes depending on where it came from?
Well, have you ever heard of anybody growing a plant from fusion or from a nuclear reaction?
The plant isn't doing. Are you saying that the plant's mitochondria? Or are you talking about that the sun's, however the sun made its light matters?
Yeah, it's not from nuclear fusion
Yeah,
because you
no
could have
one
light
has ever
from
said a
nuclear fusion.
plant does nuclear
You would be
fusion.
able to grow plants from it. Can you grow plants from nuclear fusion light?
As in the light from nuclear fusion.
Yeah, there's no proof of that.
If I put a window next to a reactor that could withstand the force, right, and the pressure, and I put a plant on the other side of it, I'm sure it'd grow. Not because the plant's doing nuclear fusion. The plant does photosynthesis, right? It's using light, right? It doesn't matter where that light came from necessarily.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, then tell me how.
Why-
No. Tell me how. Tell me how
Why isn't there?
photosynthesis depends on the light it came from. Like you can't do photosynthesis with some light, but you can do it with others. Go on.
Only electric light.
Yeah, tell me how. No, go source it, please. Any explanation, I'll do.
I'm just using common sense here.
Yeah, I'm
Provide
not so sure
proof,
your
dude.
common sense makes any sense. It's not very common at
Yeah.
all. People common sense.
show
is
me
light will let
fusion.
any plant grow.
Show me light from a fusion ball growing a plant, and I'll be satisfied.
That's not the point. Anyone with common sense knows light will like firelight could produce a living plant.
Firelight doesn't grow plants, my brother. Try to grow a light from firelight. Try to grow a plant from firelight, and then spin the plant around also while you're doing that.
So out of curiosity, if I was going to grow a plant indoors, right? Maybe like I don't know, 300 years ago, where we didn't have any sort of ability to master the electricity. You think that would be impossible? There's no light that we could use here or there, fire perhaps. I put a plant
Fire
next to
doesn't
it.
emit the right spectrum. That won't work.
Yeah, it doesn't emit. That's
Okay, maybe I'm wrong there. But as far as I'm concerned, doesn't really matter what kind of light it is, as long as it's ongoing. Plant can
That's
use
also not
photosynthesis from it.
It also
It's
has
also
to
not
be
true.
in the right spectrum, like Heretic just said.
Exactly.
That's the whole.
You need
that's
the
whole problem.
Well, what spectrum
you
is
can't
nuclear
you can't
fission?
you can't just
You
use
think?
any light to grow plants, man. Like
Yeah.
it needs to be a distinctive spectrum of light waves.
You seem to be insinuating that people were growing plants indoors with firelight or something.
Yeah. So sorry. What spectrum of light would nuclear fission produce?
Not one that causes plants to
Fusion,
grow.
sorry.
That's for sure.
Yeah, but what would it produce?
It's not my
I'm still
claim, by
trying-
the way. It's your claim that fusion is making plants grow. So you bring the proof.
No. Listen,
You
the claim
bring the
is.
spectrum. No, you bring the
I'll tell you
spectrum.
what a claim is, and we'll go over why it's your claim.
You
The
bring
claim
the spectrum
is-
for your
is a
claim.
No, you said initially. we
You
can clip
bring
this.
the spectrum for your
We
claim.
can clip this initially. You said, quote, how do you produce, or you cannot produce, light that will grow a plant from fusion, right? That was the claim. And yes, you can prove a negative claim either through contradiction, evidence of absence, anything like that, right?
That's okay.
Please.
All I have to do is take the positive claim, yours, that the sun is what you're
No,
saying it is.
That's
Yeah,
folk
you have
logic.
the
We don't do
positive
folk
claim.
logic here.
Yeah,
we
you
only
have the
do real
positive
logic.
claim. You got the positive claim.
No, that's folk logic. We only do real logic here. There's no such thing as you can't prove a negative claim, and there's no such thing as you have to prove a positive claim. Folk
Yes,
logic.
there is.
Now, please demonstrate to me that fusion, like produced from fusion, can't grow a plant.
Can you demonstrate that the sun is what you try to imply with your story? Is
Bring
there
the
like
proof
any
that that the sun is what you say it is in the first place, and we'll move on
Yep.
from there.
Yeah, so I just searched, by the way. You can grow plants from firelight, but they can't absorb a lot of it. So it would have to be a plant that could survive off little light, right? So you could do it.
Like mold.
Oh, anything that doesn't require a lot of light all the time to grow.
Can you cite where you just found that out? I'd be highly interested to see that.
Well, yes, I
Well,
could. But can the other guy?
Yeah, you could, but you just made it up in your mind, right?
What's the spectrum of firelight? Firelight, is that what you're saying the earth, the sun is a
No,
fire?
I was
like
just searching it whilst I was asking you to get a source, because I thought, it's only natural if you say something, you provide a source, right? Or you at least
the source is right outside. The sun is shining and plants are growing, and no one is growing plants from firelight or fusion
Listen,
light.
you're begging the question. You're begging the question, right?
No, I'm not.
I want to know. I want to know why you think fusion light cannot grow a plant.
Because there's not one instance anywhere of that happening.
That doesn't. That's absence of evidence, not evidence of absence. I'll try again.
Why would we entertain such a question if
No,
it's
don't run
just your
away,
story?
Clay. I'm not here for people to put claims on the ground. Take me
That's
down this
what
whole
you're doing,
spiel,
man.
and
That's
then you
projection.
say, "Oh, we don't have to do it." Right?
Unfortunately,
Clay,
as soon as you walk in here, you have the initial claim. As soon as you walk in here as a Glober.
Yeah, it's your burden, bro.
That's not. That is absolutely.
Yeah,
that is
that's true.
garbage
You have the
rhetoric. The
burden of
idea
proof.
that you
Yes,
can
you
say whatever
do.
you like. The idea
Yeah, I
you can
don't
say
have to
whatever you
think it.
like,
It
right,
is
and
what
get
it
away
is.
with it. No, that's
what
not
it
how it
is.
works. Nobody
Yeah,
gets
it
that. Gets that
That
privilege.
is how it works.
I'm pretty sure any flat earther, when they put down a claim, they'll say they'll defend it if they put it down the claim.
Yeah, why
right?
would we do that when you
Why?
have the
Why are
initial
you scared of demonstrating? Everyone can see
You
that
got
you're
the
running
claim.
away from your own
My
claim.
brother, you got the burden of proof.
You
No,
have the
that's-
burden, man.
Right.
Got
Let
the
me
burden.
show you something. Let me show you something.
Why would we entertain something that you have yet to prove? Why would I entertain you talking about, like, let's say you talk about unicorns and you say, I have this great story about unicorns. Now prove to me that my unicorn story is not doing what it's doing. Like, that's so stupid.
Right. I'll show you an article which talks about, because I think, you've misunderstood rules of debate where you think only a positive claim needs to be proven, and we'll go over that very quickly.
You think you're to make the rules in here, how a debate goes. There's no debate anyway.
No, it's not rules. It's not rules, right? If you have your own rules, that's fine, right? But everyone here has just watched you come in and say, well, how this is not possible. How could you grow a plant off light from nuclear fusion?
No.
And your evidence, by the way, was that you've never seen it happen.
I've
Now,
seen the
everyone heard
opposite.
that.
I see the opposite happening right now. The sun is shining right now. The sun is shining right now. The sun is shining right now outside, and plants are growing.
Yep. No matter if I cease or you cease, everyone already knows that that's the stage we're up to right now. And I've got to show you.
You
that
still have the
you
burden
can
of
prove a
proof
negative
because
claim.
you said the sun is this thing. So you had the burden of proof because you made the sun. You said the sun is this particular thing. That's why you have the burden of proof.
If you want to ask me to prove the sun is a nuclear reactor,
yeah,
that's fine. But we're currently been on for about 5 minutes. Can plants grow without with fusion light? Right. That's what we're at right now, and you still haven't demonstrated it. If you want to then obfuscate in about 10 minutes after this conversation started, go back to
right outside.
show me the sun is.
I'm looking outside right now. I'm looking outside right now, and I see trees and plants are growing. Okay, that's it. Every single time you see plants growing, it has to be from an electric light or the sun. So you don't have any other options.
Or the
But
sun.
you still have the burden of proof on the.
Could you clarify for me?
Because you made a claim about what the sun is. We did.
Could
no
you
such
clarify
thing.
for me? Are
We
you
did
now
not-
refusing?
We
Are you
did no such
refusing to
thing.
defend the claim that plants can't grow?
No,
on
I already
fusion?
gave you the proof. The proof's right
What was the
outside.
proof? Sorry.
The proof's right outside. The sun's
question
shining
begging.
and plants are growing.
question begging then. Yeah, okay, it's fine. Yeah, question beg your way to whatever conclusion.
Can you tell me that the plants are not growing because of the
No,
sun?
you've used absence of evidence. That's not a good demonstration. You begged the question. So let's do round 3.
And
Can
it's still
you
your fucking
demonstrate
claim.
your claim?
It's still your claim. You still have the burden of proof
Right,
about
so
what
you
the
want me
sun
to
is.
you want me to
So
show you
as soon as
you
you
want me
bring
to
your
show
proof
you
about what the sun is,
you want me to show you
because
you
I
can
didn't
prove
make
it
that
negative.
claim. I
Yeah.
didn't make. I made an auxiliary claim that was about plants growing, but you still have the burden of proof because your primary claim is that the sun is such a thing.
If you
So
want
you
me,
have to provide the
if you
proof
want me to defend
that
a
the sun.
claim, if you want me to defend a claim, you ask me there and then, oh, how do you know the sun is this? You don't say plants can't grow and then wait for 20 minutes after I
here's
have
the
asked
thing.
you for it. I've asked you to
Okay.
demonstrate your claim.
Okay, here's what I'm
20
going to
minutes
do.
later,
I'm
say,
gonna
by the way, now I've realised I
hold on.
can't defend my claim.
Okay, I'm going to
Can
tell you what I'm
defend
going to
this
do.
claim that you said earlier?
I'm going to withdraw my claim completely off the table. Now it's still your
Conceded,
claim
yeah.
about what
You've
sun
conceded.
is.
You've conceded. Thank
I concede that part. Okay, so you still have the burden of proof about what the sun is. Let's work on that. Where's your proof of what the sun is? Because you made that claim clearly.
Right. Okay. Can someone clip me saying the sun is a nuclear reactor? And I'll defend it if I said it.
Or just clarify. Did you say that?
I don't know, actually. I was kind of going along with it.
Well, how about
I
what
don't
you
think
say?
I did.
Okay, well, if you didn't say it, to say I didn't say that.
Well, I don't know if I did or not. That's why I'm asking someone to clip it.
Well, would you say it now? Like right now, Britt, what is the sun? Is the sun a nuclear reactor, yes or no?
I'm too lazy to defend any claims.
If you don't go by his, if you don't go by his spiel, then it's just you know.
Well, no, the difference is, Clay, I'll be honest and I'll say I'm too lazy to defend it, right?
Well, the thing is,
that's assuming I might have said it, which I might not have ever said.
But
He might
see, you
have
don't have to
lied
say it
or
because
lied.
it's already been said for you. It's already been said for you. So the claim is already
Right,
on the
now
table.
I've got to defend
You have to
someone
take
else's
it.
claim.
No, you have to take the globe Earth claim, hook, line, and sinker, all
Who
of it.
told you? Like, you know what? Who told you that this is normal logic? Like, who told you
have to
I've got to
take the
defend someone else's
claim.
claim? Do you have to defend
No.
Pizza Earth?
You
No,
have
you
to take
don't.
the
Why
claim
am I
because
defending this?
that's what the claim is. That's what the burden of proof is.
See,
Wait, hold on,
That's
hold
not
on.
what the burden of proof means or is. If I said to you, defend Snow Globe Pizza Earth, you'll say that's not I
Yeah.
don't believe in any of that.
Britt,
right?
let me get
You have the fucking Snow Globe Pizza emblem on your uniform. Sorry.
Hey, Sonny, why does he have to defend something he didn't claim?
Okay. When
Like you said, he has to defend all of the globe. Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
they do.
Real quick.
They do.
Why? Why does he have to do that?
They're in the Globe Club and they're making the positive claim. That's in all the
No,
schools.
he didn't make it claim it. He didn't claim it.
Okay. I concede.
Second concession. I'm eating these up today.
Yeah, it did seem like you want to pawn off some of the shittier elements of the globe model onto Britt, who also says that he disagrees with it too.
Okay.
Well, that's funny. So let me get that straight. Globers choose what they want to defend based on how easy it is to defend, but as soon as it goes into the very nitty gritty of it, they recognize themselves that it's completely ridiculous, and then they just choose to ignore it, right?
Completely.
That's a nice way
I'll
of
give you the
living.
analysis,
I'm just
right?
gonna ignore what is too difficult.
I'm going to address that directly,
defend.
Clay, right? I'm going to address that correctly. So, when you talk about the globe cosmology, that's anywhere from biology, geology, it's physics, chemistry, astronomy, and you're saying that I have to be able to defend all of those fields, of which I probably know little to none, just because I go around with a general narrative. No, right? The nitty gritty is for someone else who knows it. I'll defend what I know. I'll defend what I know quite nicely, thank you. I don't need to defend things that I'm not that familiar with.
Would you agree that the notion of what is being taught about the heliocentric model regarding the sun is ridiculous?
Well, do I think it's a ridiculous story? No.
He explained it with the syringe, don't you remember?
Well, I explained
Oh,
two
right.
things going against each other, finding a stasis is fine, right? One force pushing
Yeah,
out, the other
that's
force
fine. You can
collapsing in,
tell a
finding
story,
a
but then
medium.
applying that to the sun is just another thing, though.
Yeah. How about this claim? Do you agree with the claim that's been made that the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles?
Yes, I would say the Earth
You
probably
agree
has
with
that.
that claim? Okay, so
I
it's the
probably agree
ball
with that.
Earth. So where's your proof of the ball Earth?
Proof of
With
it,
this size, with this
I'd say
size.
it's based on a preponderance of evidence.
Yeah, but you
Experts.
need to bring one piece of it, and you have
No.
not done that, which would require a direct measurement on the surface.
What did I say a minute ago? What was my answer to your question?
A
Seconds ago,
preponderance of
actually.
the evidence. A
No,
preponderance.
before that. You asked me the question. What was my response? Go. You don't know, right? I said probably yes, based on the preponderance. Well, the reason why I say probably is because I've never measured anything. I've only observed things that clue me into the idea that it's a globe. Like you guys haven't measured anything, but you get claim that you know.
Yeah, we have made measurements. We've done tests. In other words,
No,
drop
when you
over
say
distance
we, you're not
test.
one person. Clay has never left his room, right?
Drop-
He stays indoors all day. He doesn't measure shit, right?
Drop over distance test.
If you say so.
No, he hasn't even got a girlfriend. Doesn't leave his house. He doesn't measure shit.
Is that
Anyway.
how you're coping for the missing curvature?
Anyway.
It's very weak, man.
I can give you an argument. I can give you an argument.
Fun of you. This is a bad guy.
I can give you an argument for why I think the Earth's a globe, if you'd like.
Oh,
No, we don't want an argument.
excited.
We want proof, evidence.
Well, the
I
argument.
think you already nailed it with me sitting inside all day and no girlfriend. Like that's like the best globe proof you have mentioned.
Well,
in
it
a
is
while.
pretty good, but and it is pretty accurate. It is definitely proven.
Yeah.
But
Oh, he's
the-
jokester now. He's
the
supposed to
point
take him
is- the point
serious.
is,
but
there's
now
a lot.
he
There's a lot of
tells jokes.
reasons. There's lots
No,
of reasons.
because he doesn't have proof of the globe, he has to go to flat earthers instead. He has to
Arguments.
start commenting on flat
Yeah,
earthers.
look, you know what? Fair enough, right? Can you prove to? I'll say I haven't got proof, so concession given. 1-3-1 right now. Can you prove flat Earth for me?
Been done thousands of times
No,
upon
I want
thousands.
you to do it now.
No,
You'll
but
have
we
to do it.
actually want
Yeah,
you to
you'll have
prove
to
it
prove
first.
something to yourself, Huey.
No, I want him to prove it to me now. Now, look how the excuses start flooding in.
I want to know
Hypocrisy,
if
almost,
Colin's
right?
going to
There's no drop over distance in all of my observations.
now-
I've tested it myself. Yes.
Now show me your proof.
Listen, I'm not here to convince
Oh,
you
well,
of flat Earth.
guess what?
You're
Pull
here
one
to
now.
provide evidence
Pull
of your
one.
ball Earth that has the
Pull one. You
primary
can't
major
defend it.
claim.
Don't
You have the
dish
claim.
out what you can't take. If you can't
You have the
prove
fucking
your
claim.
flat Earth, don't
Listen,
don't
you have the
start
claim.
being all
You don't
smarty about
care.
that proof my
You don't
globe
care
Earth.
what flat Earth. You said
You don't know
you're
it's
not.
flat.
You said you're
Making
not going
it
out
up.
measuring anything. So what makes me think you would take this information and do it yourself anyway?
Oh, right, yeah, okay. I'm a
Yeah.
dishonest
What
actor
makes
all
me
of a
think
sudden.
that?
Here we go.
But anyway, you still have
Dishonest
the
actor.
burden of proof of the
Yeah,
globe
I'm a
Earth.
dishonest actor now. No,
Where's your
if you're,
proof of this
I've
radius?
conceded. Wait, no, listen.
Prove
I've
the radius
conceded.
claim.
I don't know
Prove
the
the
Earth is
radius
a globe,
claim.
right?
Prove
Hold
the
on.
radius claim.
Hold
Prove
on.
the radius
I said
claim.
I don't know. I don't know it's a globe. I use a preponderance of evidence. That's the best I've got, right? For you today. But
Yeah, but you didn't
no, I
specify
conceded. I
what that
conceded. I
evidence
don't
is.
know. Even though I never said I did, I'll concede. I've given you that. And so I'm asking you now. I'm on bended knees. Prove your flat Earth. Crickets. There we go. Thank you. I'm here all week.
Well,
Yeah,
Sonny,
bended
like,
knee regardless.
do a black swan or something, Sonny. You got this.
He's shy, I think. Anyway,
Is that hypocritical?
it is hypocritical. Yeah. Now onto the fire thing. Fire.
Yeah. What are the
I
crops
mean-
What are the crops that I can grow with candles? That might be useful in the
Not
future.
a candle. With a fire. And probably wouldn't apply to most plants, but
Yeah,
it
which
does
plants?
emit.
Which
It does
crops?
emit that. I don't know which crops. I just know
Well, you
that
mentioned there were
it does
some.
emit lights in the right spectrum, but tiny
Okay,
quantities.
Yui, let me ask you then. If you've got evidence of plants growing by candle, why aren't you trying to figure
Well,
out
you
how the
don't
sun
obviously
might be
want a bigger
explained?
flame.
He's
I
got
don't
to
imagine
prove
you
that.
Why must you go to nuclear reactor sun? It sounds more like you've got more evidence for candle sun.
Well, I think, actually less so, because I was proven wrong by Heretic that fires don't actually have enough of light
Yeah,
in the
but
right
then
spectrum
you said
to
oh
produce
yeah, that
to produce the kind
okay.
of plant life we have outside, right? So yeah, it might work for some plants. I mean, I kind of just figured it would. Right? It was a guess, and yeah, apparently, I thought it would for all plants, and I was wrong. Heretic proved me wrong, but it would work for some
Yeah, but after you were
plants
proven
that don't
wrong, you said,
require
yeah,
a
we've got
large
some
amount of
plants.
sunlight or light.
Blah
I didn't
blah
know
blah.
that. So I've learned something new today. There we go. Thank you, Heretic.
Professional fucking yapper.
Teaches me to guess live in VC.
To be fair, the fire does actually contain the spectrum that plants use, but not the right balance of it.
Yeah.
Way too much heat. Just gonna kill the plant.
So it needs to be the right distance and the right nuclear fusion boom in the sky vacuum.
No, because that's a different sort of light, a source of light. Right? It's fusion, right? Yeah. That's what we were arguing about earlier, whether or not it's fusion light or electric light that's going to. Well, not even whether it's fusion or electric, just can fusion do it, right? That was the argument.
Would you say that the assumption about the sky vacuum could be wrong?
Yes, it could.
That's nice. I appreciate that answer.
I'm not a 99%er. There's some things I think I know for certain, so I'm not just throwing probability into there for no reason.
What's something you know for certain?
Don't ask that question to Glover.
Well, he said he knows some things.
Sorry, I just wanted to get my dinner. What did you ask?
An example.
All the married men are bachelors. I know that.
Married men are bachelors?
What?
Yeah, that's definitely what I said, yeah.
Well, say it again then.
He said unmarried.
Oh, unmarried. Okay. You know anything else?
I know Heretic's better than me.
Are you a man?
Off topic.
I'm a woman.
Is there anything within the yeah, I mean, isn't it funny, Yui, that now, I don't know, 3-4 months into this whole thing, you're now telling us that this story just might be a story?
No, I said that the whole way through.
Well, isn't that odd? I thought this was supposed to be quote unquote science.
Well, the issue is, right, and I've been saying this to a few of my GF6 buddies. There's a phrase I hate, and it's one that left wingers do a lot, right? It is called the "it's not necessarily the case," because it's not necessarily the case is a phrase used when people want to cling on to low probability, right? I hate it because it's like, well, yeah, okay, it's not necessarily the case, but we're almost absolutely certain it bloody well is, right? And they cling to that like it's, the last days of mankind, right? It's weird, and I find that sometimes people in here cling to it's not necessarily the case a bit too much, right? But at some point you got to think, when are you going to agree with something that's probably true?
And what would that be?
Something like it's going to rain tomorrow. I don't know.
It's probably true for somebody listening in there.
Yeah.
They say if you walk into a room with 30 people in it, you'll find 2 people with the same birthday.
There's lots of things like I could imagine people having qualms with the moon landings and so on. But when you start to have qualms with anything that's commonly believed, you start to think, I mean, come on, you're taking the piss a little bit, right? It's like you're like if this was all commonly believed, your stuff, you would be the globe earther. That's what it almost feels like, right? Because that would be the uncommon belief.
Well, who knows? I mean, that's not the paradigm we're in, Yui. We were born into the water ball myth, just like you.
It's crazy that we are dismissing the water ball myth. We must be out of our minds.
I don't think you're out of your minds. Some of you are, not all of you, but yeah, there are certainly some people who are. I just think about it, because I used to do it all the time, right? When I was defending left-wing ideas, right? I'd always use that phrase, it's not necessarily the case. Now think about how many times you've clung on to low probability statements.
This isn't politics, though.
But it's the same principle.
Majority of people in general everywhere go off of faith-based argumentation rather than just something that they've experienced. That's just in general, because why? That's how the propaganda brought us up as a people. That said, the whether something is true or not, especially something physical, is an objective thing. It either is that or it isn't that. We're not talking about politics. At least I'm not.
You're not. However, look, if it was so obvious, right, that the Earth is flat, you should obviously lean into the idea that most people don't think it's that obvious, right?
Why would it? Who made a claim that it's obvious? It's
well,
obviously
because
not obvious.
Because I'm just saying it's not clear. It's actually quite a difficult thing to ascertain, right, on your own.
Because of how people think, not because they're coming to conclusions objectively. It's because of how people think and how they problem solve that they're unclear.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone who disagrees with you are the unclear ones, right? Whatever you want, right? But the idea is just to say that
instead of hand, because that is a fallacy, right? A hand wave dismissal. So instead of dismissing what I'm saying, give an example. Like what specifically would you have disagreed with about what I said?
It's not so much a disagreement. It's just like to say. It's just to say
about disagreement.
It's just to say because all I can do is be incredulous to someone who disagrees with me and thinks the only people who have used correct logic are the people who agree with you.
But I don't know if I disagree with you. So I mean, what are you talking about?
So I think the globe cosmology is roughly correct, right? And you would say there's a flaw in my logic somewhere that's led me down to that path, and I've confused my logic, right?
Well, first of all, when you say you think that the paradigm is correct, I mean you're judging it based off of itself, and so you're not even questioning it. There's nothing for me to disagree with there. It's not even a fair,
When I say that, I mean
going back if we were going back and forth and these were the elements of the conversation, there's still no disagreement.
Now, well, I'm just saying that both sides can use very enhanced logic to come to their conclusion.
Well,
But
every time I try to address something you're saying, you basically say, "Well, I'm not saying that."
yes, well, I'm saying that both sides can use enhanced logic to arrive at their conclusions. Now, what I think is obviously going to be the case is that if it's the case that the Globe say we have a preponderance of evidence, and you say, well, you don't have proof, you got to think like why would that dismiss the preponderance of evidence? Because you're coming very close to
No. It's not
a
my job to dismiss a
one proof fallacy.
preponderance of. It's not my job to dismiss a preponderance of evidence. There's still no disagreement because if I ask you, is there any direct evidence? You'll say no, but it kind of all of these things put together kind of give us a summation of what makes the most sense. And I'm like, well, if that's how you feel, but at that point we don't have a disagreement. Because there's a difference between me wanting an objective answer and you saying, well, I don't have that, but what I do have is this. What am I disagreeing with?
Right. That's fine, Elijah. You are the exception then, right? What I'm talking about is generally, I see flat earthers use the phrase,
someone
it's
who
not
argues
necessarily the
badly?
case. No, not even just that. Just generally, because it's not bad argumentation, because, yeah, okay, some things aren't necessarily the case, and it's right to point it out. But you got to think, if it's probably the case, and you're clinging on it's not necessarily the case, you got to think, like, yeah, but you're still going against the grain in probabilistic terms, right? And if you keep doing it, it's almost starting to add up to a silly belief, right?
But you keep using these if-then statements, these that have nothing to do with my engagement. Like, so I don't know what to do with that. It's like we're having two different conversations.
Well, I think I was already making my point, and then you stepped in. So I don't know if like it was communicate. You seem like you disagreed with what I was saying.
All right. Well, never mind then.
So your last ditch effort is just to say, "Oh, you guys are a bunch of contrarians."
No,
well, that's what you said. You said, "Hey, I'm starting to feel like if the Earth were a globe and the common idea was it was flat, you guys would be the globers."
That was just my rhetoric. Maybe you don't like it, but that was what it was. The main thing is to say
I wouldn't have repeated it if I didn't like it.
Yeah, the main thing was to say that if you have to think about how many times an argument comes across your desk that's probably true, and how many times you have to go against the grain, against probability, to make your belief a reality, you have to start thinking, at what point does like Bayesian probability say you're not going to
Now
be
you're projecting
the correct position?
You're projecting because every time water comes across your desk, you go into maybe this, maybe that, don't you think? Everyone thinks so. If it were flat, wouldn't we all know by now? I mean, that's you. You're projecting.
Yeah, but I just think the way you guys articulate the nature of water is sometimes a bit like silly.
Compared to your mental gymnastics that you need to make it right?
Look, I never argue with some dude. You're on my best friend list, so.
Simple, not silly, Yui.
I call it globe kata now.
Yeah.
Like, how can you argue with the fact that water finds its level?
I don't argue with it, but I suspect we disagree on what
we
level.
Feel no motion, therefore there is none.
That doesn't follow. Right? That's the first.
How doesn't it, dude? Do you have proof otherwise?
That's affirming the consequent.
I don't care what you want to call it. Just prove me wrong. Prove me wrong and I'll become a glober again. Does water find its level?
Is it affirming the consequent? I'm thinking. I'm not sure if it is. Because I don't think he's confusing necessity with sufficiency there.
You can just put that in modus ponens.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, maybe he could explain it to me, but I don't think it was. But
Yeah, if water finds its level, Earth is, quote, flat. Water finds its level, so Earth is, quote, flat.
Right. Affirming the consequence.
No. It's just modus ponens.
See.
Affirming the consequent would be water finds its level, so Earth flat, so water finds its level. It's like a circular argument.
Yeah, it could also be that maybe he thought he was saying it the other way around, which he might jumbled it in his head where he might have thought he was saying the Earth is flat. Sorry, the water finds. Yeah, the Earth is flat because water finds its level. Water finds its level, therefore the Earth is flat. He might have thought he was saying that.
Well, yeah. You could put it in that form, and that would be invalid.
Put it however you like, dude. Prove me wrong.
Could you explain what you mean?
Is that a reset?
No, that was a question.
We're gonna start over again?
No, that's new contestant. That's Volds at the bottom. The guy with
No,
the
I was
paper
asking
bag
you
on his
to
head.
explain your assertion.
There's no explanation needed. If you don't understand what I said, then you shouldn't be in this room.
No, I'm just curious how you would define it generally.
Listen, man, it doesn't need defining. It's a very simple statement, dude.
Sure. Could you
Just
explain
prove it wrong.
Can you explain what
It's
you
very simple. Prove it wrong. Very simple, man.
Am I not allowed
I don't
to
know
ask you
why.
what you
I don't know
mean?
why your brain doesn't grasp it.
I probably do, but I'm just interested in what you mean exactly.
Well, then what are you clicking on if you're so interested in the conversation?
Sorry, I'm playing a game.
Yeah, so
There it is.
why don't you go play the game? That's probably why you're not able to concentrate.
No, I know what he
You're
means.
concentrating on the game.
But I'm just.
What's your score? Are you winning in the game? You're probably concentrating on the game. Click, click,
Are
click,
you
click,
winning,
click.
son?
No, I always like have something in the background when I'm speaking.
Yeah, maybe that's why are in this riptide of just tumbling through
So
the
you don't
surf.
want to explain your assertion?
You don't want to put your game down.
Like
Click,
I
click,
said,
click.
there's no
stop the game.
explanation needed here, dude. And if you need an explanation, like I said, you shouldn't be in this room.
Are you not being disingenuous right now?
Call it what you like.
Yeah, that's the best part. If he gave you no explanation, how did you adjudicate the explanation as a disingenuous explanation?
Because if you're having a conversation with somebody and somebody makes an assertion and you ask for them to explain the assertion and they say, no, I don't want to because it's too simple, that's being disingenuous.
No, he told you his feedback was that if this needs explaining, you belong at the kids' table, not the adults' table.
Okay, sure.
I just got back on mic. What was it? What was the assertion you think
He
you
said
said?
water finds its level. I understand. I know that that's a simple assertion, but I just want you to define what you mean, just so I'm sure.
Just so you're sure about water and level.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, have you ever heard of an aqueduct?
Nope.
Okay, and have you ever heard of a channel system?
No, I don't know. What
Okay,
that is.
yeah. Back to the kids' table, homie. Trying to just explain very simple things while he's playing the video game, not even paying attention.
What about canals?
Yeah, anything.
Do you know about canals?
This
No,
doesn't
I
need explaining, man. It really doesn't.
I
We don't
booted
need to
him.
go here.
I booted him because if he just would have said yes, oh, a canal, okay, there we go. Do you understand it? Yep. Okay, good. Let's move forward. But he's playing stupid game. He's playing two stupid games. Whatever
But
video game.
like, we're running out of globers here, right?
Did
We
you
need to keep
interrupt
some-
me? Did you interrupt? I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I was saying we're running out of globers here. We need to keep some fish in the sea.
Not
There's
really,
plenty,
man.
plenty of fish in the sea. There's
Sorry that I made it real.
Not if they're wasting time.
If you gotta break down the physics of water, then this is not the channel for you. He needs to go into like whatever, like God ain't real, prove me wrong. Something.
The definition channel.
Yeah, the cake decorating channel.
Yeah, go down here into like talks with foxes or something. Palestinian cats. Just look at all the different why communism. Go to that channel. Business meeting.
Can you explain what you mean by water is level? Imagine someone saying that to you on the street and then asking you that question. What is level? Can you explain what you mean by water being level? Imagine that. You just go, are you fucking serious, mate?
See, look at there's two kids tables right now. Look at A or B. Fair flat Earth debate in globe Earth.
And what's the number one complaint? That we don't let anyone speak.
Yeah, I actually clicked the channel. It's a globe Earth reality. So you got two kids tables to sit at. You can go in there and talk about like, is water a gas or a liquid or a solid or something, and then level and just like go through every single word in the dictionary until you finally figure out what words mean. And once you figure it out, then come back to the adult table and we'll talk about water again and what explanations need to be put forth and which ones don't. Hey, if you would, can you guys go in the text chat? Just try to drive it back to the flat Earth because this religious stuff is really boring. Okay, it's not only is it boring, it's just not a good framework to discuss flat Earth because the religious people have the inside track on that. If you take it down that pipeline of religious, then like you're kind of like debating against the Catholic Church and Catholic Church creation myths, which are inside the realm of religion, not the physical. We're trying to stay at the really is level here, not the superficial kind of supernatural spiritual ideas. Like actually, what is the Earth?
I mean, there are some people who actually believe it's a globe. All walks of life. Actually think that we live on a spinning water ball. How bizarre.
Ah, Nathan. I mean, sorry. One Deck. Welcome.
Hiya, mate. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Good stuff. Well, do you know anything?
I know the Earth is measured flat.
Is it? How's it? How's that done?
Elevation angles, obviously.
All right. Okay. Who's done that? Anybody? You know?
I heard Nathan Oakley's done it.
Okay, Rich Evans, back on topic right now. Okay, or I'll show you the door.
And you should probably ban the informant because he's breaking server TOS by calling people pedophiles.
Where? How? Was
He called someone a diddler if you scroll up.
No, he said you're diddler, not you are a diddler.
You're a diddler.
He said YOUR, like you're diddler.
No, you're a diddler.
You're a diddler. Yeah, you're YOUR. I think he's talking about diddling. You know what diddling means? Diddling means like dancing around the topic without actually going. I don't know why are you laughing?
Well, I don't know. I just don't think server mods would interpret it the same way.
Besides, they both know each other. They're both a mod of the Abrahamics and Feminism room, so they obviously are like co-workers. Do you think they call each other, the P word? Diddling. Just look up the word diddling. It means not really doing much of anything. Fidgeting. He says he's saying that Evans is fidgeting with topics that are off topic. Get back on topic.
Enlighten me. Why are the P word people protected?
No, they're not protected.
They're not
you just
protected.
you can't claim someone's a P word. If you
Yeah.
say someone's a P word, that's a server as a breaking the server rules.
If they are.
Well, that's for the law
And they get
enforcement.
banned.
Yeah, that's for law enforcement. You're not supposed to claim that. If you do have proof of that, you demonstrate the proof to server admins or law enforcement.
I think it's happened before where people have called people pedophiles and they've actually not been pedophiles after investigation. So you're just not allowed to call people that.
Fair enough.
All right. Okay. Is informant in here? Okay, so he's not in here. Okay, so Rich is. Rich, disengage right now. Okay, and I'll send him a message too, since he's not. This might be some sort of weird. Actually, never mind. I'm going to kick them both. This looks like some sort of goofy shit that they come in here together, try to say, "Oh, look at flat earthers aren't enforcing TOS. Shut the channel down." It looks like a game. Let's just bounce him out for a while. Any last words, Rich? You can take it up with Heretic if you disagree. Oh, okay. Look, T-Dub was already on it. That's why I know all the mods are on exactly the same page here. Because, like, you look, and people do mod actions before I get a chance to do it, or vice versa.
How's your mate P's form? P or whatever her name is. Pi, P. Fucking idiot calling us apes. Sure, mate. Jekyll or whatever your fucking name is now.
Oh, me. Right. What did she say? She called you ape?
Said the mods are apes. Oh, apart from Jedi and Crit. She likes Jedi and Crit.
All right.
The rest of us are apes.
When did she say that? Was that what she got banned for earlier?
I don't know. Last night, I was having a look last night in the text chat.
I see.
Or last night for me. So, what's that? Like 8 hours ago, 7 hours ago, something like that.
Well, she's the most. I mean, like after speaking to her for a bit, she's like the most susceptible to flat Earth, right? As far as I can tell.
Well, she's not really. She's
Well, I
just
think
like
she might be.
playing a character.
Yeah, she's sometimes facetious, I think.
Not sure who she was referring to when she called us apes, but I just told her I didn't believe in evolution, so that'd be me.
I was thinking about evolution when that was said.
Yeah, look at he's already doing it. Rich Evans right away.
Doing
See,
what?
it was a game.
What's he doing?
He's
Putting
trying to
in a
talk.
complaint?
Yeah, putting in a complaint.
Have you got all the conversation screenshotted?
No.
So why I said you got to get rid of the. You can't. The guy calling him a pedophile would get you in trouble. So that's why I was saying get rid of him.
Is the bot in here?
Yeah.
Who did what? Sorry.
So two of the Abrahamics and feminist mods were in the text chat. The Informant and Rich Evans. They were using kind of coded words that appeared to be a TOS breaking, and then they both levied complaints against the Flat Earth mods for not enforcing TOS. So I banned both of them, and then now that he's opening a ticket to the deputy admin about Flat Earth mods, like
What a Karen. Yeah,
How do you,
he must think he's the first one to have that idea.
Yeah. How do you break TOS and then go and complain about TOS being broken?
Yeah, he's not the first one who did that. We had a kid named Jupiter who did the same thing. Intentionally set
guy.
up like a TOS violation. They just laughed at him. These guys are pathetic.
Yeah, so what the thing is too, that they think they're cloaked. They're both mods in the same room, the same guest room, Abrahamics and feminism. So I said, why is another one of Yeah, so I'm sure that the founders will see right through it.
Yeah, well, don't they just go back through the logs and see who was saying what, and then who made the complaint, and then they'll just go, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they'll ban the informant. They're not going to shut the channel down. If the informant did make a claim, then
you made a complaint about yourself, moron. Wrong with people. If you don't like the room, don't come in here. It's as simple as that. Like, close yourself off. If you're not interested in the discussion or you don't like the discussion, avoid the discussion and don't come in here. Simple. Like when you don't like something out in the real world, you don't engage with it. See you later. Simple.
On it too. Were you in on it, Britt?
Yeah, I'm conspiring. Been told a lot recently that I'm conspiring against this room, even though I spend most of my time here on Discord.
Okay, or are you just saying at server mod because instead of trying to bring it up with the flat earthers?
Well, yes, because it's a server. Like whether or not you guys do anything, he still has to be muted.
Okay. Well, I'll just keep. I got the informant's account opened up. Let's see how long it takes him to get detained. Because that's what should happen. He should show up as detained here any second.
Those server mods must be busy, yeah?
Yeah, how you doing?
Yeah, why didn't they just go into their
Hey.
own channel and talk
How you
about this?
doing?
Hey, so what's this channel about?
Well, look at the top right there,
Wait, look at the name of the channel.
Flat Earth?
and then
Yeah.
Flat Earth AMA / make a claim to
Alright,
debate.
so wait, which one of you thinks the Earth is flat?
Well, how about this?
Most
Go
of us.
AMA, ask me anything, or make a claim. Which one do you want to do?
I'm gonna make a claim the Earth is round.
Oh, awesome. All right, bring forth your evidence.
I've been in space, so
Oh,
and
straight
I've
to a
seen
lie. He said evidence, sir.
my guy. Give me evidence that's not true.
This
Now
guy
look.
is troller. He tell us he already go to space.
Yeah.
But dude, you don't come in. You come in. You made a claim. Now you got to provide evidence for that claim.
Alright,
So
so
you
I'll
said
provide.
you said
I'll
I've
provide
been to
evidence.
space.
Okay. So
So now
have you
provide
ever
evidence
learned
you've been to
physics?
space.
No, wait.
Wait, that's not evidence. You just said
evidence.
you just said I've been to space, so provide evidence for you being to space.
Do you want me to send you a picture or something?
Yeah,
in
man,
fact,
go for it.
In fact, I'm in space right now.
Yeah, we're
So-
all in space.
If the globe is so real and so true, why do you have to lie to prove it?
I'm not lying.
Oh, some more
You
lies.
just lied about a lie.
Okay, I see. So everything that I say to lie because I say the Earth is round.
No, you said
No,
that
you
you've been
said you
to
went to
space.
space.
I of course.
No one believes you. No one believes
Why?
you.
If you tell a lie, then you lied. What type of shit is this?
Do you want me to send a fucking picture of
Yeah, you don't sound like you're in a
selfie
near
from
perfect
space?
vacuum right now, man. I'm not buying it.
Oh, okay.
Let's forget. All right, let's forget you said that, and let's go back to the start and go. Okay, so you came in. You said the Earth is round. Okay,
Yeah.
can you provide evidence that convinced you the Earth was round?
No, actually, I can't.
Isn't that interesting?
Oh, yeah, kind of. Do you have evidence that the Earth is flat?
Do you read the title of the server channel?
He's trolling you.
I'm not trolling you.
No,
I'm asking for evidence that the Earth is flat.
Well,
But the
we
fact
want to
is
go
you-
through what you believe first, and how you came to the conclusion that 95% of the world believe as well. Let's start there, and then we can move
So
on.
I have masters in physics, and it just
Awesome.
makes
So
sense.
you should be able to prove it with beyond doubt.
Okay, so
What was your
do
first
you
name?
understand physics?
Hilarious.
No, I'm serious. Do you understand physics?
Yeah.
I
what was your
understand that an
physicist?
appeal to credentials isn't an argument.
Okay, so how much do you understand physics so I can explain to you?
So let me get this straight. You're going to be using physics and natural science to prove the shape of an object, the Earth. Is that what you're going to be doing?
I'm gonna prove the shape of any object in space.
With physics?
With physics, natural science, a prediction into a cause-effect relationship, and then testing that claim within the physical experiment.
Yes.
Maybe
Okay.
you should let us know how much you know about physics. Go ahead then, mate. Go ahead.
Off you go.
Well, first of all, your mom
Okay.
is round, right?
Yeah, okay.
She is pretty round.
Your mum's so fat that she's got her own gravitational well.
You see now. Actually,
See?
my mom
See
is
what?
dead.
What,
My
man?
mom is dead. Okay.
Well, you shouldn't have brought up anyone else's mum then. So, yeah.
I'm just saying. Your mom
Dude, you were
is
gonna
round,
prove.
right?
Yeah, this
You were
guy is
gonna
a low
prove.
level troll. Come on.
Yeah, you were gonna prove
okay.
the
This
Earth.
guy is
You
low
were gonna
level. He
prove that
didn't even. He didn't disguise
gonna-
himself well enough.
you were gonna prove the Earth was shaped with physics. So go ahead, man.
Yeah, that was like one of the worst attempts in a long time. You know. You gotta Gotta level up in trolling. Maybe get some lessons from Jack Cole. He can help you.
J. Cole? Who's J. Cole?
Let's
Jack
not get him.
Cole.
Can you get? Who cares? Let's get back to the subject.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, thank
okay.
you. That was like in the top 3 in my opinion as a witness. The first number 1 was like balls, your balls are round, you know. So that whatever, nothing new.
My balls are round. That's correct, and that's another evidence.
They're actually not round. They're elliptical shaped.
I was going to say,
Also, the Earth.
I want to go to fucking doctors if your balls are like marbles, mate.
You know, I
Something
had
wrong with you.
cancer, and you know, I had cancer,
Shut the
balls
fuck up.
cancer, and
cares.
no, I mean they
No one
cut
cares.
both of my testicles, so that's not
You
a funny
just said
joke.
your
This
balls.
is, by the
You said
way,
your balls are
coming
round,
from
and
the
now you
masters
say
of
they're
physics.
We're around in the
The
past.
masters of physics says his balls are
You know,
completely round
I
like
still
the
keep
sphere.
them. I still keep my balls under my pillow.
Okay.
If you want a
All right. So
picture.
sob stories
He's
for Blood Proof.
masters of
We're supposed
physics,
to
by
feel
the way.
sorry for you. Therefore, it's a ball.
Yeah. Back to
I was
proving
just
the
I
Earth
got
is a.
excited because I thought somebody actually went to space. It started out, you know, promising.
No, but seriously, like, how can you like make
Yeah.
a full like how can you travel around the Earth if it's not round?
Okay. So what do you mean by travel around the
I
Earth?
go around my neighborhood too. What about it?
No, I mean like you can go
Going
to
around.
China.
How can you go
Yeah.
around if you can't get around?
Wait,
if
where
the
are you from?
What?
No,
That's
where
right.
are you from?
I'm from Kazakhstan.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so you went around Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan's a globe.
So I mean, if I go in one direction or fly in one direction, I will get back to Kazakhstan.
Which
Okay,
direction?
how are you going to do that?
Correct.
To my sister wife.
Your sister wife.
Sister wife.
Yes, that's a
This is getting
You
worse.
think the Earth is flat and you're laughing about my sister wife?
Yes.
He's not serious. Come on.
No, man.
That's brilliant.
It's normal here.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
What is this, comedy hour? Holy shit.
You need to get around a
By the
little
way,
bit
she's just one of my wives, you know.
more. One of
That's
your
not
wives.
my only. I also have not sisters' wives. What you laughing at?
It's funny, man. You got to admit, it's pretty funny.
Oh dear.
No, it's
That's
not.
normal in Kazakhstan.
That's brilliant to see at this moment. You might be right. You might be from Kazakhstan. This might
That's
be
the
thing.
only true thing he has said so far.
Yeah.
Okay. Since you have said something truthful now, okay. Do you have anything to say regarding the topic? How do you know that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Because I walked to the Earth.
You walk to the Earth.
With your sister wife.
Okay, let me prove it
I
to you.
do walk the earth, my
Let me
friend.
prove it. Okay. So, back when I was in 7th grade, I got lost. Okay, I was with my ship and I was lost. So I thought to myself, wait, the Earth is round, right? So I should just go in one direction and then I will come back to my home.
Have you just realized in that moment that your
So
your story makes no sense? Even your story makes no sense. If you
So I started
Oh,
walking.
God,
I started walking.
Started walking on your boat.
Yeah. I went for like 60 days. By the way, I didn't have any water or anything. Just me and my ship. Okay.
You in your ship and you were walking.
Yeah, and my sister
Hello,
wife.
Cameron.
With your sister wife.
Yeah.
Don't forget the sister wives.
By the way, she's really challenging. She's fat, and that's like she didn't let me eat. She just took all our food.
Oh,
It's not funny. I almost died. You know what I ate? I ate mud.
Oh, at sea.
Good thing Kazakhstan's mud is full with
Why don't you just eat one of your sheep?
nutritions.
One of his other sister wives.
Can't eat his sister.
No, I don't have another sister wife.
Nutrient rich is what you were thinking of.
Yeah,
Do you
and
have a
oil
brother?
rich.
Do you have
And
a brother
oil
wife?
gives me power, like
Yeah.
gas for car.
Okay. So where's the other
Wow.
guy? This one's getting boring.
Therefore,
By the way,
the Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah,
That's
so
some
I
nice
went around the
evidence.
globe, and then I met my second wife in this trip, which is my she's my first
What was
cousin.
his name?
What
What was his name?
name? What name? Did I ask for her name? Her name was I don't really remember. I just fucked her, and then I
it's not important,
went
is it?
I
my
feel a
way.
lot better about my creative writing skills. What's next?
It's comedy. It's the comedy club and it's amateur hour.
None of it's even worthy of the bingo.
Make a better joke.
Yeah.
That's
think
all
it's
you
probably
get from the
safe on
globe.
Okay. I finished.
Right. Sister cousin
So-
wives. Walking on a boat with mud at sea.
Yeah.
Bye.
There you go. The Earth must be a ball.
Sister wives.
I liked how he started with "I went to space" as his first argument.
Was that him or was that someone else?
Kazakhstani to make it to space. You got to be proud of him.
Well, it's a long way.
I wish there would be better people that would represent the spinning ball, but it's really hard to find them.
Yeah, kind of dull. They think formulas or calculations are the same as a measurement of something, and they also just ask us if we know stuff as evidence. It's the weirdest thing.
Do you know physics?
Listen,
Direct
you don't have a physics
response
degree.
to asking for evidence. What? Where is that? Where does that neuron connect? I don't know.
I'm a marine biologist, lady. Trust me.
George Costanza.
Yeah.
The
You're a
physics.
marine biologist.
Thank you. What do you serve?
Golf ball.
That's abuse, Keep it
Oh no.
There's
How
Time
do I
to talk,
recover
Cliff.
from being called abusive?
I hope
Okay,
he feels abused.
Let's talk then. You want to have?
I don't want to talk. I already
Fuck off then,
proven you my.
moron.
See, the physics claim is very easy. Just demonstrate what physics you have done where you used curve or rotation as a variable. Because you can demonstrate how you don't do. Like right now, I'm about to get up and go to the break room and fill my water bottle up. All the way there and all the way back, my brain will be calculating physics, moving my body through space. At no point will I say, oh shit, here comes a curve, here comes a rotation. It'll be a flat, stationary world from here all the way to the break room. And then later on, when I go home and I ride my bike home, flat, stationary world. Whole way through. All the way. So what physics did you do today where you had to account for curve and rotation?
Sounds like he just fell over the curve.
I think he's gone. Maybe his spaceship exploded. Lost connection.
No, he's just looking for like a fifth wife or sister, cousin, somebody. I don't know.
Sister cousin.
Oh, this is great. Rich melted down in my DMs. I don't know who that guy is. I'm like, hey, you realize I can click on your accounts and see you're both, the mods in the same guest room. And then even if that's not enough, I told you to disengage. I told you to change the topic, and you didn't do so. There's like 3 reasons to get banned. Number 1, it looks like you're doing some sort of cringe troll shit. Get the fuck out. Number 2,
hey, isn't that rich guy Reverend?
Yeah,
Reverend?
he's the same. That's
Yeah.
the same person.
Yeah. Bartholomew or whatever he was, Reverend Bartholomew.
Wait a minute. Was it Rich Evans? Something like that? Is he Reverend?
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Oh.
That's Reverend. He changed his account a week and a half ago. His account name.
You guys are really bad at starting up a conversation, aren't you?
We were waiting for you to blurt out some bullshit.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Oh, there's plenty of Globers in here, isn't there?
Yeah, none of them want to talk though.
Okay.
Yeah, you're one of them, Chick.
I think they're busy with their
enraged.
I think they're busy with their sister wives or whatever.
Based. Yeah, enraged. I am one of them. I'm actually the king of Globers, so. But I've been speaking a lot today, so I think it's time for someone else to go on.
So do you do this like every day?
Do I or do they?
Do you?
No, I know they do it every day, but I'm asking about you.
Yes, since September, I have basically been in, with some exception, this room every day. Yeah, after work. Yes, I'm employed. Don't worry.
Wouldn't you run out of like talking points?
Talking points? No, I try to be original. Some might say I'm not, but I try to be.
How can you be original when you're part of a goofy gang?
Yeah, well, that's original, being a part of a goofy gang. I think that.
Goof Force 6, isn't it?
Yeah, Goat Fuckers 6, Gay Friends 6, whatever you want. Right, we're all of them.
Like,
hey, it's a family show.
I literally just found out about whatever that is, GF6. So I'm kind of curious. Anyway,
they run around with their Nerf guns and play games and started a gang.
Yeah.
With Nerf guns.
With Nerf guns,
and spherical balls. So you can read into that how you want.
Spherical balls as opposed to.
Well, there
flat
are
ones?
elliptical balls, aren't there?
are they getting paid for this?
That's probably a good question. Probably not. Let's be fair, probably.
Did you think that only balls are only spherical? You don't play rugby or anything like that?
You know what? You're right there. There you go.
Yeah, see? Maybe you should get your Nerf gun back out.
Wait, so can you get camera perms in here if you donate?
No. Not if you're a pervert.
No, that's not what I asked.
No,
I was asking, is there a way you can pay for it?
No, listen. Okay, you can't get camera perms because the room is larger than 25 people. When it's less than 25 people, you can turn your camera on, but we don't allow it because the room fills up. It will cap the room at 25.
I guess you could pay me to leave the room.
And Rage, I think, I mean, you might be, because you're on the server, I assume you're debating other things like politics, but I think there's nothing more satisfying than looping around the same debate every day for months and months and months. It's something about it just...
Yeah, it's colloquially known as nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Isn't that
You just admitted that there's a sun.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking some sort of mental. A little bit dark. I don't even want to go there and speculate. I'm out of this one.
6 months of cognitive dissonance.
We should attack the vegans.
Yes, attack them all.
Or you could just leave them alone and just let people eat what they want to eat.
Yeah, but it's not healthy, though.
Why do you care? If someone's not eating a healthy diet, you care because...
Okay, then why do you care about the flat Earth?
So are you going to go out? Are you going to go out and attack people who eat Doritos as well? I don't get it.
Yeah, how many people have unhealthy diets? So why is it just one type of unhealthy diet that you seem to care about?
Yeah, I'm eating chips right now.
No, because I make that correlation, right? When I talk to these people, is that they're unhealthy, but they're also mentally unhealthy. Like you can't communicate to these people.
Then
do you think the globe is an unhealthy diet then?
Yeah, if you can't communicate to them, don't communicate to them and just leave them alone.
What's the point of the VC then? I don't get it.
It's not a vegan VC.
No, I meant the actual vegan one, it's not Vegan Outreach, the other one.
Are we in the vegan VC?
See, these topics, they raise it so people can talk to them and understand where they're coming from. If you can't do that, the VC's for them, not for you.
That's ridiculous, because I was talking to this one guy, and he was saying how
he
brought up like the raping.
That was in my head as well.
I almost got it. Yeah, he almost got it out. I muted him before he said it. I knew where he's going to go on that because it's this moral. The problem he has with vegans is that he thinks they're making some sort of moral claim on his worldview. Dude, they don't give a fuck about you. Okay, they don't care.
I don't even know what he was gonna say, so keep me in the dark on that one. Thanks.
Okay, yeah, it was basically about how they. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
How
You care
dare
about
they?
the globe earthers?
In Rage, you have been gagged. You're the chat's gimp. Hello, gimpy boy.
Zoidberg.
I dunk on them like this.
It's been a while since you've given globe proof. What's going on?
Oh, I have the opposite now. I'm actually convinced.
Never.
And we've got another sister wifer.
Sister wifer. Another brother lover.
The Pakistani Space Force has showed up in the chat.
If these people constantly say we're gonna go to Mars, why do they keep pushing the dates for those missions? Now it's 2029.
Yeah, I know. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, like, there are some things in this world that made me think, what if they were all right? And that's one of them. It's like, you know what? You get close to the date and they say, give it another 3 years. And it's been
Elon is not ready with his like shiny rocket. Give it like 2 billion taxpayer money and 4 years.
and then change the shape of the nose on it as well. While you're there.
For the last, like, since I've been old enough to remember, which, you know, I'd say about 2010 was when I started to be conscious.
Or something?
Like I'm not that young, right? But yes, about 2010, I'd say, is when I started to like think about like going to Mars and stuff like that, like what might happen in the future. And each time
If you
a
go to
date was
Mars, you'll
given,
die.
well, no, I mean each time they would gave a date, it was always like, you know, I'd always think, okay, like this is the year, and then I'd look at, oh no, it was pushed back like a year ago for another 3 years, and it just keeps on happening all the time. It takes the piss a little bit.
Same with the moon as well, yeah? Only the Indians can do it now.
Only the
Moon's
Indians
an
can do
absolute
it.
piss take.
It is a piss take. They keep pushing the dates back, and I think, look, if there's anything that could make me suspicious of this whole malarkey, it's that.
It's everything that NASA have ever done, but I like where you're coming from now.
There is no moon landing 100%. There's no
Also,
way
by
that
the way,
happens. No way.
Didn't you see the Indians? They did it.
Also,
Yeah,
like,
I
what
got
is it? Even if
Mia-
it was real,
So why, like, me and Jedi? Why are we like the only two good ones?
Oh, of the mods?
Yeah.
Because the rest of us are apes.
Well, I don't think. I think you have. I didn't say you were the only two good ones. I said I liked you two. Right. I do think
Okay.
there are a bunch of ape mods that like just looking to ban and mute people.
Well, we are apes. All of us.
Oh, fighting.
Like
Fighting
Effie Warden, he's an ape. Who was the one that banned
No,
me
he's
last time?
not. He's a nice flat earther.
Who's Effie Warden?
He's the one that
Brad
like
Wynn.
barks every word.
Oh.
He's American.
Okay, to be fair, he can be a bit hard to, to swallow.
One of my favourites.
He just like for a while, every time I spoke, he would just like scream over the top of me. You're a troll."
No, you're wrong.
So yeah, I don't know. I think my ape is my ape position.
So you've
is
got
just
one.
fine.
So you've got one ape. You've got one
Oh,
ape.
so you
and
agree
you're
that he's an
calling
ape? Thank you.
The rest? No, I didn't agree that. You said he's an ape. So the rest of the mods are apes because you call one guy an ape.
No,
All right?
it was never an all statement. I just said that I said there were ape mods, right? That means there's multiple, but like more
All
than
right.
one.
How many?
But not all of them.
Oh, keep going with the rest of them then. Let's name and shame.
I can't. I honestly couldn't remember all of the mods if I tried.
Alpha Veritas.
Oh yeah, he's not actually a mod here though, is he? But I do think he's an ape.
Yeah, I think he's got a mod. Yeah.
He's a mod on the 24/7 Flat Earth main server.
I think we
but not
know
here.
who are mods here and who aren't. All
I
right.
think he's a mod here too.
Oh, okay. If I'm wrong, then yeah, he's an ape 100.
Ape 100.
Yeah, 100%.
Could you define ape for me? I might have skipped a beat.
So like, rather than being capable of having like a rational conversation, right? They just ape out. Like they start like
That's not an
screaming
ape.
and interrupting.
Because
And
apes can't talk. So how's that?
that's kind of the
That doesn't
point. Apes
work.
can't talk, can they? They just ape out.
So your definition of an ape was someone having not having a conversation.
What if
being
I'm just
incapable of having a conversation? They just start like screaming.
Well, apes
and,
are
like,
incapable of
muting.
having a conversation because they can't talk.
Yeah, what
Yes.
about the problem is maybe these two mods that you like, instead of aping out, they're just betas.
There you go.
I'm trying to think. Jace, who is the mod that I sent you the DMs of being like an ape? Gluten-free 6? I can't I don't know what his actual name is.
Crypto.
Crypto.
That's crypto, yeah.
Yeah, he's a huge ape.
I think he's one of the most rational people I've ever spoken to.
That just makes me question your judgment.
Oh, dearie me.
I think you're the only one that's got bad judgment in the room at the moment.
We should make a special day celebration for all the mods that are apes. We could have mod is an ape day.
Yeah. Enter the room.
Which mod is an ape today? Because surely
favorite mod.
I don't think there are any ape mods on right now, so
Do not put your hands in the cage.
Oh, you haven't met Jerry yet.
Oh, is that Fusely Jerry?
Oh no, actually, I like Jerry. I'm joking.
Isn't it pronounced
I don't know.
Fuzili?
Is
Oh,
it
I don't
Pastor?
know.
Yes.
Pastor
Yeah, I
Jerry.
don't. He doesn't come across as an ape to me, so.
Pasta Jerry.
Oh, Hosrad might. Hosrad might come off across as an ape sometimes.
Oh yeah, he did display some ape behavior earlier today, but I don't know if he's a full ape.
He's going to tell you that you've been duped by Doom Buggy TV shows and to relax.
Yeah. Yeah, knock it off with the Alan Shepard golf hysteria, please.
Please.
So
Did
what
you
do
say
you
my-
call
Sorry,
a woman that acts the same way as you would? So a woman would be an ape as well.
Yeah. Although, do you guys have any female mods?
Yeah, we do.
I've never met one.
Oh, that doesn't mean that they don't exist.
That's true.
They definitely do.
Yeah, but they might be apes too. We'll find out one day.
Yeah, everyone is equal.
Chase.
Yeah.
Did you see the absurd joke of a crane they attached to that starship that is supposed to land on the moon's irregular regular, and
Does
then
that crane
use
work
use
like
that
the,
crane to ship
the
down
Foucault's
cargo? And
pendulum?
I don't know. It's ridiculous. Holy shit!
Well, like a crane.
It's a joke.
Where?
I'll show it to you. The new starship, the one that is supposed to go to the moon, has a crane, an elevator crane, to lower cargo and people.
To where?
To the moon when they
to
land.
the
Essentially.
surface. Right. Okay.
Shouldn't they?
Yeah.
By now, shouldn't they have the technology to just teleport people down there, or just get a tractor beam
So-
and just?
I want you guys to laugh at this bullshit because it is hilarious.
Is it the thing?
This
I've
is the
just
two.
listed in the chat.
No, I'll link it in chat. But there are two versions of it. Oh yeah, that's it. The other one is for the astronauts. The white ship is human carrier. So this is supposed to get astronauts to the ground, like 30 meters.
Where's the jet? Where's the jet
a
crater?
joke.
That didn't even
Yeah.
make it to Florida. They launched it from Texas. It didn't even make it to Florida before it blew up.
Obviously, because no reasonable person would allow that fucking fucking dynamite chip to just blow over their
So-
skies.
So
No, I'm saying it
according
blew
to-
up. It didn't make it there.
Yeah.
Like
According
they
to,
told, what they
Is that
were
the
gonna-
Earth in the background?
what they were going to do in the last launch was they were going to simulate how it could fly to the moon and then land upright like that. So what was going to do was going to circle the Earth twice and then land or twice or whatever, not quite twice, then land in Hawaii somewhere. But it didn't even get to Florida. It didn't even it blew up in the Gulf. It launched from Texas and disintegrated. And even funnier, they didn't even know it blew up. They were still
Yeah,
people
for
were
3
in-
minutes.
yeah, people were in Florida watching the sky. It's like, where is it? It should be here by now. What the fuck? Did it stop for a coffee break? And finally they determined it must have blown up.
3 minutes telemetry, they couldn't get it right.
I don't know about you guys, but watching that, looking at that, and I know that they probably could resolve it, but I just think that rocket would topple over, right? And then what?
It's,
what are they
it's
going to do then?
the moon has Jace, I don't know if you know this, but supposedly the moon has very fine silicate regular, which is shifted consistently. So when that massive fucking thing lands with blasting the ground at the same time, and then creating uneven terrain, and it has to stand on those tiny fucking platforms, yeah, I'm gonna laugh my ass off if it tips over. I'm going to laugh my ass off.
Yeah, they're just stuck there. We all find out, the rocket fell over, they're stuck here now, it's over.
Yeah.
So why do they need it?
Hey, that would make some good TV.
Because Elon Musk is a fraud.
Oh, so
They
this
could
is like
literally get a
SpaceX
rope ladder. A rope ladder would be just
A
as
rope
good.
ladder, yeah. Probably safer
Or
for the
just
astronauts.
just jump, right? Can't you just jump? Aren't you like a third of the gravity?
Yeah, 1/3 of the gravity. Yeah, true.
Just like jump
But
off.
how would you get back up?
Jump with like some sort of softener on the bottom.
Yeah, but you'd have to get back up as well, right? So that's
Just use the ladder.
Yeah, climb. Rope ladder.
Yeah, ladder up. Yeah.
Can you jump higher in low gravity?
Imagine,
Yes.
Imagine constructing a fucking elevator that is on only on 2 points of support. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, that's
but you
their
gotta add
concept.
gravity into the equation because
That's their proof of concept that the elevator will attach to a swinging
No, they're
door.
actually developing it. They're actually trying to develop it. Like, this is what latest Musk bullshit is.
Yeah, but gravity's gonna make it work.
It's called real good engineering.
Yes.
Oh, hopefully it's good. Otherwise,
You know-
these people are dead.
Yeah, these like they struggle to find an astronaut who'd want to go on that journey because they know they ain't getting home. Right? That's
The Dear Moon mission when a bunch of idiots applied to be blasted off with that ship into smithereens. That's crazy. It's crazy to me, bro. Holy shit, people are insane.
That's, by the way, what I had in
sign up to go to the moon?
In a dream of mine, vision dream, however you want to call it, but it's gonna be a mass MK Ultra event once again with, in regards to space, where people will be traumatized by the loss of very famous types of influencers and people and so forth, and then they're just gonna say, we're just gonna not put any human being on planets. We're just gonna put machinery on there.
You lost the
And
plot,
that's
dude.
it.
In the news,
that's the plot.
flat earthers die in space.
That's crazy. It's
They're
crazy.
gonna
People
have
are trying to do
another
this.
Challenger event where the people die and then their twins will show up on Earth again. Anyways,
moving on.
That would be fun if it happens. Holy shit.
Yeah, it will happen, man, because there's no way to go. So they need to have an excuse story to say why they can't go anywhere.
Yeah,
It's
that would
gonna
be
be a
fun.
mass traumatizing event. Mass traumatizing events always happen to have an excuse for something.
I agree.
Nah,
When
people
lie,
are
it's
curated
even better.
about this type
What?
of events. People
When
are
people
curated.
lie and you catch them lying, it's even better. Yeah, I hope they catch them lying.
If people watch the astronauts blowing up in space, they're gonna just turn the TV to the next channel.
I'm not that
No.
cynical.
I don't
I think
think so. I
people still
think
care about this.
people
They're gonna be
will
like
swallow it.
boring.
No, they will swallow it and buy it as an excuse story.
They'll have
And
to
they're
go on
gonna say
go online
they're
to
gonna
experts to see if what really happened, and then when they can't get an answer, I really couldn't say.
the people gonna be happy with robots on the moon or Mars that will live stream an image to the VR goggles that they're gonna wear on their couch or bed. That's gonna be space journey for the future. Putting on VR headset.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that's Elon Musk's crazy lady Grimes. That's her entire shtick. So they're doing their job.
Didn't they get divorced?
And they will buy it.
So boring. I don't even care. I mean, I just want to pray for them all. But
They
Yeah, I
will
guess so.
buy it. That's gonna be enough space for most people because they have been fed with CGI all their life.
Yeah, probably.
We need more
Yeah.
space. That's why we have NASA. Give us space. Give us space. We need more space. Please.
I just had a thought, right? What if?
Oh no! Don't share it with us.
No, what if? Right, ready for the what? If. What if? A Glober started to say that the Bible is actually had it written in it that the Earth is a sphere, but at some point the real Bible was stolen and rewritten
Isn't that conspiracy?
by a cabal of flat earthers.
That's a bannable. That's a DQ.
Oh come on! It's a good one.
He's
It's
a
a good
goner.
one.
You're done.
What's a
think it's a good
DQ?
one. It's a
A disqualification.
disqualification.
Disqualifier.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's been disqualified from the conversation.
That's bad.
It's like a DC. First, you DC them, and they come back later. If they do it again, then you just ban them.
Well, it was a mute first.
The chain
Like-
of
like-
escalation.
Yeah, it's one step at a time. Like, can this person get on board? Can they follow the program? Okay, good. The very low level work. You just told them, hey, what you're doing right now is a DQ. They change their methods and practices, and now they're contributing. They still
That
keep
makes
it up.
sense.
DC them. They still keep it up. They ban them. They come back 2 days later. Have you unfucked yourself? Or they say, hey, I don't want to be banned. I'll unfuck myself now. Okay, sure, unbanned. You're welcome back. We try to keep it the lowest possible intervention. Like no intervention is really the preferred method. But some people just can't handle themselves. They just can't contain themselves. There's something about this topic that causes them to completely just brick.
I agree.
But why?
Because the Earth has to be a globe. It has to be. I don't get it. Volcanoes, satellites, refraction, gravity, earthquakes.
Don't forget to talk about airplanes and smartphones.
Yeah,
It's all
rockets.
because it's ball.
Photos from space. Why would they lie?
Monkey, you there? You got any globe proof? No.
Just look at the sky. Then you'll see the globe.
Sky? What's that?
That thing that is above your head. It's a lot of things above your head.
Come on, someone say something controversial.
Missiles. Missiles. Like surface warfare missiles.
The Earth must be a ball because water is curving around the ball, as in slightly curving around the ball because of horizontal flat level water curving.
Yeah, you've ever seen a toilet flushing?
You can tell mass attracts mass because the more bigger an object is, the more it weighs, and the more it weighs, the less likely it's to move. And the bigger you get big enough, they start moving on their own.
Yes, exactly.
So small things don't move because they're too small, but they're easier to move because they're small. But big things are harder to move, but start moving on their own.
Yeah.
That's why I'm actually skinny and slim, because my big brain is always just sucking up all that fat juice.
Hey, keep it family friendly, bro. Come on.
What? What was not family friendly about that?
Sucking
Oh,
no.
what?
Your
My
brain.
brain.
Your
Yeah.
brain behave in a parasitic way, sucking the juice. That's not.
Yeah. That's a proof for mass attracting mass.
That sounds like globe stuff. You making it up.
Yeah. Because my brain is so big and heavy, I'm always slim.
Wouldn't the center of gravity be pulling you down and you'll be off balance all the time because the brain is too big?
I'm actually lighter than usual people because the center of gravity is
Usual
at the
people?
head. Yeah.
What's that?
Because usual people don't have such a massive brain.
Talking about flat earthers?
No, they also are all massive brains, so I think it's rare that there's a massive flat earther.
What about flat earther wannabe?
That's a good question.
You want to be a flat earther, but you're not dumb enough to be one? Like, some globers in here.
Yeah, I think the Globers are very smart people. I think just recently I heard someone talking about his sister wife as a globe proof.
Oh my goodness.
I guess it's the curse.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Good for him. Can be a glober if he wants to.
The Earth is a ball because level, flat, horizontal water is slightly curving around the spherical surface.
Yes, that's a good way to think about it. The Earth's surface curves in all directions, which is why we describe it as a sphere, or an oblate spheroid, to be more precise. This shape means that, despite water appearing flat and level over small distances, it's actually following the curvature of the Earth on a larger scale. This curvature is why you can't see infinitely far across the ocean, or why the bottoms of ships disappear before their masts when they sail away from you. It's all due to the Earth's round shape.
Thank you, I feel so smarter now.
You're welcome.
So if
There you
Earth
go.
wasn't a globe, I should be able to see China from here? Because it's not a globe. So therefore, I can see China.
Oh, that's a good question, actually. Ah, now I understand. Because the flat level water is curving around the ball and the Earth is actually a ball globe. That's why I can't see China, right? If the Earth was like a flat plane, I would be seeing China, right? From like New York, for example.
Exactly.
Nah.
If the Earth were flat, you could potentially see very far distances, such as from New York to China, under the right conditions. However, because the Earth is a sphere, its curvature prevents us from seeing that far. The curvature of the Earth causes the surface to drop away from us as we look further out, which is why distant objects eventually disappear from view over the horizon. So when you're standing on a beach looking out to sea, you can only see a few miles before the curve of the Earth hides what's beyond. This spherical shape is a fundamental reason why we can't see distant places like China from New York.
I just want to say that whoever picks that lady boy, she's a keeper.
That's ChatGPT. It's very smart. It just explained to you that if the Earth was flat, you can see China from New York. But because the Earth is a ball, you can't.
That's not a real person.
Yeah, not the weather in between the two places, not the ratio between height and distance. Oh, none of that counts. Just ignore all of that. Don't
it's the curvature.
don't include perspective with any of that, or moisture densities, swirling atmosphere, minus
That
the
would be
sphere.
stupid. Why would anyone include that?
That's how stupid people are going to be. You watch. They already are, actually. We see this every day here. People come in thinking the same thing as that AI bot just stated.
Well, if you add in there about light attenuating and things shrinking in the distance, like what size would China be from California?
Yeah, rule out all those other things and then come back and tell us about it. But until then,
It'll be number one.
you'd be the one and only.
That's how big China will be from America. Number one.
How about ask it like with for Mia? Be like, Mia wants to talk in the channel, but only a certain number of mods she sees as not ape-like. What would Mia do on the flat Earth?
Me no comprehend.
Well, because like a flat Earth would be like a small space versus a big space.
Okay.
Maybe ask what's bigger, globe Earth or flat Earth or the heliocentric?
What do you like? What do you mean by bigger?
Well, the bigger the curve, the better. Because, the more curvier, the more gravity. Because gravity causes curve. So more curve, more gravity. The more gravity, the better.
Is that a Kim Kardashian statement?
Who that?
Must be. Elon must be.
Yeah, isn't she a science communicator?
She sounds like one, but everything she speaks, I can't comprehend it. That's how you know she's a smart one.
Yeah, that's because it comes from a AI bot. Everything she says.
Yeah, between her and Taylor Swift, let's talk about anything else. But yeah, good point.
They're amazing. Well, they are.
It's not your ordinary fare. It's the fare for the retarded. Sorry. I had to say it. I just calls them like I sees them.
So the Earth must be a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball, right? Because my senses tell me the complete opposite.
Yeah,
Could it be?
And you can't see to China.
Yes, the Earth is indeed spinning on its axis. It has a slight wobble, and it is tilted. The spinning of the Earth is what gives us day and night. The tilt of the Earth's axis is responsible for the seasons, and the slight
Almost
wobble
sounds like
or
she's
precession
laughing.
affects long-term climate patterns over thousands of years.
She's smiling.
It's fascinating that our everyday senses don't directly perceive these movements. The reason you don't feel the Earth spinning is because it's rotating at a steady rate, and you're moving along with it, including the atmosphere and everything around you. It's a bit like being on a smoothly moving train. If there are no bumps or changes in speed,
No, it isn't.
You might not even notice you're moving. The vast scale of these motions and the uniformity of the Earth's rotation mean that we don't feel the spinning or the wobble in our daily lives. It's only through careful observation and scientific study that we've come to understand these aspects of our planet.
What study?
Do you mean the study where we used celestial observation to derive a model from the sky?
Elevation angles from a horizontal? Okay.
Yes, exactly. Celestial observations have been crucial in developing our understanding of the Earth's shape, its rotation, and its orbit around the Sun. Ancient astronomers observed the positions and movements of the stars, planets, and the Sun. And these observations laid the groundwork for our current understanding of Earth as a spinning, wobbling, tilted sphere. For example, the way the stars appear to move across the sky over the course of a night due to Earth's rotation, and the change in the constellations over the course of a year due to Earth's orbit around the Sun, helped early astronomers deduce that the Earth is not stationary. Moreover, the phases of Venus observed by Galileo in the 17th century strongly supported the heliocentric model where planets orbit the Sun, further confirming our understanding of the Earth's place in the solar system. These and many other celestial observations have been instrumental in developing the scientific models that describe the Earth and its motion through space.
Scientific model. Are you sure about that?
That sounds very amazing. It sounds very scientific. Do you have just to make sure that the Earth is really a ball, do you have any direct measurement of the surface area of that ball without giving any reference to sky observations? And please don't answer with sophistry, but be precise and make it a yes or no answer. Thank you.
Yes.
So can you cite anything, like any direct measurement of the ground being of a spheroid shape without giving reference to sky observations?
One direct method of measuring the Earth's spheroid shape without relying on celestial observations involves geodetic surveys and measurements. For example, the Geodetic Earth Measurement, EOM, has been conducted through techniques like triangulation, where a series of triangles are laid out across the landscape. By measuring the angles and sides of these triangles and applying geometric principles, it's possible to calculate the curvature of the Earth's surface over large distances.
So not measure.
Additionally, GPS technology provides direct evidence of the Earth's shape.
Sorry,
Don't geodetic surveying methods rely on a reference ellipsoid?
It does.
Is this woman listening? Woman, he asked you measurement, not calculation. Is she listening to you, bro?
Yeah. You might have missed the question. Do you have a peer-reviewed paper of direct measurement of the surface of the Earth without giving reference to any sky observations or any longitude,
models,
latitude lines, meridians, which are all derived from the sky? Do you have anything to support that? Oh, I was Googling.
You might have to throw in without using a reference model such as the
It appears that
WGS-84 model.
direct, peer-reviewed sources specifically detailing measurements of the Earth's surface as a spheroid without any reference to celestial observations or derived concepts like longitude and latitude are not readily accessible through a basic search. The scientific understanding and confirmation of the Earth's shape as a spheroid heavily rely on a combination of ground-based measurements, celestial observations, and the application of physical laws, such as...
So without using a lot of sophistry and not wasting a lot of time, we get to the point, and the answer would be no, you don't have such evidence, right?
She said no.
Is that a real person or is that
Yes,
like an
that's
AI or
correct.
something?
I don't have access to specific evidence of that nature to provide.
But you can give us a lot of sophistry and remarkable great stories about celestial observations, is that right?
My goal is to explain concepts in a way that's clear and helpful. If there's anything specific you'd like to know more about, or any other topic you're interested in, feel free to ask.
So in 2024, with ChatGPT-4, the best evidence for the spinning wobbling tilted space ball and direct measurements of the surface area is that you don't have any direct measurement of the surface area without giving reference to any celestial observations. That is amazing, man.
Do you have anything about Earth referencing no models?
I understand where you're coming from. It's true that much of our understanding about the Earth's shape and its movements comes from integrating various types of evidence, including both direct measurements of the Earth itself.
We don't need sophistry. You can only be, intellectually honest and concede that you have already declared that you can't provide anything regarding direct measurements of the ground area, ground surface.
Without a presupposition.
Oh yeah, indeed.
No, silence crickets.
Oh yeah, it's thinking very long right now. Dude, it's taking very long.
It understands where we're coming from.
Based on the specific criteria you've outlined for evidence, I haven't provided a direct measurement of the Earth's surface area that excludes all references to celestial observations or the concepts derived from them. Thank you for emphasizing the need for clarity and precision in this discussion.
Exactly. Concepts derived from them, like the reference models that they use, longitude and latitude.
So since you just have concepts derived from celestial observation, the assumption of calling the Earth's surface spherical is very pathetic. And it just thank you for clarifying that to the audience.
Yeah, and how do you allow yourself to stoop so low?
I understand your perspective, and it's important to have open discussions about these topics. The conclusion that the Earth is spherical comes from a wide range of observations and measurements.
Yeah, we don't need that sophistry talk about these concepts. No one cares.
Open discussions. That's like one of my favorite two buzzwords. Oh my gosh, it's in everything. So
I hear you, and I'll keep that in mind. If there's anything else you're curious about or want to discuss, just let me know.
Amazing.
Wow.
Technology, ladies and gentlemen.
I bet that technology that was speaking to us could tell me more of what the settings are for setting up a bass guitar, such as the clearances from fret heights at the 12th fret. Dun, dun, dun. Like they could tell you more about my bass guitar sitting here than they can about Earth.
100%.
Isn't that amazing? Think about that.
Wide
100%.
variety. A wide variety. No.
Imagine believing in a sky religion. I mean, how pathetic.
Yeah.
Concepts upon concepts upon concepts, with a lot of vain imaginary stories included. Yeah. That's how you get them young, Especially you need to get them young.
We had a sophist here just like that here just a little while ago, right? That guy, forget his name. I don't know if he's still here or not, but it doesn't matter. So yeah, like that, the sophist I was just here this morning, could repeat almost the same exact things as that AI bot is spouting out.
The thing
it's
is,
like they're no different.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can tell the AI bot to shut up and stop the sophistry and get to the point of conceding, and it needs to concede due to the lack of information.
That was good. Got a concession from the AI bot.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but there is like no any empirical direct measurements of Earth's surface without giving reference to celestial observation. So the concrete thing that would prove the Earth being a ball is really not there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think it was pretty honest of
say that it only explains concepts. So that's an admission. It
Yeah.
only explains the abstract.
And if you get right down to it, what is what its programming dictates? It can't go out of the parameters that its programming dictates.
Yep, exactly. That's true.
So literally, talk about a echo chamber. That's exactly that. An echo chamber within itself that was programmed with all these answers to concepts and like, whoa. It's like a walking, talking Matthew Learns in a box. Hi, my name is Matthew Learns. Earth is a globe.
I find it funny how every time I have a discussion with Matthew, he always says, "Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree." So the Earth so the Earth is not a ball, right? No, I don't agree. I agree with everything else you say, but no, the Earth must be a ball. Oh, golly. That's so funny.
Wait, are you saying Matthew Learns isn't a bot?
I don't know. It's a good question. What is the age that human beings are being introduced to the heliocentric worldview of the Earth being of a ball shape?
The age at which children are introduced to the heliocentric model, which describes the Earth as a sphere that orbits the Sun, can vary depending on the educational curriculum of a particular country or region. Generally, basic concepts of the Earth being round and the structure of the solar system are introduced in elementary school, often between the ages of 5 and 8. More detailed explanations of the heliocentric model and its historical and scientific background tend to be covered in later grades, usually by the age of 10 to 12. Education systems aim to gradually build students' understanding of the world, starting with simple concepts and becoming more complex as their capacity for understanding grows. This approach helps ensure that foundational knowledge is in place before more advanced topics are introduced.
So as knowledge...
indoctrination.
So giving indoctrination about concepts derived from sky observation is what you call knowledge, especially when we look at how you were unable to give any evidence of direct measurement of this Earth's surface without giving reference to any celestial observations. That's what you call knowledge, and that's something you would teach children.
The teaching of the heliocentric model and the spherical shape of the Earth is part of a broader scientific curriculum that is based on evidence gathered over centuries. This body of knowledge includes direct observations, experiments, and the application of scientific principles that have been rigorously tested and peer-reviewed. The goal of education in science is to convey this accumulated knowledge teach critical thinking skills, and encourage inquiry. It's important to distinguish between the concepts of indoctrination and education. Education aims to provide students with the tools to think critically, ask questions, and explore evidence for various phenomena,
Up the cap.
including the shape of the Earth and its place in the solar system. While it's true that much of our understanding of the Earth's shape and motion comes from integrating different types of evidence, including celestial observations, this knowledge is presented as part of an ongoing scientific discourse.
Bro, I need to stop you here and correct you, because you sound very much like a sophist. You yourself have already conceded that all the evidence you have for the spinning ball and the concepts thereof are derived from the sky. That's what you have conceded.
I understand your point and appreciate the correction. My intention is to share information based on a wide range of scientific observations and findings.
A wide range again.
But I
Wide
recognize how
range.
important
What does that mean? Wide range.
Types of evidence.
Is that like a wide?
Just
Is that
give us
like?
one.
Is that like a wide range chicken?
We have plenty of hearsay and conjecture, Your Honor. Those are types of evidence.
They have to
Bro,
say peer reviewed again. I'm not interested in the peer reviewedness of this type of evidence. I'm interested in one direct measurement, please, not of the celestial area of the Earth, please.
Hey, watch out while he
Bro,
obfuscates. Watch it obfuscate this time.
Bro, you have previously already conceded that all you have to prove the Earth being a ball is celestial observation or the sky itself. You have conceded that you have no direct measurement of the Earth's surface without giving reference to the sky. Why do you now sound like as if you have sufficient knowledge base regarding the Earth being a ball? Like, can you not just be a bit more intellectually honest when you articulate yourself? And yeah, it sounds very much like sophistry most of the time, to be honest.
I appreciate your feedback and the call for clarity and honesty in our discussion. Reflecting on what we've talked about, it's accurate to say that I acknowledged the challenge of providing evidence for the Earth's shape that does not in some way rely on observations related to the sky or celestial bodies. The scientific consensus on the Earth being a sphere is supported by various types of evidence, including but not limited to those celestial observations. Your point underscores the importance of being precise in how we describe the basis of our knowledge and understanding.
So just appeal to majority.
It's crucial to engage with these topics thoughtfully and to acknowledge the complexities and nuances in how scientific knowledge is developed and communicated. I'm here to provide information and facilitate a dialogue based on respect and a shared desire to explore and understand complex issues. If there's a specific question or another topic you'd like to discuss, please feel free to let me know.
Okay, apart from your sophistry again, I wish you to just concede one more time to make it clear, okay, that you have no evidence for direct measurement of the Earth's spherical shape without giving any reference to sky phenomena. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the specific criteria you've outlined, direct measurement of the Earth's shape without any reference to celestial phenomena or concepts derived from them, I've noted that providing such evidence within those parameters is a challenge. The widely accepted scientific evidence for the Earth's spherical shape integrates various types of observations, including those involving celestial phenomena.
Can you actually concede, or are you programmed to be a sophist all the time? It's challenging. I just don't want to concede that I don't have the information. I just wanna use the word challenging so it doesn't sound like as if I don't know. So can you concede?
Use the word yes. We don't even get that from like humans, Globers. So
I concede that within the strict criteria you've set, I cannot provide direct measurement evidence of the Earth's spherical shape without reference to celestial phenomena or derived concepts.
Okay, then how can you tell me that if you just conceded this, that anything that children are being taught in the ages you have already mentioned prior, it was between 5 and 8, that this is something you can call knowledge?
The knowledge taught about the Earth's shape, including to children, is built upon a comprehensive body of evidence and scientific consensus developed over centuries. This includes direct observations, experiments, and theoretical models that have been validated through various means, including but not limited to celestial observations. The teaching aims to convey an understanding of the world that is consistent with the best available evidence and to foster critical thinking skills. When presenting scientific concepts, including...
Okay. If so I was taught to be a critical thinker from the education system, okay? Now you have a critical thinker talking to you. So if there's no direct measurement of the Earth's surface doesn't give reference to anything regarding celestial observations, me as a critical thinker, I concede that the Earth cannot be the shape that is being claimed because there is a lack of evidence regarding that very claim. And even more to that contrast, if I go out into reality and I make long distance observations over large bodies of water, for example, I get the result that it's not adding up to the supposed claim of that radius of roughly 4,000 miles. So yeah, I'm a critical thinker, so now what?
Engaging as a critical thinker is valuable, especially when exploring complex scientific concepts. Critical thinking involves not just questioning, but also considering the full range of evidence and how it fits together. The shape of the Earth and its radius are conclusions drawn from a wide array of observations and measurements. This includes, but is not limited to, celestial observations. For instance, the way objects disappear over the horizon, the differing angles of shadows in different locations at the same time, and the way satellite technology operates and provides data all support the understanding of the Earth as a sphere with a radius of about 3,959 miles. Long-distance observations over water, which might seem to suggest a flat surface, can be influenced by atmospheric conditions, perspective, and the curvature of the Earth itself. Phenomena like refraction can make distant objects appear differently from how one might expect on a spherical Earth. Critical thinking in science also involves considering how different pieces of evidence corroborate each other and how theories adjust to account for new data. If there are discrepancies in observations, science seeks to understand why those discrepancies exist and how they fit into the broader understanding of natural laws. Your approach of questioning and seeking direct evidence is a part of the scientific process. Scientists continuously test hypotheses, refine theories, and seek to understand the world with greater accuracy. The consensus on the Earth's shape, like all scientific knowledge, is based on the best available evidence and is always open to reevaluation in the face of new, verifiable evidence.
Wouldn't you concede that the most simplest evidence that you could give is direct measurements of the Earth's surface to prove your point? And when you're challenged to do so, you already conceded that you don't have that evidence. So therefore, I would say your standpoint is very weak, especially when it comes to visual phenomena, being your second claim, and then some sky phenomena about, dishes in the sky reflecting signals or so forth. That sounds very weak.
It's understandable to seek direct, tangible evidence for complex concepts, and direct measurements of the Earth's surface contribute significantly to our understanding of its shape. The challenge arises in conveying that the evidence for the Earth's sphericity is multifaceted and doesn't rely solely on a single type of observation or measurement. The body of evidence includes direct measurements of the Earth's curvature through various means, like geodesy, which involves measuring large areas of the Earth's surface, observations of natural phenomena that are consistent only with a spherical Earth, and the technological applications that depend on the Earth being round, such as satellite navigation systems. The scientific process is about integrating diverse lines of evidence to form a coherent understanding of the natural world. The consensus on the Earth's shape comes from this comprehensive approach. Each piece of evidence, including those from visual and celestial observations, strengthens the overall conclusion when considered as part of the whole body of scientific work. Your point about the importance of direct evidence is well taken and is a fundamental aspect of scientific inquiry. Science continually seeks to test and validate its findings through direct measurement and observation wherever possible. The absence of a single, simple piece of evidence does not necessarily weaken the scientific standpoint, but instead highlights the complexity of the natural world and the methods we use to understand it. Science is always evolving, and part of its strength lies in its adaptability and openness to new evidence and methods of inquiry.
Not that there's a difference, but do we have a human Glober available to us at this time?
It's no difference.
Yes, what would you like to know?
Golly.
Is Globe Earth based? It seems unbased.
Thank you for asking that question.
He actually starts roboting.
Yeah, literally. That was like funny, dude. Your connection literally started roboting when you did that.
No, right, okay, fair enough.
Probably not a coincidence.
Man, do you think it's an accomplishment that ChatGPT sounds like you, or you sound like ChatGPT? Is that like an accomplishment for
I
humanity,
don't know.
technology?
I don't think that's how I would understand what an accomplishment means, but yeah.
You know, we made it this far, and we can make a robot sound like you.
Yeah.
That's an accomplishment. Follow a script. The robot can follow a script just like you.
Well, I'd be concerned if the robot's more intelligent than you already. That'd be concerning.
But it has to be.
Well, ChatGPT it is, I guess. I tried.
But at least ChatGPT admits that it doesn't have the measurements for the curvature.
Oh yeah, what it does is it does the typical thing. So I don't have the most important evidence, but I can give you a lot of side things that can easily be dismissed by other explanations. But all that combined makes the Earth a ball. Even though it can be all explained on a topographical stationary plane, but still because we combine them and satellites, it is a ball.
Is it Scientology that he's talking about? Like, yeah, we have all this stuff together, and therefore conclude that it has to be a ball. It has to be round. She said it. It is round.
Yep.
It said,
Yeah.
I don't know, she, it, they, them.
Just because there is no direct measurement of the Earth being a ball doesn't mean it isn't a ball. You just need to look at all the little observations that make it a ball. That's the evidence. Anyways, I'm AFK.
It's amazing how many flat earthers there are in here. Not one globe.
How many?
Not one.
Not one flat earther?
No, not one globe.
What you mean? Britney was here.
Who's that?
You, my friend.
Is it true, Gemsy, that in Puerto Rico you'll be sitting on Discord and you can hear gunshots in the background?
I don't know. How would I know that? Hmm?
Um, how do you know the Earth is flat, Gemsy?
The fuck?
Ignorance of evidence.
Yo. Very quiet this morning, folks.
Ah, Sir Dazza. Well, well, well. What have you got for us today, Dazza?
Not
Too much, not too
globe-proof.
much. Doing a bit of reading in hydrodynamics and hydrostatics. It's been quite interesting. What I like about this place, you guys push me to learn more.
Yeah, they're making you more of a glober.
Yes,
Think about that.
actually. Yeah. While I was on holidays from the chat, I did my first real life celestial navigation fix using a protractor and a plumb bob. Wasn't very accurate, but neither were my tools. But at least it got me in the right neck of the woods within a couple of 100 miles. So I was pretty pleased with that.
Let's see. What's your newest globe proof?
Volcano.
Volcanoes.
Earthquake.
Earthquake.
Refraction.
Okay, I get it correct.
Gravity.
Okay, gravity is a good one.
Satellite.
You're listing
Rockets.
them all off today, aren't you?
Rockets.
Did you just say you did celestial navigation with a plumb bob and a protractor, and you ended up 200 miles off where you were supposed to be? Did I hear you say that?
Yeah. You did?
So you calling that accurate?
Well, as accurate as my ability to measure, yeah. If I could get so all I could do was line up the star with the edge of the bottom of the protractor, which is not very accurate to say the least, plus the plumb bob.
And then you travelled in the direction that you were looking to travel in, and you were 200 miles off?
Like he took one step.
I just got a position fix. That was all.
Like he
got a position fix, which was 200 miles off.
So he got a position
fix. Was pretty good considering I had like no better than a degree or two of accuracy in my measurements. So
he got a position fix, traveled one step, took a position fix again, and he was 200 miles off.
No, just one fix. So
you
it got me in the
done it again.
Right?
You should have moved.
You got whereabouts in the world I was.
Move locations instead of just assuming you were wrong. You did it, and you just assumed you were wrong. You could have just assumed you were right just as easily, and then used it.
Okay.
Well, I would have been already in the water if I was.
You don't know that. You don't know that for sure. You just make a map and a model and use it, and then use that. But you can't. You got a result, and you say clearly, you must be the one who's in error. You let somebody else say that you were wrong. It's like that video from that guy who tried to do Eratosthenes with 2 sticks and a bike, and he thought he did it right. He's like, "Yo, I got it right." Then he ran the numbers, and he's like, "Fuck, I'm wrong." He's like, "Well, why do you think you're wrong?" Because 'tis globe. 'Tis globe says 'tis globe. And I got answer 'tis not globe. So 'tis not globe if 'tis globe.
You've been talking to Bev.
Yeah,
So when you do it right, you get an error measurement
thing
comes out as well.
That's not a Bev talking point. That's like that goes way back where people are just so into the globe it just can't be. Like they'll say to you, well, if the Earth is a globe, if the Earth is flat, then like explain fish. And you're like, what? Like suddenly you can't make
No,
sense
it's
of
so
fish.
true.
So like fish somehow don't swim in the water if the Earth is flat. And they're like, well, yeah, because like on the flat Earth, all the water would fall off the edge. So how do fish stay not off the edge? And you're like, tis
I
globe.
remember fish created waves at some stage as well. Remember those guys? Yeah, fish. From fish swimming, now we get waves. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
Well, they may think that they're related to rocks or whatever as well. So, you know, you never know.
See, Daza
Or
knew
ape,
he was wrong because he was right. Because he's right about the globe, so he's wrong about this celestial navigation. He ended up in a
200
contradiction.
200 miles is now accurate.
Tis globe.
Pretty good. One of my circles was 7,500 kilometres in diameter. So
Accurate
to get
based
that
on
within,
what, though? So how do you get
you
accurate
mean?
based on what?
I don't understand your question. Accurate based on
Accurate. How did you confirm it?
based on my known position, you mean?
How do you confirm your accuracy?
2 ways. So first of all, I compare it to my known position using more precise techniques. But also
Yeah,
when you
know
do
that.
when you do the trilateration, right, you get 3 circles or 4 circles I had in one situation, and they don't all precisely overlap.
Based
It's
on?
like based on the model.
It's globe.
Yeah. Well, it seems
So
to work
based
for
on the
everything else we
model,
do, right?
you did some triangulation, you were 200 miles
No
off.
trilateration, no triangles involved. No
Yep,
triangles, no horizontals.
trilateration. Awesome. So like GPS or what?
Same technique as GPS, actually.
Yeah.
Except GPS is
So
using trilateration.
So you were
Years.
200 miles off, and you call that accurate?
Well, accurate within the precision of the
Within
tools that I
200
have.
miles?
Yeah.
Based on the model that hasn't been confirmed?
Well, it's been confirmed
awesome,
well
man.
enough that we can all use GPS to navigate, right?
Tis globe.
Must be.
Tis globe, tis not globe. You take tis globe and use technique in tis globe, you get tis not globe, and just say tis globe.
That's right. I'm really keen. I know that there's lots of conversations here about how it works when it is not globe, but I've not seen anybody do it yet.
You did it.
Ever.
You did tis not globe.
No, I did tis globe.
No, you did tis not globe because you said tis air of tis 200. Tis globe.
Ah.
Tis not
So you're not
globe.
familiar with the concept of precision in measurement, then.
Tis not globe. Tis not 200. Tis air. Tis globe. Tis not globe.
So if it's a globe, it's a globe.
Even if he measures tis not globe, it's globe anyway.
Got it.
It'd be interesting that he came in here and said, hey, I did tis globe measurement. I got tis not globe. You're like, interesting. Can you like, what did you do next? Tis determined tis in water, tis globe. Tis really.
If people say it's a globe, therefore it's a globe. People say it's a globe, so therefore it's a globe.
It's the best we've got, unfortunately.
Hearsay. But no empirical evidence. Nothing
Well,
of the sort.
but there's, like I said, it's the best we have, right?
No, I don't have any of it. Fuck that.
'Cause we don't have any empirical evidence for anything else either, even less. That's the key for me.
How could we have less than none?
Exactly.
Riddle me that.
Yes, that's a good one. None may be subject to interpretation, perhaps.
Here, I got an example. So, like, Evans just jumped in here after being banned, and he had to DM me, said, Crit's having a stroke. Okay. So, 'tis Globe, then.
This guy's really obsessed.
Wow.
Look at this. All these DMs he sent me. This guy's just crying, and I'm like, huh?
Okay.
Pathetic.
That's quite the meltdown.
He got the hilarious part right on, but on him. He got that
I
right.
read the first message. I didn't read the others.
He's hilarious.
Hopefully there's nothing TOS violating in there.
See, this is what I told him here. Here, let me show you what I got. This is what I sent them. So, like, he said, explain to me why I got banned. And I'm like, option A, right? You were banned because some kind of cringe shitpost thing you're doing. You did not disengage when I told you to. You did not change topics. Option B, follow the reason you explained to you if you. Like, we ban people who are smarter than us. Yeah, that would be his explanation.
So shouldn't he be happy then? He doesn't seem happy.
Yeah, he would be because he's following option B. He made up a reason. He said anyone who he only can be in chats where he's dumber than the rest of the chat. If he's smarter than the chat, he gets banned. Okay, that's option B. Or I said option 3, contact Heretic. If you think both option A and B are errors. And he did so. And you got a laugh out of it. You're welcome.
I mean, if he gets banned for being the smartest guy in the room, shouldn't he take that as a win? Shouldn't that be his reward?
Yeah, it's called a booby prize.
Why is he melting down about his reward? You get a reward for doing good work, and then you freak out?
So he
Something's
says,
not adding up.
Here, if you are running, you little bitch. I said option B, right? You don't make any sense at all. Can you talk as normally? You can't. Option C, contact Heretic, right? He said, now I'm going to block you. Run away, bye, bitch. I said, if you block me, you're the one running away.
Why do they set themselves up like this?
Because it's the topic just rots their brain to the point where they make a statement that is logically inconsistent. It doesn't match. It's illogical. It's cognitive dissonance. It's a contradiction. So instead of just accepting it or explaining it, or they just decided to flip out. Like, do you want to be in this room? Okay, you do. But you can't be in rooms where you're the smartest person. So can you dumb yourself down? You can't. Or you can. Which one? Because this is to get with you what you need or want. So I'm purposely okay. I am fine with you inventing you as being the smartest person in your room. The whole globe is built on observer dependency. So you could just observer dependent yourself as the smartest man in the room. That's what Snack, remember the character Snack? He said that he was the smartest man on Earth. And then when that kind of fell apart, he just promoted himself to the smartest man in the universe. He just skipped the galaxy for some reason, just went right to the universe. Like he thought he was cloaked. He came in here with a real cringe thing, like some sort of stupid playbook to get the channel shut down. He got busted. Instead of saying GG, he just cracked.
Hey, Crit, where is the sun right now?
Sky.
Do we know?
It's in the sky. It's up. The sky is up. The sun is up in the sky.
Can you point to it? I mean, would it be possible for you to point to it?
Yeah, yes. I could point to it. Yeah, I definitely could.
Could you do it right now?
No, not right now.
Why not? You don't have a finger?
No, because I don't want to.
But you could, right? But how would you determine where it is right now if you cannot see it?
Same way you would. You would just point.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Well, you couldn't point to it then, could you?
No, I couldn't. That's right.
Okay, so you wouldn't do it then, would you?
Yeah, I would.
You can't? Because you can't? You would do it. You can't. You can't do it.
Is this some kind of retarded guy?
But you could. Whoa, this is not a good.
No, I can't either.
Where? Put your point to the sun, and if yes, how did you determine where it is? This is not the gotcha. I'm just fucking hell, man. We're talking about the fucking sun, right?
The same thing. Well, how about try a rainbow? Should we do a rainbow now and see what happens?
Point at the sun, and then tell me how you point at the sun.
Better question.
There is no sun where I am right now, right? There is no sun.
Okay, so you can't point at it then, can you?
Over the top of us right now.
What is it, over the curve, or where is it?
The curve? What's that?
On top of us.
The curve was it? Well, it must be somewhere, right? Or is it hiding?
Yeah, I just told you where.
In the sky?
I just told you where it was.
It's very general.
I just told you where it was.
Yo, wait,
are you that dense that you can't figure it out, dude? It has to be on the other side of the world.
I don't know where it is. It's dark here, right?
So what? The sun can't go away from you?
It could. It could.
Have you ever gone? Have you ever gone deep? Have you ever gone deep down into the water until it was dark?
I used to swim with the sharks, so yes.
So you understand that light can go away, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we're done.
No, we're not done because your body is like, I can determine where it is, even though I can't see it. Now that's like the technique I'm asking for. How do you use this technique?
It went away, man. It
Come
went
on,
beyond
guys.
your view.
This is a serious consideration. You're joking with me, right?
it's
But
not.
this is a serious consideration.
I'm being very serious. It went away from you to the point that you couldn't see it anymore.
It's what you experience, right?
I can see it tomorrow.
There is that point.
It will come back. Yeah.
It seems like it does, doesn't it? It comes and then it goes.
Do you know that? Is that something you know?
But why is it going away? I mean, what's the motivation?
Is it moving?
The motivation. What motivates the sun to get on the move?
I don't know. Yeah, there must be like a physical...
Some inspiration to get up each day and just keep going around.
Do you see the sun move, or you see the sun not moving?
I see it moving.
Okay, but you think the Earth is moving instead?
I don't know.
Okay, well, good, because that'd be pretty dumb, wouldn't it?
I don't know.
Say, like, you see something move, but you decide, you know what, that's not moving, you're moving instead.
What? Yes, it could be me move. Yeah, it could be me, right?
Do you feel yourself moving?
If you're sitting in a train and you're observing another train, it's very hard to tell if it's...
But you don't know what the motivation is.
Right? So it could be something moving or you moving, right?
Hey, dude, state your claim and state your claim and provide evidence.
That's your dude friend. No, okay. Well, that's all I got for today.
Yeah, so it's like the train.
That's
It's like the little train that could. You saw the train move, and you had to know why. What's the purpose?
Well, the point of bringing this up is that I cannot tell whether I'm moving or the other train when I'm sitting in a train parallel to the
So
other
the train what's a purpose though? Yes, you want
Only
to know
if
what
I
the
can feel like inertia or no, what is
what's
it
the
called?
motivation? What's the motivation for it to move?
There's a physical process, steam or electricity,
Oh, like
driving
Thomas
the
the
train.
train. Like Thomas the
Right,
train
but if the
moves.
sun is just a light, right? What's like
Is it not that? Is it not
mechanism
a light?
behind it?
It's not a light. It's something
It
other than
looks
a
like
light.
a light.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's not that though, right?
Well, it's not
You would say
necessarily.
it looks like a light, but it's not. It's something other than a light. Even though it looks like a light.
But I've seen humans looking like a girl, and they weren't, right? In the end.
Yeah, what do we call that? We call that off topic, right? We're not going to talk about identities of individuals.
That's called an analogy.
Crit strikes again.
Yeah,
It's called a
dude.
mental disorder. That's what it's called.
It's called a breakdown. This is his whole. Suddenly, this is what we were just talking about. If tis globe, not tis globe, then nothing makes tis sense anymore.
Yeah.
Tis
Exactly.
identity. Tis identity.
His
Tis
logic
train.
is, if trans exists, then Earth is a globe. Pretty
And
much.
That's not what he
next
said.
it's gonna
He
be
was using
next
that
it's
as
gonna
an
be lizard
analogy.
people and
So
Jupiter, I swear. So
you're misinterpreting what
No,
he
it
said.
goes right to the Big Bang that came from fucking nothing. Let's believe in that.
Okay, what? So he's not the one. Okay, so you take it up, Void. What? You're the one now. Okay, tis globe, so tis sun moved through tis sky, then tis stationary or tis moving. Blue screened.
Blue screen.
404 air. See, look, they're all keen on squawking when the conversation doesn't revolve around them. But as soon as you shine the flashlight over to them, they freeze like those ghosts in Super Mario, like Haunted House Party.
yes.
Can't any of you rise beyond the level of cheerleader? Come on.
Hey.
Give the other Globers something to cheerlead. Come on, be the one.
Like they come on to us about being flat earthers. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say they come on to us for being flat earthers and we're way out there, but yet they believe in this Big Bang that came from fucking nothing, man. Like literally came from nothing.
Most of them tell you that they believe that just because the only other alternative is creation and they just can't handle. So that's a whole different topic. But yeah.
But that is the topic, though. That's where all this stems from. Like, if you want to go to the beginning of it, like how we always go to prove the curve, prove the fucking Big Bang.
I'm still waiting on proof of gravity and proof of an orbit. So yeah, be waiting a while.
Tell me how it's not a fucking fairy tale, man.
Volcano.
It's an interesting thing though, that you say that.
Volcano.
The whole
earthquake.
Needing to go to the origins of the universe to prove the geometry of the body we live on.
Why wouldn't I? That's the beginning of your story, isn't it?
Well, the beginning of your story is it looks flat, right?
We're not talking about my story. We're talking about your story. And what's the beginning of your story?
Correct.
No.
A fairy
Don't
tale.
know what the beginning of our story is.
Yeah, you do. All your fucking experts and all your scientists that are all on the same page and all have the same story that you look to every day and you bring up in this chat every day that all the scientists know. What do they know? They know the Big Bang, right?
So the Big Bang is a description.
You wanna say that the Big Bang didn't happen? You don't believe in the
Further
Big Bang?
development in technology and advancement in technology, we'll be able to witness the Big Bang because the light from it hasn't reached us yet.
While simultaneously Neil deGrasse Tyson will get paid to tell you and lie to your face and say that it's absolutely nothing. It's 0% of anything out there in the universe. You know, it's literally nothing with a smile on his face. So what is that?
Call that Duper's delight. It's Duper's delight. If he can get you to believe some stupid shit, you think he's laughing.
One eye and then wink at you like a sleazeball. No thanks. Anyway. I'm really not into this GF6 thing I just found out about. Not into that at all.
What, the goat fuckers? Sorry.
I've heard like 5 different, things that it stands for. I don't like any of it. But
Gluten free.
my dad's gluten free. He doesn't probably need to be, but he is. I bet you though, before the end of the day, Crit, we're gonna have another one that comes in here saying, "No, I don't need to be on any more meds than I'm already on." Like that's like my favorite thing for the game of bingo going on. No, I don't need to be on more Prozac. Okay. Made my day yesterday.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, I'm not knocking anybody who goes to a doctor, gets help, and the doctor prescribes a med. Okay, use it, right? Do follow what the doctor orders. Okay, don't worry about what flat earthers say. Okay?
Yeah.
So, but then if you come in here and be like, "Well, I'm off my meds,"
I'm like, no, be a man. Like, come on, we like you. Keep talking. It wasn't a bad thing, right?
Yeah, definitely. I know a lot of people take medication for lots of different reasons.
Yeah, exactly.
But what you shouldn't do is go off your meds and then start blaming other people for why you just are completely incoherent. Go back on your meds.
Mm. Well, I hope he comes back because we didn't even go on after that. I think he just bounced. And I know it was not for the Super Bowl, so.
If you're not scared, unmute me. Option C, contact Heretic. If option A and B are heirs, then you go up the ladder to the boss man. Okay, so you proved you're scared and you're running. Got it. Option B. Whatever subjective bullshit you claim that you can't take questions on or explain, resulting in you getting banned. The reason for you to explain to you if you.
When talking to Crit, should be in parentheses at least. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask who put the 6 on the GF6? Like what that's about?
It used to be Troll Team 6, like SEAL Team 6.
It's the size of the circle.
Got it. Lame.
You've already answered your own question. You don't have to ask.
It's the shared IQ.
Oh, Grim's worried about what did he do? I invite you to look at the server rules and pick the rule you think most like applies. If you do it, I'll unmute you.
That sounds fair.
Oh, someone's got the sound mode.
I thought I heard something.
What's the guy's name? Care Bear or something that's got all the soundboards?
Creation Bear?
Creation Bear.
Yeah, man.
Care
Bear. Still waiting to hear those awesome Schwarzenegger sound clips you've got.
Stop whining. Stop it. You idiot.
Yo, so there's actually people that like be believing the Earth is flat. Like, is that like a real thing?
No.
No, not at all. Yeah, belief is simply not required.
Nope.
What?
Yes, people believe in that shit.
Blue screen.
It's a little retarded. Sorry, y'all. It's like a lot of science and shit. We got NASA.
You just said no, and then you said that's a little retarded.
Yeah, did you brain fart the word no?
No, but like, there's got to be real people, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not a belief. Would it be a belief or not a belief?
What you mean?
Oh, God.
So
like saying,
yeah. So
really
if
believe
you were,
in the weather?
Yeah, so if something is what it is,
Oh,
can
I
you
see what you're
just
saying.
believe it to be
Yeah.
something that's not?
It's a little weird, man.
Yeah, the globe is weird. Does weird shit to your mind, huh?
Yeah, I'm a globalist. Big global guy.
And look what happened. It got you down the pipeline where you didn't understand the word no. Suddenly,
Right.
you know the definition of no is up for debate. It
Chris,
takes globe.
he said he's a big globe guy, so he's probably got all the answers for us.
Yeah, you'll get your one world government here soon, dude. Don't worry.
Big
You
globe
think
guy.
you think he's the one?
The Messiah? No, not me.
You're not going to come in here with globe proof today?
Nah, I can't. I feel like
gave up?
I feel like I'm not that guy. But
You already gave up?
I'm
so
pray for
easy.
you though, brother.
All I had to do to the last guy was ask him what
You
the end.
claimed like you're the Messiah. Pray for
All
us.
I had to do the last time to the last guy was ask him what the N was for in a car, like reverse neutral drive, and he quit. He just couldn't handle that question because
neutral.
Yeah, he didn't know that, so he gave up.
Why? How did the conversation?
Wait, how is that? What does that have to
drift
do with the Earth
end?
being flat?
Yeah, where did that?
I've never felt like
all
a
you have
zoo
to do
animal
is-
until you entered the room, Goose, and said what you said. Are we a type of species of an animal or something on like display? It's pretty interesting with beliefs at that.
So what, Goose? You just have blind faith in the globe?
Blind
Yeah.
faith.
Hey, you got any proof, or just blind faith? You just believe?
I don't know. I feel like
How do you guys
I feel like
explain,
physics
like,
is kind of,
eclipses?
you know,
All right, go. Explain the physics of the globe. Go
there's
for
just
it.
so much evidence and shit, bro. Like, look it up, man.
Go for it, man.
Well, hold on,
Explain it.
let's-
The floor is yours. Explain it.
Dude, I didn't study how to debate like flat earthers, but like I feel
So
like there's
blind
just so
faith.
much.
We get it,
It's
man.
not a. we're
We
not
never
even
use the
talking about
word
a
belief.
debate.
If you
I
believe
just
it's a
asked
globe,
you.
just give us some
You
evidence.
said you said physics, and I said, okay, explain.
Gravity and shit.
Oh my god.
He's not the one.
Is there something in the water over there?
Wait. How do you guys explain the the theory of relativity based off?
So
of
your proof is explain this.
Yeah, explain
Like,
something
do
that we didn't.
do you guys think that's like a solid theory based?
But did we make that claim, or are you asking us to make?
I'm just
to
asking.
explain a claim.
I'm
You don't even know what it is.
not even trying to debate it. I'm actually just like curious.
Debate what? Debate what?
I'm not even trying to like disprove your argument or anything. I'm just
We
asking.
didn't even
like,
come
what
up
you
with
guys-
an argument yet.
Okay, then why so hostile, man? I'm chilling. I'm
Because you
vibing.
came in, you said physics proves the globe. I said, okay, go explain it. And you said gravity and shit.
Well, he called us retards first, I think.
And
I did.
zoo animals with blind beliefs too, that we actually exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's weird, dude. So just come in, explain your claim, and then we can talk about it. Go for it.
There's really no hostility. I'm sorry, Goose. I'm sorry to laugh. No, there's really not.
I'm sorry, I made it. But
Yeah, well, finish eating before you open your mouth.
I got you, bro.
Oh yeah, we'll just go ahead and put him on red, and Cooper, you're up.
Hi, my name is Cooper, and I believe in the globe.
Maybe he's the one.
So I'm curious in whatever
You
flat
had me
Earth
at
model
chef,
you.
so
Okay,
go on.
just talk over me. All right, cool.
No, but you
go
have a
ahead,
belief
Cooper.
system. Yeah. So tell us about your belief
My belief is
Does it
that
involve
the
12
Earth is
steps?
round,
based on.
based off of like the shadow that the Earth casts on the moon during lunar eclipses, and the fact that you can watch sail over the horizon.
Well, one topic to its full conclusion. How about that? Sound good?
Okay, let's do the eclipses.
Oh, cool. Go. Explain eclipses.
Sure. So a lunar eclipse is when the Earth comes in between the sun and the moon, and the Earth casts a shadow on the moon, and we can see that on the moon as a round crescent.
Now explain Salinellian eclipses.
Frantic Googling.
So I don't know what that is. I forgot it's push to talk. I was talking to you. Hold on. Did I say was any of that said out loud?
Salinellian eclipses. Explain that then. 'Cause
Okay,
that
so
kind of
I
works
don't know what a selling
against what
eclipse.
you
I just want to stick on one thing. So let's just talk about regular lunar
Yeah, well,
eclipses.
you said
We're going to talk
eclipses,
about
so we're
lunar
gonna go through
lunar eclipses. Are selenilian
Sure.
eclipses? All
What's a
of them.
selenilian eclipse?
The way
What
you
is it?
see them, it doesn't matter.
Look it up, man.
Okay, so you can't explain any
No,
of
the,
this.
the problem is you should, if you're going to use eclipses, don't cherry pick. Use all the eclipses.
Okay, find me a picture of a lunar eclipse that has a fucking straight line across of it.
Yeah, it's not a straight
What?
line. Look at the ones in the chat.
Yeah, I'm explaining. So, like, can you draw me like a MS Paint
At
like
four,
thing of
at
what
30,
what it works
dude,
like? And
dude, relax. At 39 minutes after the hour, there's a straight line going, making a curved shadow. How come?
I don't understand the statement.
I know you're just wasted. Go to 39 minutes in text and look at that and tell me what that is. That orange has a curved shadow. So, what are you talking about? I don't see a line.
You wouldn't see a line. You would see a curve of the curvature of the
So
Earth.
why
Hold on,
would-
let's
why
see.
did you
You
say
want me
you
to go
don't see a
to
line? Why did
30?
you
You want
say
me to
you
go
don't
to
see a line?
39? What am I going to here in chat?
A time.
I see pictures of eclipses. I see pictures of eclipses that are normal. I don't understand why. Like,
He's already talking about something he hasn't looked at yet.
Yep. Uh-huh.
no, I'm looking at the pictures of eclipses in chat. Is that what you're referring to?
Did you listen to what he said? He said, "Look at the orange." There's
The
an
orange.
orange.
I see the orange. Yes,
Is that a straight line going across it or curved?
that looks like a straight line going across of it.
What? He's done. He already blew.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. The glyph wasn't playing until I clicked it. My bad. Yeah, it looks like a curved line.
Okay, so there goes your
Cameras on the side.
debunk.
Though. What happens if the camera's right above the orange?
Yeah, you don't think the scale, the distance is?
No, it's not just that because look, the camera's on the side of the orange. If the camera was right above it,
Yeah, it
probably
would be.
see a line.
You don't know what causes the moon to do that. So
That's
far,
Yeah, we do.
So
It's
when you,
yeah.
so
You,
when you,
you,
wait,
okay.
so when you're on the
So
Earth, when you're on the Earth, if you just change camera angles, then you get a curve and a straight line. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying
Yeah,
the
it took me a
video.
long way
Right?
to
Like,
hold
if
on
you
one
do
second.
this
My kid's talking to
experiment-
me. One second. One second. One second.
Oh, sorry.
You were talking about camera angles to the shadow, correct?
No, I just said no. Like on this, just the video itself is not the best.
Yes. What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
know.
Camera angles to the shadow.
Yeah, it
Sorry,
was.
my kid came in. Okay.
Were you talking
So yeah,
about angle?
the
Shut
camera
up.
is off on. Okay, rude.
Were you talking about camera angles to the shadow?
I did, yeah.
I believe we were, yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you change your camera angle when you're on the Earth, does that make it straight and curved?
If I had a big enough camera far enough away, yeah, maybe. Or
On
no, it
the
wouldn't,
Earth.
because the Earth is round.
To the moon. Is that far enough?
So you're saying
Think about
no,
you
it's
being
not,
a camera
because that's not the
angle.
point of projection. The point of projection is the Earth, so
Oh
you
my
would need
god,
behind that.
you're retarded.
You're
No, I'm not.
projecting, dude.
Well, I don't. Okay,
Yeah.
so
So the
you
rest
guys,
of the rest of the eclipses you were looking at are daylight. It's a lunar eclipse during the day. How does that happen? Sun's in the air, moon's in the air.
You didn't
and
even let
it's
him
an
explain a
eclipse.
lunar eclipse, so you just
yeah,
immediately
you guys
went to
just cut me off
Saturnalia.
and talked
We
about
already
Saturnalia.
know
Right?
what you mean by an eclipse.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
You
just
guys already
pointing it out for
know.
you.
You guys
Not
are
giving you
completely
time to
bought
think
into this.
about
I
it.
get
Just
it.
go ahead and answer.
Okay, what am I answering? Ask the question again.
If the moon is in the air and the sun is in the air and it's daylight, how do you get a lunar eclipse at night?
You get it from the light from the sun? I don't know. I don't even know. Are lunar eclipses can you even see those during the night? I have no idea.
What?
Who cares? Let's talk about lunar eclipses during the day, because that one
You did.
it's
Well,
the
you
same, right?
did.
It's all
So
the same, right?
now your
It's all the same, right?
sun,
They're all
now
the
your
same lunar
sun,
eclipses, right?
yeah,
So
now
why
your
do we care if
sun
they're
is
happening at
up.
night?
Your sun, Earth, and moon don't line up anymore. Good job.
Sun in the sky, moon
Yes,
in the sky
at
the same time.
Can I? Do I need to stream an MS Paint here to explain this? I know
Yeah,
it doesn't
yeah,
help.
go
I know.
on.
I know the crowd. I
Do
know
it.
the crowd I'm talking to, so
Do
I
it.
know it won't help.
I love seeing these.
Wow,
Do it.
that was said.
It was indeed.
So he's going to draw a sun in the air above the Earth and then a moon in the air above the Earth, and he's going to show us how the sun shines down on the Earth in the shadow, jumps up to the moon.
Gonna
And
be
I'm
super
not even going to.
excited.
I'm not,
Just like World of
not even
Warcraft.
going to give the punchline to that
Do
yet.
lunar eclipses actually happen during the day? I don't think so.
Okay. I don't think it does either. Grab
No, it
yourself a
doesn't.
light bulb, and grab yourself a soccer ball.
You're
and
talking
grab
about
yourself
the
a
Reddit video
baseball.
where that guy was trying to disprove flat Earth by his own example, aren't you?
I have no fucking idea what Reddit video you're talking about. I just think this push to talk thing is cancer.
Well, the problem is you're playing a video game at the same time you're trying to talk. Put down your
No,
World of Warcraft. Just put down the World of Warcraft for a
I
second.
did close it, dumb fuck. Look, am I in it anymore?
Just type /camp, and you'll be all right. You can get back to your playing with your virtual Barbie doll when you're done talking.
Am I
Burn! Oh gosh, sorry.
on WoW right now? Am I playing WoW?
Dude, you were playing WoW, and you're bitching about push to talk.
Uh-huh.
So put down your virtual Barbie doll.
What? Why do you think I fucking quit playing WoW, motherfucker? Are you retarded?
Oh, wow. He's angry.
How old are you?
Well, you're like, let's talk about Flat Earth. I don't want to talk about you guys not liking me in general.
No, it's just about you're playing with your.
I said you're angry. I didn't say I didn't like you. I like angry people.
Yeah, you're playing with your virtual Barbie dolls, not wondering what's going on. So let's put down the virtual Barbie doll and have a conversation.
I can assure you, nobody.
You know what?
dislikes
I
you.
play with real Barbie dolls, so you can't get me there, right, motherfucker?
Wonderful.
All right. So
You can
anyway,
play dress up later.
They have skin
I
too.
love playing
Great.
dress up.
But I can really assure you, Cooper, nobody dislikes you. We're just waiting on a conversation.
Is it Barbie cards?
Well, I mean,
Barbie card GTA?
Anyway, hold on one second. Oh, I can't stream into this channel. Never mind. Yeah, I can't. It doesn't let me.
You must need higher roll.
Yeah, he's rank 1. He just joined the server like today.
Oh, nice.
So
I guess you're on a
came right into find the flat earthers.
If you guys, I mean, I've been here a while. I'm not very active in here, but I've been here before.
I always notice South Park references. I saw.
So, I just the lunar eclipse thing is driving me nuts. like that demonstration. I apparently, so this has been demonstrated before. It sounds like you know the demonstration I'm talking about.
No.
Or not even that I'm talking about, but like a demonstration that displays what I'm talking about. You take 3 round objects, one produces a light, and the middle one casts a shadow on the other. I don't know why that's complicated.
I didn't know what a lunar eclipse was before this.
I have never
now
heard
take
of
the light bulb.
like 90% of people in the world. I've never heard of that specific
Dude,
name for
take
a
your
lunar
light
eclipse.
bulb and your basketball and your tennis ball, whatever you're gonna do, and now do it live. Oh, you might not have OBS and you can't do it in here anyway. So anyway, hold the light bulb above the ball that's in the middle, and the end ball, put that above so the light from the light bulb shines directly on the bulb, and that's your lunar eclipse. No Earth in
So
between.
hold on. So
But lunar eclipse don't happen
why
every
that
day, man.
the lunar eclipse is so I don't understand what is your model's explanation for lunar eclipses? I don't understand. What's the
I don't
alternative that
need
you're
one. I
suggesting?
already debunked yours. I don't need an excuse or explanation for it. I debunked yours.
Okay, gotcha. Faith.
No, your explanation actually isn't supported by any proof. It's just a story.
Sure. I can. Well, we can go over it again. So I guess I need to draw this out for myself so I can understand what the fuck you're even talking about.
Yeah. Put 3 balls in a triangle pattern on a piece of paper, and the one on the left, make that the sun, shine directly to the moon all the way on the right, and leave
Okay,
the Earth
I'm sorry.
underneath
I was
down below.
confused by just how nonsensical that is. There wouldn't.
Well,
There's no
I
fucking
posted
thing
live.
in between. So there's nothing to
video
cast
of
a
it
shadow.
for you.
So
I
there's no
posted-
lunar
I
eclipse. So
posted
that would be a time
images
of day
it
that we.
happening for you.
That would be a time we
spaz out.
call normal time when a lunar eclipse is not happening.
Well,
that would just be
it
normal
seems to
time.
happen in the
Normal time.
images
That
I
is, you know,
posted. You haven't
So-
looked at anything yet.
Wait, so the question is how, so you're wandering outside, right? And then you look at the moon, the sun is out, right? But then you still see a shadow on the moon.
Earth
So your
is
question
round. Yeah.
So Korea, your question is how is that working, right? How does the shadow still
No,
have Earth's?
no, I didn't ask that.
Obviously not a syzygy.
My
no, he
my
wants me to
idea.
explain it in detail.
No, my idea was if somebody's gonna say the lunar eclipse is my proof of X, but only use about 10% or a very small fraction of all the eclipses, to me that sounds like they're cherry picking at best.
Can you show me a lunar eclipse that does not put a crescent-shaped shadow on the moon?
It's not about the crescent-shaped shadows. Like, how do you even know that's a shadow to begin with?
What the fuck is it?
Yeah. You think that while you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, that the ground below you is somehow casting a shadow onto
No,
the
the
moon?
moon's casting its own shadow. What do you mean?
Whoa,
So the moon's
dude.
casting its own shadow. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
obviously.
it's
If
not
you
an
take a
eclipse
sphere and
anymore.
put it, half of it is gonna
Like,
be
this would
dark.
make sense if the sun shot light in a fucking beam, not an area. Like,
Yeah, you're lost, huh?
No, I just don't get. Right? Is that not
no,
right?
it's just
Doesn't the
no.
moon just
It
cast its own
is
shadow?
just flat Earth.
That's why they have. That's why the moon can have a shadow during the
Because
day. Because it's a sphere. Why would it? The Earth wouldn't have to be in the way for it to have a shadow. It's a
So
sphere.
we're talking
half
about
of-
lunar eclipses, not phases.
No, I mean, but he's asking like, how can the moon, right? Because obviously we've been outside and we've seen the moon, and it's not always the full moon out, right? During the day, I mean, like we can sometimes see the moon, and he's asking, how is that even possible?
We're
How
not
does it
talking
still have
about
shadow?
phases of the moon.
No.
We're talking about eclipses.
So there's an eclipse, a lunar eclipse, in which
No, I know.
sun
I
is
think I'm
visible
just
above the
responding to
horizon,
someone else.
and the moon is visible above the horizon. And the claim is somehow that the ground, while you're observing that the ground below you is casting a shadow onto the moon.
Up into the air onto the
About a
moon from your
lunar, yeah. There's
feet.
no lunar eclipses during the day, my guy. There's no full
I
lunar
just
eclipse
posted
during
them
the day.
for you, my guy.
Which one? The full lunar eclipse. So you cannot see the moon during the day, yet there's a lunar eclipse happening. Sorry, I must have not seen it, but full lunar eclipse during the day. I don't think I've never seen that. Maybe I'm wrong though.
It's got other problems too with it.
So it's not a full lunar
We haven't
eclipse.
even gone there
It's a
yet.
partial lunar eclipse. Okay. Sorry, I thought you were talking about like a full lunar eclipse during the day. I was like, oh, that's impossible.
Yeah, I
thought that was impossible.
How do you know?
No, because I also like think that I know that the Earth is I guess a sphere, and I guess the
You
only way for
know?
full lunar. Well, yeah. Yeah, but
He knows it in the same way that you know it's flat, bro. Except he
so it's
has
not-
facts behind him.
It's not again. It doesn't matter to Cooper, right? But I'm just
I know,
saying,
I
like
know.
I thought, like the full lunar eclipse would. The only way that I can think of is that the Earth is fully in the way of the sun's rays. So a partial lunar eclipse is possible during daylight, but a full lunar eclipse is impossible during daytime. Because again, like you said, obviously you can't take a
an
flashlight.
explanation. What's the proof?
Oh, there's never been a lunar eclipse, a full lunar eclipse during the day ever in the history of mankind. I don't think so.
Okay, so you have an explanation. You have an idea of what's causing the lunar eclipse. How do you know it is that?
No, I'm not talking about the lunar. Again, I was just talking about the examples. That's all. Because I thought somebody stated that a full lunar eclipse is possible during the day. I don't.
We're just
I don't
talking
really.
about what has been termed Selenelian eclipse, or otherwise known as
Yeah, I don't know about
impossible
that. That was
eclipse.
somebody else's. That was Cooper's. I don't know about whatever that thing is. Never researched it. That's somebody else's conversation.
Okay.
I gave you the globe explanation. So how does it work?
Sure. So as you can see, the shadow there kind of looks like a round Earth. This is the different moving. This is like the different rotations as the Earth spins and the moon spins and blah blah blah. It comes in different views through the shadow. This is the moon moving on its course through the shadow of the Earth with the sun. If you were to assume,
So we're
if you're
standing on the
looking at
bottom
this
then?
like the north,
So we're
the
standing on the
darkest part of
bottom?
the moon is the north. We're
So we're
standing on the
standing on the
top of the
bottom of the
sun.
Earth?
Mm-hmm.
We're standing on the bottom then.
Oh. Sure, if you wanted to say if you want to, I mean, it's all relative because it's a sphere, but sure.
I see. So if we're standing on the
Right.
bottom, we got to flip that picture over.
Okay, what does that do for you?
Make sure Eclipse not work. Because you didn't notice the shadows upside down in the images I posted. It doesn't work at all, no matter how you stand.
I believe it would depend on what hemisphere you're on, and yeah.
No.
And what orientation the photo is taken at.
No.
No, none of these things matter. None of these affect it.
No.
Okay.
There it is, another one. Shadows on the
Well,
top. Sun's coming
shadows
up.
on the top.
Yeah, sun's coming up. Shadows on the top.
How do you know?
Okay, so red one. Imagine rotating yourself around the globe and looking from it from your upside down perspective. The shadow would appear to be on the other side, right?
And then it wouldn't be sunny out anymore, would it?
No, you'd still be in the dark.
Okay, so that one's out. Any more guesses?
Well, Daza, you're saying that the Selenilian eclipse is observer dependent. It's not going to appear that way for everybody, just one observer.
The direction of it, right? So if you all the images you see describing it, they show the top of the Earth with the sun on the left and the moon on the right, typically, right? With that Earth casting a shadow across onto the moon. So if you're standing on top of the Earth and looking at the moon, you would see the shadow on the bottom.
Yeah, but the shadow's on top.
Yeah. But if you then rotate yourself round, so that would be the moon rise view of it. If you are on the other way and the moon's just setting and you're watching the moon set, your view is upside down of that. So you're looking at what would appear to have the shadow on the top and the light on the bottom.
But the problem is that would be nighttime then. You have to have the sun in the sky at the same time.
Oh, yeah. So you, as an observer of that, you wouldn't be able to see the sun. You would see the eclipse from a different perspective.
Well,
but you wouldn't see the sun in the sky at the same time.
Well, okay.
Racist.
The issue is you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and the shadow is upside down. The shadow's coming from the top side instead of the bottom side. There's lots of problems. The Selenilian that's what they call it. Okay, it's not flat earthers who named it this, okay? The globe people said this observation is not possible. They call it the impossible eclipse. They really don't have an explanation for it.
It's not possible, right?
They don't have an explanation for it. It's
Wait, can
unexplained.
you even see the sun during a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, so the Selenian eclipse you can. It's right when the eclipse happens on the very edge of the Earth. So the sun is just setting and the moon is just rising, and you get a partial eclipse.
Okay,
The
but
moon is
normally, most eclipses don't
The moon
do that,
is in
right?
the sky, as I posted, and the sun is rising.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. 1 second. So most of the time, the eclipses, like the sun isn't in the sky most of the time, right? For most eclipses.
We're not talking about your other
Shut
time.
the fuck up! I'm not talking to you, Mr. Nice.
So, you guys going to give me the other reasons why this happens then? Daza?
Discord just crashed on me. So are we looking at sunrises or sunsets in these photos? It makes a difference.
It's in the morning. The sunset in the morning.
Mr. Nice, you get all the love, huh?
I do.
Valid.
Dude, remember, turn your mic off when you're eating, you pig.
Wait, me?
Or whoever it was.
I'm eating popcorn, bro.
Yeah, it's you then. We'll meet you if you can't.
I'm gonna say for once it wasn't me. Good.
I asked if it was me. I'll mute myself. Don't worry.
That should be like normal for people to do. You shouldn't have to ask, should I mute myself if you guys hear me eating?
Well, I'll just respond to that stupid comment. I didn't say that. I asked if it was me, right? Who lit up? Because this is a huge room. And I didn't think the audio would be picked up by me eating because I don't eat into my microphone. So it's just a polite gesture. Could be someone else, but it's okay that you're not informed or polite.
Anyway, either way, the explanation for a lunar eclipse we're given by mainstream is not what we observe. It just simply isn't. But what's the evidence that that explanation is the correct one?
I guess we can just eliminate that as proof now because that's all we got was basically nothing.
What's going on with London? Did I just get here and notice that?
What's up? What have I done?
Cool, welcome.
Hey.
Oh, I actually just searched up like how the special eclipse, I guess, how the light seems like upside down.
Yeah, I get it. You frantically Googled, and that's okay.
No,
but just
no,
admit
that's
it.
just for my own because I never seen this.
Is there
Right? This is
anything
the first
wrong
time
with
knowing of
Googling
this.
things to learn?
No, yeah.
No,
The problem
Cooper,
is that when
just let it
people
go.
replace the Google with their noodle, instead of thinking things out,
Yeah,
they
just feel
don't.
things with your gut. Just
No,
trust your gut.
No, just think. Use your noodle. Use the sharpest tool. You got
Okay.
a toolbox. Pick the sharpest tool for the job. And most people just reach for the Google when they could have just sought it out. Daza tried.
Okay.
You can make it.
So
you can
here's the
make it
thing,
seem.
thought experiment. I wanna go back on the eclipse thing. So if you draw 3 circles, one medium, one small, one little. You can do this on paper. It'll make you guys more comfortable. So that'll be nice and flat. You draw a triangle from the sun and just like draw it to a point, whatever, and you can just pretend that that's the light coming off of it. You put the Earth in the middle of it to where it is going to hit both edges of the triangle. And you take your third little dot and you put it right on the edge of that triangle you made. So you can stand on in the light, you can see the moon, and half of the light for the sun is hitting it, and half of the moon is covered in shadow.
I guess I'll have to draw it for him since he doesn't understand.
Yeah,
So
but
what
that's
is
actually
this,
what I,
like?
no, because Cooper, the shadow's on the wrong side, right? That's
So
supposed to be
whoever's got the best
that's supposed
story
to be-
wins. Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, but Cooper's
Couldn't-
saying this.
well,
That's actually what's cool. Is that the
Is
shadow's
the
on
shadow?
That's your
I think the
That's
shadow
the
on the wrong
explanation.
side would be explained by being in the other hemisphere and looking at it from
No,
the
it's
other
not.
side of the
Actually,
Earth.
I looked into this, and what's cool, I
Wouldn't
didn't
it?
know this. I mean, I heard of this word, right? Refraction and stuff, but I didn't actually understand. So apparently, Earth's
There
atmosphere,
it is.
right? It refracts light. Suppose I don't know.
Yep.
And a
Yep.
guy tested it out, and it worked. He put actually a refractor. I mean, of course it would work. Actually, it would just switch the light. So I don't know.
Yes,
This is
you
what
don't
the
know.
explanation because the atmosphere would refract light.
You guys are funny.
Yeah.
Now
I
you're
guess I don't
saying,
know how the
now you're saying
refraction
that
of the light.
you're
and
seeing.
the, so you're saying that the atmosphere acts as
So
like a
refraction,
lens and refracts the light.
right? So refraction, yeah. So refraction is causing you to see from one half of your globe what someone should be seeing on the other half of it. It's amazing. It's making the moon appear to be thousands of fucking kilometers away from where it actually is. Cool story, bro.
Now go
I
ahead.
don't know,
I
man.
drew
I
a picture
just
for you. Now
I
draw
said
how the shadow.
I
Draw
said
how the
supposedly.
shadow from the Earth, from the sun is hitting the Earth and the moon at the same time. Now draw the shadow from the Earth up onto the moon, upside down for me. I started you with a starter package.
Yeah, that wouldn't that just be normal time? That wouldn't be a lunar eclipse because
Well,
there's
that's
no
what we
shadow
see.
from the sun
That's
being.
what we
that's no,
see. That's what we see.
Okay,
The
see how
sun and the moon.
you see how there's a straight path from the light to the moon with nothing
Yep.
in between it?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, there's no shadow. There's nothing to cast a shadow, so that wouldn't cause a lunar eclipse.
Well, then
That wouldn't
then I
work
guess
in my
you're-
model
I
that
guess
I'm
you're-
presenting.
I guess it's not a shadow of Earth, is it?
Okay, what is it?
Who cares? I debunked you.
Who cares? Okay.
That's not.
I think. Why don't you just say I don't know
No,
instead
it's
of who
not that.
cares?
But
kind
that's
of,
not actually
just-
what it looks like. The sun would almost be to the left. The Earth would be
Yeah,
barely
it's
in the
silly.
middle. Just the little tip of it would be covering. I mean, I would think so. I don't think that's actually what that.
Yeah. Hold on.
I don't think that's
You
just
think you're seeing a
daytime.
refracted shadow?
I don't. I mean, that's what people say. I don't think. I've never seen this. I've never seen this lunar eclipse.
Upside down refracted shadows. So you got to throw all that together. It gets
Is it-
better and better each time they come up with this.
I don't know this stuff. All right, I'm not on any side. I'm just looking at the evidence. That's all. So, can you explain how Earth's atmosphere doesn't cause it, because I don't know if they can.
Not on any side, dude. Stop pretending like you weren't indoctrinated by the water ball. Not a good look.
So you want me to say now? Okay, I'm going to give you refraction, so that means you can no longer use celestial navigation.
Oh.
Now what are you going to do? Now you're going to sit on an island and die because you don't know how to go anywhere because of refraction.
We calculate it. We allow for it. We measure it, and we incorporate it into things.
And so
I'll
now
give you your convergent
Yeah,
sunlight, but you can't have Eratosthenes now. Sorry.
Oh, that one's
Maverick,
out
go.
too. Wow, they lost celestial navigation and Eratosthenes.
No.
Can I ask about your picture, Mr. Nice?
Sure.
So you have the moon and the sun above the Earth, and that's supposed to like disprove that the Earth is not in between them in the lunar eclipse, right?
That's what we see.
So yes, okay. Is that the whole? Because I looked up the Selenian eclipse, so I'm just asking.
That's what we see. I just drew what we see. And if you're going to draw something different than what we see, I don't know what to tell you.
So yes, I guess. You didn't give me a clear answer.
I drew what we see. Is that
During the
not clear?
Selenian eclipse, right?
You want to make them solid colors?
Is it the Selenian eclipse you're drawing? Is it a representation of that?
For your world, yeah. That's exactly how it is in your world.
Just in general.
I could tell you about the Selenian eclipse I saw in November of 2022. You can also check this on time and date. But on the East Coast, early in the morning, the moon was about 24 degrees elevation in the sky as the sun was coming up in the morning. And as the morning progressed and the sun came up higher, the sun moves a little faster than the moon, and the moon was setting. The moon was turning more and more eclipsed, which is interesting because as the more the sun comes into direct contact facing the moon, the more the moon gets eclipsed.
It's like Bizarro Land. It's reverse of what should happen.
Yeah, so like the moon is setting right out in the west, and the sun is coming up, and the two are above the horizon quite clearly, and the moon goes into full eclipse.
So that disproves that the Earth is in between the two bodies, correct? Or
Well, yeah, you wouldn't predict this with the heliocentric model.
because
Not only is the shadow backwards, but the movement is backwards. It's one of the funkiest things we can see, and it's quite telling.
Am I not allowed? Am I get like blocked from adding stuff to chat?
It's the only red shadow that we seem to observe in nature. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's another point. So as soon as the moon gets fully eclipsed, right, it starts off like a black shadow sweeping across the moon. And as soon as that black shadow is done sweeping across the moon starts to turn rust, like brown and red. And then it turns really brown and red when it's supposedly fully eclipsed.
Didn't Neil deGrasse
Like sunset, hey?
Yeah, didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson tell us to stop looking at lunar eclipses? They're boring.
Yeah.
He did. I could hear it right from the horse's mouth. I got a clip of it.
Glover, stop looking at eclipses, he's telling you, because it's going to give away a secret.
You know, it's not just the Selenian that's challenging the heliocentric model. It's polar eclipses and sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. I mean, gosh, in 2017, south of McMurdo Base in Antarctica, a giant total solar eclipse, passive totality, swept over right by the South Pole base. And all these Antarctic researchers like captured it on camera and stuff, and it doesn't make any sense.
How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, like how does the South Pole have a total passive eclipse during a solar eclipse?
I'm trying to pass this out in my mind in the globe model.
Yeah, like you can
an eclipse of the
look
sun,
it up,
or
and
what
that's
was
the
it?
funniest thing. It's like 2017 Antarctic eclipse.
Why would that be weird?
Well, passive totality sweeps completely over the South Pole.
Yeah, but it's not over the South Pole. It's over the Antarctic, not the South Pole.
Well, yeah, I mean it's pretty
yeah,
close. It's south of McMurdo.
Yeah, but it's not the South Pole, right? It's just on the Antarctic. It's still a couple thousand kilometers from the South Pole.
I don't know if it's that much. I mean, what's McMurdo base in terms of latitude? It's like
I mean, Mr. Nice just posted the video of the suppose. I think that's what that was.
No, that's 2020. It says on it.
Oh, okay. Bad. Right. Yeah.
It shows how wobbly shadows should look on balls in the sky. We don't see that on the moon. So there's another debunk for you. So since you brought it up, you pointed to it.
What do you mean wobbly?
Now you
What do you mean
explain why you
wobbly?
don't get wobbly circles. Yeah.
You mean
Yeah,
like
funny
pixelated
satellite
because the
pictures don't
medium
show
is
us that.
pixelated?
That's from NASA too, so
NASA shows us the wobbly stuff with CGI, but when they try to show us real images of eclipse shadows, they never look that way.
no,
Do you know
it's
why
just
that is?
a straight shadow.
Yeah, do you know why that is?
Yeah, NASA's full of shit.
No, because we're the ones causing the shadow. We're looking at the shadow head on.
Wow.
If you look at it from some other vantage point, you're going to see how it slides across the side of the globe. But we don't have that vantage point.
You know what that sounds like? Fake news.
I mean, just think about it for half a second.
You think about it. How do you get a sun and moon in the sky and the Earth below it and get a shadow up on the moon upside down from the Earth?
Yeah, so when you say in the sky, they're on the horizon, right? The moon is setting and the sun is rising. They're not high in the sky.
They're pretty high, like at about 16 degrees
Not at the same
elevation. The
time.
moon enters total lunar eclipse.
Not at the same time.
Yeah, the sun was up. I'm looking at the freaking sun, and I'm looking at the moon, and the moon is in full eclipse.
Can you show me?
Right now I'm driving, but you can Google this yourself. And
I have-
there are bajillions of pictures of Selenelian lunar eclipses.
I've seen
People,
them.
videos.
None of them
There's
show
a
the
really
sun in the
good one
sky
on
at the same
Mauna
time.
Kea, where
They're
the guy
not
went up to
full
the top of Mauna Kea in Hawaii and videoed the sun up and the moon up at the same time from on top of Mauna Kea.
Can you pull over and post your pictures?
Well, actually, don't do that.
Just go to our home server and look at the Selenelian eclipse thing in our library.
All the ones that I've seen either show the moon and don't show the sun, or show the sun and the moon on the horizon.
Yeah, that's a problem, isn't it?
No?
Yeah, the sun and the moon on the horizon, above the horizon.
Yeah, that's without taking into account refraction.
Yeah, so how's Earth in syzygy? And same with sunrise and sunset solar eclipses. You can't have the sun, moon, and Earth in syzygy in either of those and have people view the same eclipse from different locations.
Maybe they think that the gravity bends the shadow around the Earth and casts it up onto the moon.
Nobody thinks
Dude, it's got to be bendy, warpy space-time, man. Yeah.
What does the sun and the moon above the horizon debunk?
No, I mean it would debunk it 100%. Right?
What does it
No,
debunk? I'm asking what it debunks.
Oh, it debunks. I suppose
The fact that it's the Earth casting the
yeah.
shadow.
That's the
Yeah,
Earth,
the
right?
heliocentric model itself out the
something
window.
else. It's some unknown magical thing that's casting, that's doing all this magical stuff in the sky that we don't know about. Or we can take into account refraction, but they don't want to do that.
Well, you
I don't
can't
even-
claim
I don't-
refraction because everything's moving in the opposite direction for it to be refraction, and then you're stuck with a shadow that's fucking red.
But if the moon is in
The
west
sun
and the sun
becomes
is in
red
the east,
when
isn't the
it's-
Earth in between the two?
The moon becomes red when it's supposedly fully eclipsed by the Earth.
What does the color have to do with it?
It's supposed to be a red shadow. Have you ever seen a red shadow in your life?
No.
From a red light
Yeah.
source.
That's not in your heliocentric model, is the moon being its own light source.
How do you
The
explain the
shadow is-
moon becoming red during? How do you explain the moon becoming orange? Like there's different
shadow
particles in the
doesn't become
atmosphere.
red, though.
Like the light wavelengths passing through the atmosphere change depending on where the sun is coming through.
Why is there light
and
coming from the moon
chimes-
when it's being? Why is there light coming from the moon when it's in Earth's shadow?
Because only part of it is an Earth shadow. That's why we can see it.
No, but the whole thing is in Earth's shadow. That's what happens with lunar totality.
But you can still see the around the corona of it, the edges.
No, we're talking about the moon. The moon is what's supposedly being blocked by the sun.
Oh yeah, I don't think you
Sorry, I
can.
mean by the
see it.
Earth. By the Earth, sorry. It's a lunar eclipse. So in this case, you had the moon that's in the west and it's setting, but it's still way above the horizon. And you have the sun coming up in the east and it's above the horizon.
If this is the video that old dude posted, I can't tell that the sun is actually above the horizon here. For that matter, it's hard to see where the horizon is
All right.
below the
So
moon.
what do you
I'll
think
give
is
you that
creating
one.
the light? What do you think's creating the light on
The
people?
sun is creating the light. No one's
casting
doubting
a
that. What I'm
shadow.
saying is it's hard to see how high it is. Even if a portion of the sun is above the horizon, that glare is going to just circle around it anyway. It's going to look like a circle, but that could just be glare from a portion of the sun rising above the horizon.
Yeah, that's a problem.
No, it's not. The sun being
All right,
on the
well, go ahead and
horizon and the moon
diagram it
being
out,
on.
dude. Go ahead and show us an MS Paint. Maybe you'll be the
I'll
one.
do you one better than that. Hold on.
You're going to show what? From an astronomy textbook that shows like a 30-degree bend in the path of light and also in the wrong direction?
No. All right. So do you see my
Well,
my
we've
screen?
seen these before.
Okay. So if you imagine, let me make this.
Don't forget the shadows coming in a lunar Selenelian eclipse. When the moon is setting, the shadows coming from the top of the moon down.
Correct. Which is what you would see if you were, let's say, in Europe or Africa, right? As the Earth, the important thing to remember is that the Earth is rotating faster than the orbit of the moon, right? So if you're in, let's say, what's over there? Italy or the UK or Northern Africa, or even over here, you start in night and you see the moon start to get eclipsed. And as you get to dawn, excuse me, as you get to dawn, the sun is rising and that shadow is creeping down the moon. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's the claim. Yeah, that's what we see.
Yeah.
So what's causing the shadow?
The Earth. This is the Earth's shadow over here.
Earth is below the moon.
Hey, let's prove that.
What do you
Yeah.
mean Earth is below the moon?
Earth
Yeah,
is
and the
below the
shadow's
moon.
coming
You're
down
looking-
from the top of the moon.
Yeah,
Yes.
the shadow's coming from top down on the moon, and it's the sun is up the same time as the moon is setting.
Yeah, as you're going from dark to light, that's the sun rising, right? That's what you would see. On your left, you would see the sun begin to rise.
Talking like
as the
that's
moon
just a
starts
normal thing.
Okay, that's fine. They're both above the horizon. The sun
All
and the
right,
moon
and
are
I've
both-
seen like what we're
they're-
talking about, so
They're
no.
both above the horizon.
Both
so
on
how
the
is the
horizon.
shadow? How is the supposed shadow coming from top down?
I'm showing this is the top down. This is the explanation for the top down.
No,
The fact that you can
dude,
see them both at the same time,
stop for a
that's just
second. It's
refraction.
already been posted. It's in
That is
live
so-
feed.
Hold on. It's
22
refraction.
after.
So Eratosthenes is out. Earth's flat.
Hold on. Old dude posted it. It's at 22 minutes after. There's the image of the one I'm talking about. That's from New Mexico, I believe.
And I saw it at about 4 a.m. or 3 a.m., like looking just like that in every phase with my own eyes between 3 and 4:30 a.m. in Kansas City, Missouri, like not even that long ago. So yeah, that shit's amazing.
Yes, this is the
Was that a
shadow
Selenian
creeping
eclipse
down.
or an ordinary eclipse?
It looked like it was a Pac-Man coming out, just like what that picture showed. So thank you, old dude. Yeah.
But Selenian or ordinary eclipse?
How is it lit from the wrong side?
It's not lit from the wrong side. This is
Why is
exactly what I just showed.
the occlusion or the shadow, as you call it, is coming from top down. But yet the Earth is below the moon, and
What do you mean the Earth is below the moon? What does that mean?
well, you see the ground below the moon there, don't you?
Yeah.
At
That's supposed
22
to be
minutes
casting
after
a
the
shadow.
hour, you're looking at the chat, aren't you? And at
Yeah.
22 minutes after.
Did you see what I showed a moment ago?
But wait a minute, we're talking about this one. So why
It's
is the
the same
shadow coming
thing.
from top down?
It's the same thing.
No, you're not
Okay, well, I
showing
didn't see
anything.
it, but that's fine. We're on it now.
Yeah, your stuff didn't show up. We didn't see it.
No?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't see it.
I my perms got turned off to put stuff in here too, so maybe it's locked.
Can you see it now?
Let me scroll.
The thing I'm streaming.
You can't stream to this one. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. I didn't see you were streaming. Let me
Okay.
see if I watch
He is
stream.
now. He wasn't before.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm watching the stream.
Sorry, that's what I was asking. So, if you are in Europe or North Africa or even like sub-Saharan, right? You start in nighttime and you see the moon is coming into the shadow, right?
Yeah.
So as the Earth rotates, as it rotates faster than the orbit of the moon, right? The shadow is creeping down, and as you go from dark to day, right, from night to day, you're going to see the moon setting.
That's totally wrong.
But the sun is above the horizon at the same time.
On the horizon, and for
No,
that,
it's
Above
rising.
the horizon.
If this was going to be your ultimate glow proof, it's failed already.
I'm just explaining the Selenalian.
No, it's above the horizon. The sun and the moon are both above the horizon.
You guys tried this before.
Okay,
and
show me
failed
that.
to find
Show
horizon.
me the sun and the moon far above the horizon, like in Radwin's drawing.
That's in the
How far do they have to
Alamogordo. That's in the New Mexico Selenalian eclipse. I'm pretty sure it's New Mexico that was taken, or somewhere over there.
Doesn't matter how far above the horizon
It absolutely
is, right?
does.
No, it doesn't, because
Because if they were high above the horizon, then I would agree with you. But they never
the
are.
claimed shadow, right? The claimed shadow should be facing towards the Earth, which
I
is
just showed why
towards the
that's
shadow.
not the case.
It's not the case that you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time and not have the shadow
horizon.
facing towards the penumbra or the umbra.
And your little model doesn't even show the sun.
The sun is far left. You're not going to see the sun in that tight a frame. It's too
it's 63
close.
million miles
It
away.
doesn't matter.
It's a
because
long way away.
If you're anywhere where the sun is lit, then you wouldn't be able to even see the moon at that position.
Sure you would.
You've never
No,
seen the
you
moon
wouldn't.
during the
The Earth
daytime.
would be in the way.
In the way of what?
Well,
Of the
according to
moon?
Once that, yeah, okay, never mind. I see what you're saying, but it's
How,
still
how
not
is
the
the
case.
penumbra or umbra above the moon?
Okay, let me show it again.
Hey, Sonny, can you cut your mic a little bit or turn off the background or turn on the noise cancellation?
Okay, I turned it up a little bit. Let's see.
I appreciate it.
How's that? Is that better?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Sorry, sometimes I kind of lean into it too, and I gotta not do that.
It's not your voice, it's your the
It's like a whistling noise.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah, that's
I
in
know
my building. Yeah.
that. You're good.
Okay, so if you are far down on the equator, say, right, then the shadow of the moon, as you go from nighttime to daytime and the moon is setting, you're going to see that shadow creeping down the moon, right, from top to bottom. If you are up here in Europe, you're going to see that at a bit of a slant, right? It's going to be some 30, 40 degrees or so. But that's the direction of the shadow as the moon enters the shadow of the earth and we rotate away from it. That's why as the moon sets, you see the shadow slide down the moon. That's how that works.
It was supposed to be moving the other way because that's what we observed.
If you're on the surface of the earth and you're in the lit portion, if you're only just a few degrees away from that, what is that called? Where the line of the sun is on the earth.
Horizon.
So
No,
where that
the,
horizon is of the, whatever that is.
I forget.
If you're
Line of
any,
demarcation or something?
yeah, if you're anywhere away from that in a matter of very small amount of angle, you would not be able to see the moon at all
That's why
because
you
it
can
would be
only
obstructed
see
by.
lunar
Hold on.
eclipses from very
It would
specific
be
places on the Earth.
obstructed. It would be obstructed by Earth curvature itself.
Correct. Yes. So if you are in Europe, say, if you are here in Italy, right? Then
have to
as
be
you
right at
as
the
you go
line.
from nighttime to daytime, as you go, damn it, pause. As you go
It's
from
okay.
nighttime to daytime, right? You're going to see
Mhm.
that shadow slide down the moon as the moon is setting. And as the moon is setting, right there, the sun is coming up, right? That's dawn for you. And there's going to be a moment, just a moment, where you can see the moon and the sun on the horizon. If you see it slightly above the horizon, that's going to be due to refraction. But the direction of the shadow is just the geometry of the spin and the orbit. That's all that's to do with.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Thank you for the visual, but wow, no.
What if it's happening at sunset? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't both be happening sunset and.
At sunset, if you're
If sunset.
over here, say, what would you see? You would see. No, you wouldn't see the moon until. Yeah, you would see the moon start to. You would see the shadow as the sun is already set.
For the sake of argument, GF6, can I ask you something?
Manufactotum, sure.
Manufact. I just call you purple octopus thing or something. It was like
That's
blue.
fine.
You're friends with Turquoise Dragon because you guys are in that club. Not into that. But anyway, nothing against you. All right, so I was driving from Missouri to the East Coast of the U.S., so a 13, 14-hour drive. I left at 6 a.m. when both nothing was in the sky that I could see. Maybe it was just the moon behind me. And then I drove, and then the sunrise was beautiful, blinding, right in the dash. You know, I saw it rise. I saw it from, like, become the shape that it is, from the half shape out of nothing. That it was not refraction, but you know, it looks almost like a It looks almost like a, you know, they like to say that it looks like what do you call it? Like a shimmering mirage, right? It was
Sure.
beautiful. Directly at my 12, and then right at my 6 was the moon in its glory, right? At the exact same time for a solid hour and a half. And my dad and I were tailgating each other, you know, at the U-Haul, and we were just calling each other like, check out that moon. And then it was just vanished. But either way, they were both there. It was great. I mean, I have no idea what you would put a model
This is a
into that.
non-eclipse, right?
Yeah.
This is not an eclipse, right?
And how does that work on your thing? Like, how does that work at all? Because there's no way to, you know what I'm saying?
So
the
you're
moon and the
so
sun to be up at the same
the
time?
sun, you were driving on a road and sunrise, and when the sun came up over the horizon, you could still see the moon.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying, and that's an issue
Well,
for
of
you.
course, but then it just disappeared. You know what I'm saying? Just completely
As
disappeared.
the sun
Like, almost like
continued
changing
to
the camera lens.
rise and the refract, as the sun continued to rise, it became fainter and fainter until you couldn't see it.
No, I mean, it was like instant.
Okay.
I don't know. I think I would have had to have been there.
So
exactly.
it was in the sky for a
Just
moment.
like changing a camera lens, like Sunny and I talk about often.
So
Like,
so the moon just turned off.
yep.
Okay. I've never seen it happen, but
I know, and it only happened in like that in between states thing because if I was like homebound, because I've looked at it for years
that
from
must have been changing the light bulb in it or something. Fucking
Mhm.
NASA.
something like that, right? Oh, like NASA's God. Oh, funny boy, how funny. I have nothing against you. What is it? What?
Everybody gets it wrong. It's fine.
I just want to call you something that's not
Manufactotum.
There you go.
manufactotum. Changing color octopus guy. Thank you for entertaining that thought. It did happen.
Sure.
I've also seen some weird stuff in the middle of the night with the moon being in a really weird place too. So, and different colors and looking half full when it shouldn't have been. So I've lived in lots of states. So just, there's lots of things we can talk about, but none of them match that model that you showed. So I'm like,
Yeah, it doesn't match your model.
Well, that
It's
particular
all
one
wrong,
was specifically
actually,
for
because you're just
Model
denying the
muted.
fact you would have to be standing right at the top of the ball to be able to see it the way you're saying, and nobody's
That's
at the
why
top.
lunar eclipses can only be viewed from very specific points at specific times. It's a really small window.
but why do they never match what like people are expecting in every state that I've lived? None of them ever match. People go outside, whether it's solar or lunar.
I have
to be
no idea what that means.
I'm
What do
just
you
saying
mean match
it's
what they
never
expect?
like when
What
they
do
say
they expect?
okay, except for like the one last year that was the solar eclipse or whatever in California. We had like 2 videos online ever of it from people on the beach in California. You know what I mean? Like every other time
I
that it's been like
do
one
not.
of these eclipses, when I was in Ohio, when I was in North Carolina, even in Florida where I'm from, none of them seem to like match up, or they intentionally like just tell us the wrong things. It's really weird how they don't really want us to view it, but that's a whole different conversation.
I think the last one was pretty close, right? Who's that? Migo Wego has a picture of the annular eclipse that happened not long ago. Like that's what they said would happen. That's what happened, right?
Allegedly. I don't like it if I can't verify it myself,
Fair enough.
I also never really understood the glasses that they like try to sell you, like a 3D movie theater experience, which just gives me a headache. I just never understood that either. So Cooper,
Yes.
nice to see you. Sorry for a rough introduction. I'm Sydney, nothing against you. What else you got?
I don't know. How about the ships going over the horizon?
Beautiful. I used to be a teacher of fine art, so all about perspective and what's out of our line of sight. And I am also blind as a bat and wear contacts, so I can tell you it's not Earth curve. But I'd love to hear something that
Okay.
you have.
So you take a beam of light and you shine it across a long distance over water.
Mhm.
You should be able to see that beam of light on the other side. And
Is this a light or a light beam, just straight? What kind of light? Or is this like a laser or a mirror with light or what?
is there a significant difference between if it was a laser or a flashlight?
Oh, yeah.
Does it matter?
Oh, yeah.
Does like okay? I think it's just a bright light like a flashlight. Let's
So
say
like a front of the ship boat light or something, like in the old
like
times.
like a land mounted on a rock
Mhm.
on a big light shining over a big long bay. So let's
So
say I don't know where they
above
actually
sea
did this, but
level
let's just
by a
say it's
certain
from
amount.
Alaska to Russia.
Okay.
Yep. So
And
you go far enough distance. Eventually, you'll go past, like you'll start to go around the globe, and you will no longer be
Well,
able to see
we
the
can
light
just take
anymore.
that part out of the explanation if you could just omit that part. So we get further and further away, and we're standing at the edge of Alaska,
I
that one
can't.
tip.
Unfortunately, that's nope. Unfortunately, that is a necessity for the model. Like if the
Oh,
world
yeah.
isn't round,
Valid.
then the light doesn't get blocked. So
Mhm.
no.
So what do you think does that? Because it's not rotation, because we can't sense that.
Yeah, it's not rotation. It's just the Earth being in there with a way. So
Mhm.
like, yep.
Because
If you're
topographical differences and other things.
nope, not even topographical. Like
Atmospheric
we're talking
conditions.
because we're talking about on the bay on one
Mhm.
ocean, like one flat. We got a
So
flat planet of water,
atmospheric
and we're
conditions.
on the shore. We're on the shore, and we
I
are got
hear you.
another guy on the
I get
shore
it. So you're
across
saying
another bay.
things that are
So
like
they're on ground.
causing that
So
fuzzy
we're both.
distance above the
So we're both on
horizon
ground. Nope,
between you and
nope,
that
nope.
guy.
It's clear night. We're all good. No,
Okay.
There's a nice flat water. No ocean. It's not raining.
Okay.
You cut out there. I'm sorry. I missed that.
No, I didn't say anything. I'm just trying to clarify.
I missed
I'm
what you
gonna
said. I'm
go.
sorry. It cut out.
No, you're fine. I'm gonna go hunt down a military
So
test that
what I'm
did
saying
about
is that if
27
we have a
miles.
clear night, we have flat water, and we have two poles, one with a light and one with a camera to try and catch that light. If you go far enough distance to where the one pole is, the Earth is between one pole and the other, you're not going to
I
see the
understand.
light.
Right.
So
You
if
say
you
we
get
have
enough long enough
flat
stretch of
water?
water, relatively flat.
And that's what I'm saying. So it's like if there was never an inserted image, like as we all did the science project of, styrofoam solar systems and, globe things because we were forced to, and I was with you there. I mean, I did the same thing. So my question is if that was never inserted, what would make you think that it was something other than, oh, we just can't see that far because we're small and this Earth is vast,
Well, because if you took that same pole, and so you get to the point where, let's say it's an adjustable pole. So if you take that pole and you adjust it and you bring it up or bring it down just to the point where you stop seeing the light. Okay, so oh shit, I can't see the light. It must be atmospheric conditions. Well, what happens if I raise both poles up another 5 feet? Suddenly you can see the light again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, flat Earth. But it's cool.
Because the curvature of the Earth is no longer in the way.
So you go with the hump.
He's going
Obviously,
with
Yeah, Jerry. He's going with the hump.
Yeah.
the,
Yeah,
do
it's
the
weird.
hump.
See,
Dude.
yeah.
Minus the cool song.
the hump, baby, the hump of the
So-
Earth, the round
so-
hump of it.
Well, other people tell me it's supposed to drop from your position, but you go with the hump.
Exactly. And
This,
that's what
this
I'm saying.
can't happen if you
He
imagine
said,
the
he said on
ground
a
to be a
he said on
ball.
a
I
clear
don't
day. He said on a clear
understand
day with
what that
nothing
means.
attractive going on. So that was,
Yeah, if you shoot a horizontal
I mean,
line,
you guys have your shorthand to dismiss this, but like, if
Yeah,
you're
you
in,
shoot-
No,
like,
I'm not
I
trying to
mean,
dismiss it at all.
Wait
That's
up,
why
wait
I
up,
made a
asked
sir.
curved
for
surface,
Wait up,
laser
buddy.
make it big enough.
engineers or
Here's the
Wait
perspective,
up,
right?
buddy. Wait, just hold up. Hold
But like,
up.
actually, none of that
We're trying
fucking
to get
matters
to-
because
we're
like,
trying
what's
to-
in the way of the line?
listen.
We know there's.
Hold up. Holy shit. Trying to establish if you leveled the light. In this scenario, is the light leveled? Is it horizontal, pointing horizontally, perpendicular to vertical?
Thank you.
Oh,
still there?
Yeah, he's fallaciously assuming that light travels infinite distances and no.
I
if,
am glad that he actually used the example
You guys
to
hear
get of
me?
Alaska to Russia. That was actually pretty
Can you
funny.
guys hear me? Am I back?
Yeah, we hear you.
I
and
hear
now,
you.
Can you guys
Yeah.
hear me? Am I back? No.
Yeah, when you
Slide?
shoot the light,
yes.
is the light horizontal?
It doesn't matter if it's
No, it does matter.
Oh, it does. It's everything to do with
let's
this
let's
entire
say it's a
test
square.
on a clear
It's just like
day.
it's just like a square. It's it's projecting like a circle, like a
I
3-inch
understand.
circle,
I
like a
understand what the
spotlight.
light shape is and the targeted, but it does have
Or
to be level.
I guess you could say maybe your laser thing was a better.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. And then we can I can show you an example of that 27 to 54 miles of it done by the military and private groups in the last 5 or 10 years. If I can dig that up. But the point is, it does matter if it's level. So I understand, and I'm glad that you at least made it, in this example, a clear day with no atmospheric and weather conditions going on to affect the bay. So, yeah, no, well done.
Yeah, if the beam's horizontal, then in your model, the Earth can't hump up in front of that. It always has to drop.
And also in your model, it would show the light being different because it would be bouncing off of things that aren't really happening in reality and reflecting back. So it would, not
No.
just disappear like we talked about, but
No. So, well, I'm not saying anything's disappearing. What I'm saying is
well, you did
the
earlier.
curve. No. So I'm saying, so this is hard because you guys don't believe that the Earth has a curve. But if you will suspend your,
do you
if you
understand that we all
if you
used
will,
to believe that the Earth was round? Used
yes,
to think
yeah,
it?
that's
Like,
fine. But you don't currently believe that, right? So
I
I'm
don't even
asking
know, but I'm
you to
waiting for a good
I'm
argument.
asking you to like look at it from the it's just accept that this is for just the sake of this argument, okay? Just this is the premise of my argument. If you don't accept that, well, obviously
I'll let somebody else
The
take over
beauty of
then.
this is
As
that we
as
know
the
both
artist, as the
paradigms.
artist, I'm just sitting here like this is
Accept
not anything like 2D Studio or what they tell us when we talk about perspective or anything like this. So I'm just gonna let somebody else take over then.
Yeah, the beauty of this is that we know both paradigms, and we know that yours is untenable, right? So
Thank you.
we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Okay, if you guys don't want to talk about it, what's getting in the way of that light, though?
Okay, Jerry, to be fair, I still think Cooper has more like that goose guy, so I was just kind of curious to pick his brain.
Oh God, he's still going with the hump.
He's
That's
making
fine.
a loaded affirmation because he
Thing is-
said we guys we don't believe the Earth
We
is
are a
curved.
collective, right?
The problem, yeah,
Isn't
the problem with that,
isn't the primary flat Earth
the
belief
problem
the Earth
with
is
that,
flat?
listen, shut up. So the problem with that is that the shape of the Earth, curvature, these things are not belief matters. They are not religion. Geometry is not a damn religion.
I agree.
It doesn't
100%.
function with belief. And why the hell do you say to us
belief
that we
every
don't
time.
That's what
believe?
I'm saying. 100%.
So
the Pythagoreans?
the use of your word
Because
belief really
when you
vindicates for
tell
us,
us that
all of
we
us.
don't believe, when you
Yeah.
tell us we don't believe the Earth has a curvature, that means that you believe.
And that you're
And
indoctrinated
you
with a
don't
blind
know
belief
Curvature,
and
that
yes.
faith
it
in
is curved.
something.
I don't just believe that, though. I
Duh.
know. I have faith.
Are you done playing
You
World of
don't know.
Warcraft now?
You don't have measurements. Show measurements.
I don't know. Do you see me playing World of Warcraft?
Do you even know how do you establish the shape of an object? How do you measure
I
what
want
shape
to
it
like you
is?
because you're a chef from South Park. So come on, Cooper. We're just picking at you.
Go on, tell me one instrument which you can determine the
what?
shape of an object, a measuring instrument, which
Without
can be used to
without
determine
adjusting the
the
height of it, with
curvature.
just doing it like at a level that's
Yeah.
How
proven
do
to
you
be level
determine
and
the shape of
verified.
an object?
No, we're asking for actual measurements from an actual experiment that was done and verified.
What
and
you're
is
asking me is
constant.
how you determine the shape of the Earth, right?
Not at all.
Yeah. You said when you see I had to correct you,
Thank you.
to actually expose your fanatic believer that you are, and now you say that actually the Earth is curved. Then if you know, demonstrate, show measurements, empirical measurement and measuring instruments used to measure that curvature. The method.
I hate math. Okay, here we go.
And that's why everybody just believes, to use your words, the experts because they've done the math when they really haven't. But if you don't know that yet, I want to like you because of your chef pick. So it's cool. No hostility here.
So what you can do is you can take you can measure let's see, how would you do this? If I was going to measure the Earth and I didn't have satellite,
Listen.
I would probably walk.
Obviously, the way you started, this explanation of yours, it's obvious that you don't know.
Okay. You know what? You're right. I don't know the math.
Yeah,
That's true. I don't
be
know the math.
honest with yourself and with
I
everyone
don't. But you
here.
know what? To make the arguments I'm making, I don't need to know the math.
What?
I don't need to know the math to know
To do
to
to
make
know
these
what?
arguments. To make these
Just
arguments.
gotta have faith.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
claims are not
Hold on,
arguments
wait,
either. We got to get our
no,
definitions right.
wait, no,
Blind
I
belief
agree
is
with you. Like,
undefeatable.
but
I
Gosh,
know.
damn
I
hold
it.
know
on, the
that blind
claims I'm
belief is
making
Hey,
are like
Cooper,
undefeatable.
really,
Cooper, I
really
still
big.
like you because you're
No,
stuck
I
in
don't
South
care if you
Park,
like me.
but anyway,
So hold on. So the claims
I'll
I'm
let
making don't
Hippie get
require
taken.
math because they don't require math. You can just like look at the pictures.
Yep.
Like these ones you
Wow.
can't.
So
You just look
Do you
at
have
I'm
any idea how many
sorry,
fake things are
Cooper.
pictures, including World of Warcraft and other games I used to play? Do you have any idea how easy it is to fake anything visual?
Would you
Wow.
guys, if I Google the math, will you guys accept that?
No.
Holy cow.
Okay, there we
It's
go.
no problem. This is the only thing that we need to do. You're claiming a geometric earth curve. It needs to be at a geometric location. So tell us where that location is supposed to be, and we'll go ahead and do the measurements.
By laser or any other, element to it. Well said. Yeah. Height doesn't even have to be balanced and verified. Doesn't have to be anything.
No, it's none of any of that bullshit. It's none of that bullshit. It's a tangent point he's claiming. Where's the tangent point at?
No,
It
he has a
always will
hump.
go back. He's got a hump.
Yeah, so it's not a drop. He's got the hump.
The Humpty Hump.
Yeah. And he doesn't understand that
Pronounced
if
with an
you have a
umpty.
horizontal line,
Mm.
his Earth can't get in front of that horizontal line because in his model, the Earth drops from horizontal. It doesn't
The
hump up.
Earth doesn't need to move for that model. If you
Honestly,
take, if you
the
take a
entire
baseball,
the
hold on,
attitude in
no.
which
If you
you
take a
stand on it with the
baseball,
complacency and like bored apathy that you give to it, that almost makes me like lose hope of the chef photo.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
I know.
it's nothing to be apathetic about. To be fair,
I agree. This is not something to be apathetic about.
Okay, dude, you were talking about light, about the way we see things in the
No.
distance.
Nope. I was not.
Yeah,
I was
you
talking.
did.
No,
I heard
no,
you.
I was
I
talking.
heard
Nope.
you.
I
I
wasn't
heard
talking.
you. You
It
were
doesn't have to
talking
do.
about
Okay, go.
flashlights.
Cooper,
And
don't interrupt Get, please.
listen, by the way you speak, I
Just make your
assume
argument. I don't
that
need the
you
ad
don't have
hominem.
a driving license. Now, my question to you is that do you know what is the brightest artificial light source created by man ever?
Probably a laser of some kind.
No.
It's a great question.
The most powerful light emanation which man has created.
Are you going to tell me, or are you going to wait for me to grasp
Okay,
randomly?
I'm gonna tell you. It's the detonation of the Tsar Bomba, the 50 megaton hydrogen bomb, detonated by the Russian military government. And this explosion has been video recorded on tape from 3 distinct locations, from 350 kilometers far away, 550, and 900 kilometers far away. From 900 kilometers far away, across the ocean, that camera is looking into the horizon, recording the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And in the moment of the detonation, because that event was so bright, it shined light, illuminated the island on the sea where it was detonated, and that island has been visible from 900 kilometers far away. The land.
Which is a lot more miles, by the way. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the reason why you don't see that far is because light intensity from the
what's
sun
the conclusion I'm supposed to draw?
shining on the ground and reflecting from the ground to your eyes does not have the strength to travel that distances. It's not that bright.
And any other light source would be intended to not be that large. So he's totally right. Excellent example.
Yeah.
Man.
Terrible. Here's why. So you take I'm talking, when I was talking about, for my example, is a focused beam, right? The big difference basically than producing like a second sun that casts all sorts of other radiant light. It's going to refract off of the light air. It's going to refract off all sorts of shit. It's
That's what I said denied earlier. So I totally get it. And I'm just saying that's why the mirror would have been helpful to know. That's why the type of light would have been helpful to know.
Never mentioned a mirror.
Well, but it's okay.
So that's why those two examples are fundamentally different.
Cooper, I'm going to call you Chef from now on. Sorry.
Please don't.
All right, Cooper.
Fucking change my avatar right now.
Why? It's like giving me hope. We like you. That was a great example, Get Beget. My goodness.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
But we are supposed to ignore all the world's facts, you know?
You choose
And,
to.
you know, everything to do with like all things military training. I mean, name it, whether it's pilots, Navy, or air, just land. You know, so like everything in their manuals just says flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. So I don't understand. I'm glad that you're not like religious about it, Cooper. I know that I can speak for most of us when I say that, because most of the time people will just have a meltdown and start yelling and calling us, you know, all sorts of terrible, you know, curse words and other things that are just small-minded attacks. But really, it's more like, I want to help you. We want to help you. I want to know where you're coming from. But yeah, absolutely. Get Beget, best example ever.
Another simple example. I don't know why people.
Again, I don't accept that
Listen.
argument. It's not analogous, number one.
Okay, you
and it
don't
doesn't
accept.
disprove
Listen,
the
I tell you
example.
one argument which you are dealing with it every day if you have a driving license. So every time
No,
you drive at
I want to
night,
stick on the one,
yeah,
this one
and you use
example
your
right now that we're
short
working on.
range lights,
Don't interrupt
when
him.
you use your short range lights,
No, we can
you
do one.
see
We can
a
do one at a
short
time.
distance.
Let's
When
just,
you
or
turn
unless you guys are willing to
on,
concede this one, I guess.
Get Beget, just please. I want to hear that.
Okay.
Yeah, here's what's going to happen, okay? You're going to take turns or you won't have a turn anymore.
Okay. So, whose turn
Go
is
ahead, Get Beget. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, when you drive at night with a car and you turn on the short range lights, you see a short distance through the night, the road in front of you. When you turn on the long range lights, then you see much further, because that long range lights, those are much brighter, much more intense light source. Therefore, your visibility will be much further away. So according to the light source output, that's how far you can see. And a light coming from the sun, hitting the ground and reflecting omnidirectionally, yeah, it has to come to your eye to reach your eye.
Yep.
But according to that intensity, if you are too far away, you will not see that place.
When
where
you see
that
the
light is
sunrise,
shining
are
and
you
what is
looking
shining.
directly into the sun? Or are
Sorry?
you seeing when you look into the sunrise, are you
Listen,
looking directly
cannot
at the sun?
compare.
Or are you
You cannot
seeing the corona of the sun's?
You cannot compare the light at the surface of the sun with the light which is reflecting from the ground, being emanated by the sun. It's not the same intensity.
It's not. And Get Beget was really well said on the high beam and the low beam of the car lights, because only the high beams affect the other driver, that you
Yeah.
can't see that's coming towards you. That's why it's illegal to, have your brights on when somebody's facing you. So
Yeah.
very, very, very good example.
Even with high range lights, you don't see infinite distances. You don't see 10 miles, 20 miles. No, you see 300 meters in front of you.
Which is what, almost 600 feet or something. Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm bad with conversions, but
But I mean, they are telling to us, oh, if the earth is flat, you should see Paris. Because, yeah, light is supposed to travel all that distance and
Okay, here,
reach your eye.
Hey, Gippy, let's see if Cooper's got
Yeah.
something to say now, okay?
Okay.
Did you get a chance to listen and pay attention, and now are you ready to add something? Or whatever. Are you there? Or did you run away?
What?
Okay, were you even listening or paying attention?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so what do you want to say in response to what Gippy said?
So again,
Do you
I
want,
don't think that
can I paraphrase it for you?
I don't.
He said using headlights is not the same as the way the
Go
sun
ahead.
works.
I agree,
and
which is
also
why
using
the bomb
regular
example
beams
is
and
not
high beams is
analogous.
totally different. So the example that you gave about the high beams wouldn't be. He was using the example to help you
I didn't give any
understand.
example about high beams. I never said anything
No,
about
no,
high
no.
beams. I've been pretty
Get
focused on this this
I
light
know,
beam
but
over the patch of water.
I know, but that's exactly what Get Beget was just helping you visualize, because it helped me out too.
I understand what he's
Was
saying. I'm saying it's
good.
not analogous to the conversation.
It is though.
I mean, you can say that, but I disagree. I don't think the two things are the same. If you take a focus, because the thing is, like, this experiment has been done.
Well, and
You
that's
take
why I asked you from the very second after you first said the whole thing was my very first question, if you remember, was what type of light is it? What intensity
it's a big
is there?
flashlight. It's basically a big flash. So what they actually did was they took two big cardboard. Let's just say they took two big pieces of wood that are far away across this bay. You have a camera in one, and you have a light shining out of the other, and then you have two.
Was it wood or particle board?
Is he appealing to Netflix?
As
right
long
now?
as it blocks all the
That's
light,
what I
doesn't
said. I
matter.
thought it was Reddit. That's
Do I
what
have
was
to know the
saying
specific
earlier.
material?
No, so are you appealing to the Netflix documentary Behind the Curve?
What is that? I don't know what that is.
Is that where you had Jeranism and he basically wanted
I don't
to
know
do
what you're. I don't know what you're. This is just an experiment that's been done before.
Okay, can you
Okay. I don't know
ram
what.
it?
I don't know if it's from a documentary or something.
Where'd you post it? I'm looking for it. Or you can't post, can you? You'll have perms? Image perms?
No, I don't have perms. I can post it if you guys give me perms, but
Yeah.
Just say what it is. What happened?
the Jerusalem Post Science article 747185.
How about DM it to me? Can you do that?
I can do that.
Sweet. Now I'm excited to look and see.
What's your name?
Crit. Right below you. Next guy down.
I do
Yeah,
want to call.
I mean,
I do want to call you Chef Cooper just because I want to be friends. So maybe you should change that image. I don't know.
saying they used powerful flashlights, that's not specific and not technical at all.
Well,
Why,
and then
what
they're going to be
what
talking about a hole cut
specifics? How
out
many
into the
aluminums does
board,
the
and I already
light
know
have
where
to
that.
have for you to accept it?
Technical details are important.
They're
How many
everything.
lumens would you
Entire room.
accept? I want to know what the bar is.
Yeah.
I gotta find one of these experiments that has the appropriate stats for you.
Okay, so you
So how
didn't
many
read.
lumens will be acceptable? Careful,
It
careful.
doesn't
You
matter if
didn't,
you don't understand that your original premise is flawed. Okay.
dude. You didn't read your
Well, that's
own.
what we're arguing about. We're arguing about the premise, right?
Cooper, you didn't read your own source. The first paragraph says the belief in the flat Earth has gained traction over the years, leading to numerous attempts to prove this theory. However, a recent experiment conducted by flat Earth proponent had inadvertently debunked his own claims. The
Which is
experiment
the Reddit
captured
post I said originally. Exactly. I'm like, I knew it. Knew it's that exact same thing. Anyway.
the experiment captured in Netflix documentary Behind the Curve has gained the attention as it highlights a contradictory result, despite the evidence. So this is what you're going to stick with? You're going to stick with a
I'm gonna
documentary
stick with this.
that
Yeah, I'm gonna. No. I'm gonna stick with the. I don't care about the documentary. It's the actual like physics of the experiment.
Well, you haven't really done a lot of
You don't think
mind
this has
to
ever
it.
been done before?
Here, this is what he posted. So,
Understanding of it is flawed.
yeah, but what we'll do
How
is
so? Explain to me what I've got wrong here.
Oh
and
my
this
god.
will be
That's
your
the
Earth.
first thing that he said on the one-on-one to you.
It's so weird that like I have been doing like you guys don't have answers for any of this stuff.
Well,
It's
the
just
fact
like
that
your model is a big
you really
question
don't
mark.
read your own shit. What's bothersome to us is because it's like mood apathetic. That's called a song by Hollywood Undead. It's called the emo song, but mood apathetic. Like that's really what they want you all to be. It's like I want to think better of all of you. So no,
Okay,
we're
so
just
right here, look at your source. This is the curve of the Earth, apparently. If it's curved
Okay.
and demonstrated by flat Earthers, how big of an Earth is that? Complete the circle, the whole circle, all the way around.
I don't understand the question.
If that's a
How
curve
big
of the
is
Earth, yeah, if that's
Are you
a
looking-
curve of the Earth right there, that they demonstrated that much curvature over that distance, how big would that circle be?
yeah, it's the reference that I
Again,
exactly said at the very beginning of
You
this.
want me
Whether
to
it's
do
Netflix or
the
Reddit.
math it out again?
Yeah, or this is where you said at one point you'd want to use
Like
paint.
math.
Should we? Let's go to paint. Let's use a paint drawing tool and to make a perfect circle.
One sec.
Please take your time. Thank you, Cooper.
Are you playing with your Barbie dolls again?
The ones with skin.
You
The ones with
playing with your
skin.
mama's ass.
I mean, I get why people play video games. I do.
I'm just
I understand.
happy. I don't understand any of the video game realm. I'm sorry. I like touchable, tangible things, you know?
No, I mean, I get like there's a lot of people who play video games. So even though I don't understand it, it's a huge market. Okay, so I get that part.
Oh, I get it.
What
Yeah.
I don't get is why people would join the conversation, act like they're invested, but they're
Worldview.
really
Am
playing
I
with Barbie dolls.
am I currently playing with Barbie dolls?
Which
Or
ones?
did I
Real?
shut it off as soon as I joined the? Did I shut it off as soon as I joined the
They
conversation?
play video games because they haven't coded the games.
Hold on, wait.
Fucking
Can you
focus.
answer that question? No, you.
Hey, Cooper,
Focus
though.
on the fucking experiment that it is not an experiment, right? Even in that that simple cartoon diagram that's been posted, right?
That
Where
diagram
is the
is
light
actually
going to?
the reason why a lot
Yeah,
of people like.
excuse me. Thank you, Sydney. Excuse me. Where is the light going to intersect with the ground in that diagram?
What do you mean? Which the one with the two lights
Look
and
at where
going to the
he's
screen
poking.
one?
Look
That
at where he's holding. Even though it's a very flawed diagram, right? Look how he's pointing the light through the holes, and it's going through holes in your cardboard cutouts, right?
Uh-huh.
Where is that light going to intersect with the ground? Thus, the claimed curvature of the Earth blocking that light, obstructing that light from reaching its target. There.
Hold up, one sec.
23
One
feet.
second. I'm on
there.
something else. about the measuring how big the Earth is and what they did that in whatever BC.
Turn off the
I
lights.
want you to understand the flaw in your understanding of that particular demonstration.
Sure.
Was claimed
So
to have
you have
the
those. So what I'm seeing is we have two boards with holes in them. Both the holes are at 17 feet, correct?
No,
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. So what are we looking? What
what-
am I looking at
23
here?
feet and then 17 feet. Where is that about? What's that about?
Diagram. They have two holes. Well, even if it's not in the diagram, so we have two holes that are 17 feet tall, right?
Respond to Timbo's question, though.
Okay,
Where's
what's Timbo's question?
the ground?
I don't think the experiment was meant to hit the ground, no?
It's not meant to hit the ground. It's meant to show the curvature of between the differential
No, it's not
between
meant
the
to
two
show the
boards.
curvature. It's meant to not show the curvature of the Earth.
It's meant.
That's what the
Well,
original idea was.
he intended it to not show the curvature, but it
And that's
did
what
show
he
it.
showed.
It's
No, he
also
showed no
In an
curvature.
animated, not realistic or provable cartoon, like of all things. That's exactly how y'all like.
It's not a good example at all.
I just want to clear it up, though, that your original premise, your original understanding of it, is that the curvature
Yeah,
was
that it clipped
blocking
the
light.
Earth. Yeah, that would actually you would need an enormous distance to make that work. I don't know if there's a bay long enough in the world. Maybe
Only
there
that
is.
you'd
Maybe
have
there's
to be
not.
pointing the light
But
source
yeah, you would
at
need
the
those.
ground.
You would need those boards
Right.
to make it work. You're right.
Not
But
only
it does
that, you
work.
would have to have
Are you
the
saying
light
this
source
doesn't work? If I
pointing
try
at
this, it's
the
not going to
ground.
work.
Do you understand? Do you understand that if you level something on a curve, it's going to deviate away from that curve, not point towards that curve?
I don't know what you mean by that. That doesn't.
Okay.
This guy builds stuff for a
You
living.
are just draw a straight
That's fine.
line that intersects the top of a circle. That is the basic understanding of it, right? It's not going to reach, it's only intersecting that circle at one point, right? From its
No.
source.
So what we have is a
Right.
stationary receiver.
If you
and two
level,
stationary
if you're on
holes
top of
at
a
a level.
circle, if you're on top of a ball and you level a light, let's say a laser,
cancel more often.
No, you have to look at the bones actually neck, you know, below neck and manly. I don't know.
I know. Okay, they have to be women. Or else you think space herpes can.
Well, they try to do this with us, make us worship all these opposite things.
Finally get some snow again tomorrow after 50 degrees.
Degrees is cold.
Not really. I'll be working in a t-shirt like 13 degrees, bro.
That's not healthy.
Actually, the cold is really good for you.
No, it's not good for these bodies.
Like 50 degrees, it's not cold, not even a little bit. Like 90 degree days, all of a sudden you'd be like, dude, it's kind of chilly. But I mean, room temperature is like people keep their houses at like it's not that cold.
Let me convert that, see how much it is Celsius.
That's like the perfect weather. Actually, it's a little too hot, but it's almost perfect weather to be working outside, so you can eat it. Yeah, exactly. If you're in construction, working outdoor worker, like 30s isn't even lower. You'd be like, ooh, it's chilly, but
degrees is like 10 degrees Celsius.
no.
That's cold. In Romania, you know, like they're not. Uh, but I told them, dude, you come from Africa. I mean, it's very hot there. That's how the whole continent is known for. And
I'm guessing you must have
yeah,
very humid heat, and they're probably not used to that. They're probably more used to like a dry heat.
well, we have like 110, 112, you know, Fahrenheit, almost 50
Yeah.
degrees Celsius.
No, that's not healthy. That's too fucking hot.
Yeah, it is hot. But it's nice when it's so hot. It's nice to go by the river, stay in the shade of the trees, you know,
Yeah,
get wet a
it's
little.
nice to just like do nothing but like
Have
get naked
cold
and sweat.
beer, yeah. Stay lazy all day, all summer. It's too hot to work, you know. So yeah.
While you're doing the conversions, like, yeah, I mean, like when I was in, I mean, snowboarding, out in Colorado a month ago, it was,
Yeah.
like we were getting, it was really cold for them, seasonally, but up in the mountains, yeah, it was like 3 degrees for a high most of those days. I think we had 7 one of the days
Yeah.
Fahrenheit. I mean, right here where I live, a few years back, we hit real temperature, not wind chill or feels like temperature, but we hit negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is it's about equal to negative 30 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. That's cold.
Yes, it
It's
is.
painful.
Now
It
you're
becomes
talking cold.
painful. Yeah. And it's dangerous for alcoholics because if you get drunk in that cold, you get asleep and you die.
It's dangerous for anybody. You don't go. Your lungs will actually can freeze breathing the air when it's that cold. So you have to have a mask on over your mouth. If you're going to go out in it?
Lungs don't freeze at that
No,
cold,
like,
but
yeah,
you
they'll
can
start
get
they'll start
pneumonia.
freezing.
Yeah.
Listen. This happens around here to people. Like, yeah, your lungs will start to freeze, and then you'll start coughing up blood.
We had also close minus 20 and so.
Yeah, I mean,
But
you're not supposed to be out in it, without having all of your skin covered and your mouth covered. Like, you can do it for a short period of time. You can take some breaths, but like, yeah, like
don't
if it's
feel it
cold
on
enough,
your face.
it can make your lungs start to bleed and freeze and bleed.
It hurts your skin face. Yeah, it makes your skin face hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get frostbite, and then you can lose fingers and toes and stuff like that.
Because this is actually where life comes from lowest energy states. But we have been cut off from this kind of medium, and we are bound to this not hot, not cold medium.
Yeah, people are, when you compare them to animals, we're not very resilient, are we?
Yeah.
The small window, it gets a little too cold
Yeah.
and it can be dangerous. Gets a little too hot, it can be dangerous.
Yeah. That's what makes me, think when Jesus was saying in the Bible, there is a verse where he says it's not hot, not cold, and
Just like California temperatures all the time.
yeah.
I always laugh at the Southern Californians. Like, they're only like it's either way too hot if it's like above 80, and it's like way too cold if it's below like 70 for them.
Wow.
It's like they have like a 10-degree window where they're either wearing a coat or they're just dying and they got to stay in the air conditioning.
to Romania, then they will be suffering, from both
Yeah.
hot and cold.
Yeah, we have some of the biggest extremes. It sounds like Romania has something similar based off of what you're saying, but yeah, we have some of the highest extremes in temperature throughout the year. Where yeah, we can get -30, even -50. That happened when it was -30 by me. If you would have drove an hour and a half north, yeah, they had -50. But then during the summer, so 6 months later, it's rare that it gets this hot, but
100.
it's rare that it gets this hot, but it can get up to like 110, 112.
Yeah.
So yeah, like -50 to
Which
112 positive.
which parallel are you close to?
I'm on like what is it? The 43rd, I think.
45th?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's pretty much the same with Romania. Yeah. 45th parallel is very close to my city. Yeah. Like 100 kilometers,
Yeah. No, and what I mean, it's not all just about that though, because like, I mean, there's places that are further north that don't get as cold, but it has to do with like how we're far from the ocean and stuff like that, and
Yeah.
so the wind carries like down through the Arctic and through Canada and then to us, and yeah, it gets really cold, and it's actually like here, it's the winters are even kind of mild compared to say like the worst is like North Dakota, like in the United States, and then there's obviously parts of Canada that are like that too. But yeah, in North Dakota, it's not at all like rare for them during the winter to have those -50, even like degree temperatures, and they'll be having like we'll be starting well into spring and like be wearing shorts and t-shirts and they're still getting freaking like -10 degrees and
Wow.
and they're not that much farther north than we are. I mean,
It
it's
depends if they are close to mountains. Yeah, it's colder.
I don't know why anybody lives there.
My city is west from the Black Sea, and we're like 600 kilometers far away. How much? I don't know. 400 miles, something like that. And the Mediterranean Sea is southwest from my city, but it's a lot further, like 1500 kilometers or 2000 kilometers, something like that. But the air current from the Mediterranean Sea, the hot air, is coming straight to my country. And it brings all this climate,
That makes it really humid, right?
Yeah, and hot.
wet air. Yeah, hot and humid, right? Like kind of.
Not very humid.
No?
It's no, not very humid, but it is hot. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, see, for us too, that's one of the worst things is when it gets really hot during the summer, it's almost always like really humid too. And when it's really humid, your body, like you just sweat buckets, like your body can't like shed that heat in any way. Like it
Yeah,
just
evaporate. Yeah.
yeah, because it's the evaporation that helps you to cool, and it doesn't evaporate when it's that moist, that humid.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I go in summer on bike But you know, as long as you go on bike, it's okay. I'm dry, but when I stop for like 1 minute, I become sweating. You know, I feel yeah. So in summer, I'm always like on the rush. You know, I have to keep moving on the bike, or I
Yeah,
stop somewhere
keep the
at the
air moving
shadow.
over you. Yeah.
Yeah. I need a space suit. Maybe NASA can hear me and give me one. What do they do
No,
with all?
you'll drown in that thing, man.
You think?
Yeah, you need a snorkel.
Why are they so expensive, those spacesuits?
Because anything the government buys is inflated by like 700% at a minimum.
Yeah, I
You
thought
talk
so
about the
too.
toilet cost.
Yeah, I mean NASA's inflation on stuff is way higher, but like literally like I had a friend who started up like a medical like supply company years ago that I met online, and like he said his wife worked for one, and then like they decided to just go off on their own, start one up. They like just offered everybody that worked at her former employer, offered them double their salary and stole everybody and started up. And yeah, he was telling me how when they sell wheelchairs to like Medicare or right like or um
Mm.
that yeah, they literally mark the stuff up like 1,000%, and the government knows this and gladly pays it.
Wow. But okay, those toilets were paid from the taxpayers' money. But now, aren't the astronauts supposed to pay whenever they use them? Because they have not been free. I mean, if I stop on the highway and go to a gas station, I have to pay to go to the toilet.
No, we don't pay for toilets in the United States.
Well, that's how it's in Europe.
I mean, there's places that'll say, the bathroom is for like paying customers only. So you might have to go to the gas station. You might have to buy a stick of gum or something to be able to use their toilet.
No. You can buy anything you want, but if you go to the toilet, that you separate payment. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think I've heard like there's places like in California, I think, that does that. And that's usually in places where there's like high amounts of homelessness where they might do something like that.
Okay. Well, Germany, Austria, Hungary, they all are, they all are like that.
You don't have to do
Swiss.
all of the European countries because I live in Poland and it doesn't happen here. I was shocked when I found out that it happens when I visited Austria.
Yeah.
They confirm it is there, but not in the entirety of Europe.
Uh, So you American guys should ask the astronauts to pay for going to toilet in space.
Oh man, they probably charge us for every dump they take.
Yeah. Yeah, we should write an email to give NASA some new ideas.
Wonder what folder that goes in.
Maybe it's because the more expensive payments are in given country, the more stupid ways people are finding out to charge people for. That's why we don't have that, because we are relatively poor compared to these Western countries, like this Germany, Austria, things like that. So we have some benefits because we are poor, like not having to pay for fucking toilet.
We have gas stations like that in Romania too, but not
I'll tell
many.
you what, if you're
Not
paying
many.
for it, those fuckers better be clean. Maybe if a public toilet, maybe if they did charge a little bit, maybe they'd keep those things a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, some of them are clean, but not all of them. I found which were dirty too. But what can you do? But it's not very healthy to use toilets. It's better to use nature. Healthier, natural.
I don't know if healthier, but definitely less disgusting, considering how many of these public toilets tend to look.
Yeah. Just when you go in and you feel that smell, I mean stink. Guys, be great, everyone. Good night.
Good night. God bless and eat well.
Good night.
Bless you too. Thank you. Good night.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yo, Heretic, are you here? I guess not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo, how are you in two Discords at once? I noticed that. Like, cause I'm in the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. Are you connected on your phone and then on your computer with this one, or what?
That's right.
Oh, right. Okay, that's smart. Smart.
It's a little thing called two devices.
Yeah. I was thinking, I'm like, are they two accounts? But I checked and they're not. So, yeah. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, you're able to moderate both at once.
Same account, split personality, multiple locations.
Nice, nice. Yo, am I able to get my Flat Earther role in that server?
Probably. What would you claim is your best proof, per se?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I just think the whole globe Earth thing is just cope, man. It's like you can throw out like all these like numbers, but it's you know, it's very different. Like what you can actually see with your own eyes. I mean, you can't see any curve. You know, this whole like, you know, yeah, you could see a boat disappearing over the horizon, but like, you know, if you have like a strong enough camera or like a good enough camera, you know, you could just, you know, zoom into that shit.
Okay.
I just to be honest, I just don't really see any proof for globe Earth, but
Okay. Can't see any curve, doesn't seem like a ball. No real reason to think it is one.
yeah, exactly. You know.
Well, if you were going to give, I don't know, say 3 main points against the globe, what would you go with?
Yeah, so like that okay, so yeah, so that curve, I mean, you can't have like air pressure or like in like without a container. And what's a third one? Oh yeah. Water can't curve. You know, like you can't like how the hell do you have all this like water on this earth and like it's just, but like we're on like, you know, but they say like, oh, we're on a ball. Like how the hell does that work? You know, it's like, oh well, you know, gravity. It's like it's strong enough to hold the water down, but you have these like all these birds and shit flying around. Like how the fuck does that work? You know?
Yeah, well, I guess
It's like I said, bro. It's
Yeah,
just
go
a whole
ahead.
bunch of cope. It's just a whole bunch of fucking cope, bro. Like,
Yeah, I mean, well, what if a glober were to come to you right now and say, what do you mean? Water does curve.
I'd ask him to show me an example.
Yeah, that is what you'd have to do.
Yeah.
Have they showed you any examples?
I mean, I've never really been in an argument with a globe earther. I just sometimes like chill in here and like in the 24/7. I like to like listen a lot, you know.
Right.
But yeah, I've never actually been in like an argument with. I mean, I've brought up like flat Earth to my mates, and like they just like sort of laugh it off. So I just like it doesn't like the conversations usually don't last like a minute. You know, because I mean, the way that I see it, bro, is that like I'm down to like talk about it, but like if I see that like, you know, if I see that, you know, the person that I'm talking to doesn't really have like an open mind, like they're not willing to like just, you know, think like, what if, you know, this and that, then there's really like no point. I mean, my mates, like at the end of the day, they're good people, but like, you know, they have their own ideas, I have my own ideas, and you know, it's like if they want to ask me any questions or anything, if they like come to me, I'd be happy to like talk about it, but like there's just no point of like starting the conversation, you know?
You don't want to flat smack a bitch?
I mean, like,
You don't want to
Like,
be the flatter superhero. You know like the Globers. They gotta push in the TV, in the movies. They gotta promote the globe, and they gotta save it as the as the globe superheroes. You don't want to be that guy for the because they'll die. They'll go to war. War on the global war on this. The global economics. The global. They'll do everything for the globe. But you don't
yeah.
want to die for you don't want to die for this cause. They'll kill
Well,
you.
I mean, no, it's like if they if they
Don't try
start
taking
talking
the globe
about
from them.
like if they start talking about the globe and whatnot and all that, like if they start talking about the Earth, then yeah, like I will say something, but it's not really something that comes up in conversation. Like when I'm with my mates, all we really talk about is like either UFC or the gym or like what we're gonna do on the weekend. Like that's basically like all we talk about. So
Yeah. Well, when you
oh,
look
do
at,
you want to go clubbing tonight? Like this and that.
when you acknowledge things from the realist level, at the least you have this filter for certain things, and you kind of have like a perspective to reality instead of operating in this. Maybe if we live on a spinning globe in the vacuum of space, this might be truth. You don't at the least you're moving away from that mindset.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, the real world is way more than a cartoon and TV. Way more than that. There's way more going on in reality that you gotta deal with, like the things that you with your mates, and you even brought it up, and they still your mates. So yeah, cool, good for you.
I mean, the thing is that like no matter like what their sort of belief in and like worldview is, like whatever it is. I mean, they're still they're still my mates. They still are like I got their back, they got mine. Like sort of thing like that. Like we're still mates at the end of the day. I wouldn't let like some there'd be no point of like letting some thing like the shape of the Earth or like some religion or whatever get in the way of that. But yeah. I don't know. I just think like I just think that it's sort of like, oh well, you see the Earth is flat, but then you have all these like numbers and all these like mathematical like fucking equations you want to throw at me, and it's just like, well, like are you saying that you're like your eyes don't work or something, or like you don't see reality like for what it is? Like like reality is what you see in front of you, what you experience, this and that. Like no amount of like fucking math is going to change that.
Yeah, but there's some things we can't directly see but are still true.
Like what?
Wi-Fi signals.
Yeah, I mean, but you still experience it.
Not really. You only experience them through other machines. You can't directly experience them with your human senses.
Yeah, but it still exists. Like it's still
exactly
like how are you gonna how are you gonna prove the Earth's curve? Something like that. I mean,
same thing with logic and reason and other measurements and observations, not with your human senses.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. So what's your logic?
He's gonna draw a cartoon for you and say, "There it is."
No, I'm just making a simple point.
It?
I'm making a simple point that we can't use our human senses as the final arbiter of what's true or not. That's all.
Yeah, and then he's gonna go away from the realist level, and he's gonna go with you holding hands to a third view perspective outside of reality, and he's gonna say, "Look, reality right there. This is the way it is." He's gonna depict it for you and put numbers at it and make it look pretty.
Yeah, I mean,
and he's gonna say, "This is what it is." How do you know? Because it's the best guess, right? It's the best guess.
No, I was just responding to what Slav said about if we don't see it, it's not true. And I'm saying, well, generally that's a good thing to go with, but Wi-Fi signals is an example of where that's not true.
Yeah, but then when I asked you, I'm like, oh yeah, so like the Earth's curve and all that, like you're like, oh yeah, well, we can figure it out like with like logic and like stuff like that. I'm like, all right, so show me, like explain it to me, like logically, like how do you know the Earth is curved?
Yeah, so that's a separate question with lots of other answers. My basic point was just that the mere
No, but just
fact that
answer
we
the
don't
question.
see- the mere fact that we
Just
don't
answer
see
the question.
the sunsets and satellite TVs and GPS and phases of the moon match. All of the engineering that goes into space programs. Like there's a bunch of things, but my main point was that.
So basically, because the sun disappears, you reckon that the Earth is flat because you can't see the sun anymore.
Yes.
Right.
I
don't understand. I just don't understand how that's proof. Like I mean,
niggers.
That could still work on the flat Earth model.
Hey, what up, brother?
Not really. If
Yeah,
the
it
sun is
can.
above the horizon, you should be able to see it, right?
Oh yeah, but it goes out of our like how should I say what's it called?
Field of view.
No, not field of view. Like sorry, let me just like it disappears because it's so far. You know, you can only see so far out. You know.
Is it the perspective?
Like you can't. You know, like you look in one direction, you can't like see like your vision isn't infinite. You know, you can only see so far out, like a few kilometers out with your naked eye.
Neither the light is infinite. The light will be blocked and it will attenuate.
Yeah.
So we live in like Minecraft, where you have a render distance after which things just.
Oh, you believe in Minecraft? No, not Minecraft. Not that. Not the imaginary thing you have in your mind. Not that.
But that's how it's supposed to work.
Not Minecraft. Not Minecraft. No, that's not what we're talking about.
Isn't Minecraft flat? I mean, I haven't played Minecraft for very long, but I guess it isn't curved.
So you just imagine that we're talking about an imaginary thing in your mind that you haven't played in a long time. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, no Minecraft.
This guy.
I don't know. I mean,
whatever kind of flat you're thinking it is, it's not like the one in Minecraft.
You can't like I haven't heard any proof of the globe Earth. Like,
yeah, I wouldn't call it proof. I'd just say that I think there's evidence.
I don't know. It just sort of sounds like it. Well, I mean, at least to me, yeah, it just sort of sounds like. I mean, you were taught this, and someone told you this information, so you just sort of rocked with it. You know.
It sounds weak.
Yeah.
For an answer, I mean, for answers, that sounds weak.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're following, like, you're doing a job, you're doing your some type of position that you have to believe it, then you believe it. Because you depend on it, right?
That's right. And you will walk that check right to the bank, figuratively speaking, and cash that check. That we paid you.
What you mean it's not a globe? I just got paid.
You don't just got paid. You don't go outside the limits of your abilities and your socioeconomic role, let's say.
So you see how the gentleman gave you an example of not the thing in question. He's saying, look at the sun. It looks like it's setting. Therefore, his belief, Earth is curving, because that's the cause of the effect of the sun setting. Because
wasn't the first argument that's
going behind the Earth,
right? That's the only type of thing that
argument that started the conversation that the Earth looks flat, therefore it's flat. It's literally the same logic, just at the opposite side of the
Hey,
argument.
not Minecraft, not Minecraft.
I'm not,
bro. It's literally reality, bro. Like it's literally reality, bro. If you like the Earth, like it doesn't matter how high you go, bro. You're not gonna see a fucking curve in the horizon, like, bro. Like it's fucking flat.
I wouldn't agree with that. Not really. There are videos from high altitude balloons that show the curve. So I wouldn't
Yeah,
agree
it
with
shows
that.
you
It's not a curve
concave.
of the
It will show
lens.
you there's footage that will show you a horizontal, not curving, and then it will show you a convex curving and also a concave curving. So which one is it?
Yep, it shows it going back and forth.
That happens
So
only with
which one is
the
it?
perfect flutter videos where you have
Going
like a flat
concave and
horizon,
convex.
multiple pops.
Concave and convex. Concave and convex. It's doing both.
No, I have examples of videos with rectilinear lenses that don't
Okay, I
distort.
guarantee you the ones you have, they either are showing curvature when they're on the ground as well, or they're showing it wiggle wobble like I was just describing.
Okay, bet.
You have that. You have that? Show the video of the curved earth on the ground, because that's what they usually show.
I don't. I have videos of curved earth from higher altitude. A
It doesn't
gradual
matter,
change.
because that's not the point. The point is this, that you can't determine if its earth is curved or not by going high up in the air.
Why?
It can't be seen from there.
Why?
Moving
It can.
away from
Ask-
the thing in question. The thing in question. This is the thing in question right here. And you say,
Ask-
let's go away from it.
Ask Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, you got to go towards it like gravity, which
matter.
tends to form spherical objects, right?
Neil
Sure.
deGrasse Tyson tells you
I don't
why.
Not
care
right,
about
left.
the deGrasse
Anyway,
Tyson. I care about geometry.
Yeah, so do we. That's why we're here.
So basically, I'm giving an example, and then your rebuttal is simply, "Nuh-uh, you don't have anything to rebut it. You're simply
We have
saying
something
that
in
it can
place
work.
of that.
It can."
We have something that supersedes it. That is actual observations over distance with all the parameters set forth in the very beginning of it, showing setup of the camera or apparatus height, distance, all of the above. I haven't seen one
So-
globe proof at all that has all of the parameters set forth in the very beginning.
Can you
Like-
specify what those parameters are, if you don't mind? Because I don't think you know what they are. Hello?
Ask you a question,
Yo,
Sonny.
yo, Sonny, I think he's talking to you, bro.
Oh, did you have a question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
You're saying these things aren't meeting your standards of parameters, and if I actually to specify those, I feel like it's going to be a short list. You understand what I'm saying?
No, that's
Okay.
not what I said.
Okay. Optical distortion at different lengths, a mile away, 10 miles away, 100, 1,000. Do you imagine it's the same optical traits? Same principle underneath it? I know the answer to all these questions. I'm trying to see where your parameters go. Sonny?
I don't know what you're talking about, man. Why don't you be specific? You're sounding so
I just
random.
was here. If we take a view plane, right, and we have varied distances from a reference point, right, say 1 mile, 100, 1,000. Do you imagine it's the same optical traits as to how the viewpoint is rendered?
No, because the optical points are determined by the medium before
Air, ambient air.
in between the observer and the observed objects.
Yeah, ambient air. You mean like thermal gradients, for instance?
Exactly, which aren't homogeneous.
Okay.
The gases don't bond with each other.
So you can never do a measure across distances in this way because of these traits that
No,
you're
we're not
mentioning?
talking about. Are you talking about being in an aircraft and seeing sights? What are you
We
talking
haven't
about?
gotten into the reference. I'm just talking about the principal idea of just optics, the way light moves through space-time.
So what about it?
It proves a slightly spherical Earth, and not this flat
No,
Earth
it
thing you're
doesn't.
talking
You would
about.
have to measure the surface to do that.
Well, you take points of measurement on surface. You use various instruments to understand what elevation you're at.
Yeah, and you
referencing
mix
to-
it all up and use a WGS84 model. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay. And where's
Yeah.
the inaccuracy? What do you imagine is the inaccuracy?
Because it's a
It has to be
presupposition.
percentages.
Because it's a presupposition from stage one. You
No, no,
haven't got
no, no, no.
on
This
yet
is
because it's because you're
yeah,
using
this
a
is
model.
great. So what we do with models is you create a model, I create a model. Yours
No,
is
no,
more
we're not
accurate.
creating models here. You
Can I
need a
please?
model. That's why you're here begging us for one.
Excuse you. I'm stating the model you just gave reference to. No,
Yeah,
you said it, not me.
stated
Great. So that
exactly
one.
what it was
Now
doing,
let's go
and
with
you
that one.
didn't, without saying what it is geodesy, and that's what it
Geodesics.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Okay.
they're using the WGS 84 model.
Quite familiar. GIS model, yeah, data and stuff used. Okay, so and it's
WGS.
very accurate. This is why we use it versus other inferior
Accurate to
models that
what?
are less
Compared to
accurate.
what? Accurate compared to what?
You want me to get all the models and their accuracy rates?
So models based upon models,
Yeah, that work and manifest when you design things and you try to make something happen in the physical world. When it actually maps to your model is ruled more correct than others.
Show me where the
You didn't know
globe Earth
there's
has
a
done that one.
practicality to
Show
this?
me where the globe Earth has done that one single time.
Satellites, all
Satellites,
sorts of wonderful stuff.
Presuppose.
So when
Appeal
rockets
to
go up in
authority.
air, okay, yeah. So
Appeal
when
to
really
authority,
big
yeah.
machines we build go up in the air and we all see them,
Where
right?
no one's
And then they do
denying things are
things.
going up in the air. We're just disagreeing that
What
they're
do you
going to the
imagine?
vacuum of space.
Yeah, what do you imagine happens up there?
So-
Because nobody uses the models you imagine don't exist to do it. They use the models you just specify yourself. And it
Well,
works.
unfortunately, nobody's adjusting for curvature in any sense of the word, in any kind of technology, anywhere that can be found.
Any sense of the word?
Yeah.
Curvature just relates is literally a relative measure to something. Even
Apparently, it's irrelative because it's not. It's irrelevant because nobody's using it.
so
In their
people are
flight
going to
models, no
school.
one's using it.
They're using these phantom models to put really expensive stuff up in the sky, and
No,
to
they're
some
not. They're
everybody's.
assuming a flat and stationary Earth. That's how they get their elevation angles to know where those objects are floating with balloons, aircraft, and other such means.
So all this stuff secretly in books is just subterfuge, and underlying is flat Earth models.
Why don't you show us what's in the books?
No one's-
Go post it in the chat.
Well, he's the expert. I mean, isn't this
No,
what
you
No
this
one
room is
mentioned
for?
the flat Earth model. Nobody
You show
mentioned
us-
the flat Earth model.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just show us what's in the books, okay? Post it in the chat. We'll take a look at it together. What specifically you're talking about that's in the books?
Oh, the optical. Yeah, give me a second.
Dun, 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 dun,
I mean,
dun.
Jesus, I'm not an AI or something. You expect me to like have it in a second?
Yeah, we accept you when you make a claim
your
that you
meds,
have the
dude.
fucking
Is it Adderall
information
shortage or
at
something?
hand, and you don't. Apparently, you have to Google it afterhand.
At hand.
Yeah, afterwards you have to.
I think I come in here to like play Sparta
You
or
have to
something.
claim you do something ahead of time before you even looked it up.
I like to be precise and I like to reference things as a result. I don't like to go off the top of my head. It gets you into trouble.
Yeah, that's
long
what
term.
you've been doing, going off the top of your
Not
head
really.
and
I
then
mean,
having
I
to Google it up
degree. I
later.
kind of tried to make sure I knew what I was doing throughout that process.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let me get this link for you. Just relax.
Funny.
Yeah, calm down.
Yeah, after all, I'm confident because I actually am more in the truth than you are, so there's nothing for me to get bothered by.
Oh, sure you are, buddy.
Yeah.
That's
feel
why
the
no
same
one
way.
uses the globe Earth model in anything they're doing. That's in reality.
The fact that human beings delude themselves to this extent is just amazing. I like
No
that.
building is using it. No flying aircraft up to 1,000 miles an hour above the deck, 10 feet above the deck. No one's using it. No aircraft.
Sonny, what about the
flying
people,
5
Sonny,
miles.
who designed the GPS system? Do you think they assume?
Yeah, the ground positioning. Yeah, we got
no,
the ground
it's
positioning
global
system, which it was
positioning.
previously
So
known
didn't
as.
I just
Yeah,
mention
yeah,
this very
exactly.
concept? It's relative, and then
Nothing's
100, 1,000. All right, there you go. Chant. You see the
99%.
you
99%
see the
of all
equation?
communications is undersea cables. 99%.
It's called
Sonny,
global.
all the rest of
it's
it
a
goes
global positioning system,
That's what I
not
just said.
ground position system.
that they just changed the name.
Okay. Okay, so you realize what we're concerned with is how light propagates. We're not the actual geometry. The actual geometry is going to be still relative to something else. As to, how is it in reference to this? This is geometry.
Yeah,
Okay,
the reference
so
is the radius of 3,959 miles.
yeah,
Period.
whatever.
That's the
Okay,
reference. Yeah,
so
whatever. That's what it is. That's what we're
yeah.
told.
So nobody cares about the semantics of the affair. They care about math and equations that work practically.
so show us them
expensive
matching
stuff
with
doesn't go boom.
reality. Show
Yeah, so
them
expensive
matching with.
stuff doesn't
Show
go
the
boom in the
numbers.
skydive.
Show the numbers matching with reality.
Well, it's the ones that engineers use to design rockets,
Show
propulsion
us the
trajectory
ones
systems.
that match the
Well,
radius
get a
or
degree,
the
get a
drop
job,
over
and you might see
distance.
some of those equations
You
because you
need
have to
proof
use
of
them.
drop over distance. That's all.
Excuse
You're making
what?
it more complicated. You're getting weird.
People
about
do
it.
it practically right in front of you on TV with rockets. You just turn your brain
They're
off when it
measuring the.
happens.
They're measuring the.
Hologram or
They're
something.
measuring the globe while flying rockets.
Yeah. It's the guidance system. It's the trajectory guidance system. It's an embedded system with a very tight sampling rate and a feedback control loop. Very complicated math. I think it's like third order
Holy
differential
crap.
equations or higher. That's something
With
your small brain would never grasp. So you resort to these
who's got the
fallacious
small brain
models
in
to
here? The one
contend
who's
with
got the biggest
Tell him
mouth.
what a
complexities of the
smooth.
world.
Tell him what a smooth brainy is, Pickle.
Well,
What
I
a
just did.
dumbass.
He probably
No,
wasn't
no, but
listening.
why do you have to?
Because a
Why do you have
smooth
to?
brain
Why do you have to
doesn't
be like that? Why do you have to
produce
use
audio.
insults and stuff like that?
Oh, I don't do
Your,
insults.
your argument's just not
But he's
strong enough
using
to
ad
use
homs because he
insults.
doesn't have arguments. So
Yeah.
you just made a whole bunch of claims,
Yeah.
a bunch of appeals to pragmatism. You say that they're using
Yeah.
these complicated globe-based calculations to launch rockets and do different things. So post any citation for any of this, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, you just sound dumb, bro. Honestly.
I did for him.
Start wherever you want.
They got some fucking balls. You make all the claim, and then you don't bring shit to the table. Hey, you suck my nuts, brother.
If you don't, if you don't know what differential equations are,
Let's just get him
you're a
to
retard.
That's what he's doing here.
So I know all of that math
That's
stuff he
like
was
high school
talking about.
calculus, right? Yeah.
Okay, so which one of you abject
It's the
morons is
differential
going to do
between
this?
here and there. You know what's the difference? Differential.
Okay, so which one of you abject morons is going to do this? So you've both made the claim, it sounds like, that they're using these globe-based calculations to launch rockets and do different things. So when are we going to get a citation so we can actually look at the math that they are actually using and see that they are actually doing what you say that they are? So whichever one of you want to do it, go ahead. Oh, he's quiet now. Okay, I guess he didn't have anything after all. It's just a big mouth. All right.
Crickets.
He
Yeah.
just talk a lot of
was
shit.
muted.
Oh, hey, Newt, actually, here's a good question. If anybody's accounting for curvature, spin of the Earth being a globe in general, and any of their calculations, any practical thing that they do on the Earth, they must first know that it is that globe that they're accounting for, right? I don't see why anybody would be accounting for something that was never first measured, right? Yeah? Okay, no, he's done. So what about the other guy? Hung like Tic Tacs. He wanted to jump in. Your boy's done, so
this
you're
was
up.
talking about drop over distance, and when I Quora, this question that you posed, it comes up in there specifically talking about flat earthers. So maybe something valuable that you could help me with. Maybe walk me through this.
Where you lost.
Oh, wait a minute, Newt. You forfeited your chance there. You made a bunch of claims, right, that you weren't able to substantiate, right, when we brought it to you to do so. So you can shut the fuck up now, okay? Well, we'll give you one more chance. Let's see if you want to provide those citations. You ready, Newt? Now's the time. Otherwise, we're going ahead with this other guy. Don't be rude. No, he's got nothing. Just insults and a big mouth. Okay, fuck you. See you later. Okay, go ahead, Hung. He's not going to interrupt again. He's done.
I think I said what I wanted to say. I linked to Quora.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this
talking about-
asshole here, this globe zealot here, who doesn't want to talk when he's called upon to actually provide any backing for the shit he says, interrupted you, so we missed it. If you
You've
don't
done
mind, go
more
ahead.
interrupting talking about him.
He interrupted you. I'm trying to help you out here, so go ahead.
Okay, so I linked a Quora post, and I'm happy to do it again. But earlier, it was brought up that you're looking for like some sort of numbers or source to. I don't know. This guy seemed to be addressing flat earther specifically, ironically, because I was just looking at like what's the drop over distance measurement on Earth. Do you mind just take me through this post and just kind of, debunking it or telling me your thoughts?
I don't really want to go through a whole post right now. Does somebody else want to do that?
Just a Quora comment. It's not really a whole post.
Let me just take a look.
Yeah, why
If
don't you
anybody
just
else
read
wants
the
to cut
relevant
in,
part?
sure. So they're making me sign up to even read it.
Wait, for real? Quora? I'm not signed up.
can't click more. I can only read the first paragraph.
Yeah, Hung, you would just want to read us the paragraph that you're referencing?
They use a method called geodetic surveying. So they'll be using a reference ellipsoid for that. They're going to be taking lines of sight, making triangles out of them, and then projecting them onto their reference model. So where did they get that model to begin with?
Yeah, where did they get the WGS84 model? Or maybe he's looking for an explanation of where they got the WGS84 model.
Yeah, in geodetic surveying, kind of what they do is imagine that their lines of sight are following the curvature of the Earth, but they're supposed to be measuring the curvature of the Earth. How do they already know it's there? And that's where the reference ellipsoid comes in, is they're then going to project those lines of sight onto that. So it's sort of like a circular argument. They would have to have something that first established the curvature before the geodetic surveying.
I mean, I guess, not knowing a whole lot about this, but you'd think Eratosthenes might be the reference, measurement that they're basing it off of. But, if it's proven right and right again, eventually we have to assume that this is truth.
Well, that's going way back to the beginning. They're using latitude and longitude, and that's derived from the sky.
Where in the post are they using latitude and longitude?
Well, that's where they get their reference ellipsoids from.
That you're saying reference ellipsoids. Are you talking about when it's mentioning cones and how horizons are just flat planes?
Well, they have like a globe model to begin with, right? That they reference in geodetic surveying. And it's just basically latitude and longitude, and that's derived from the sky, stars. As far as I know.
Yeah, so latitude, or long, you see Polaris, you back away from Polaris. There's a certain amount of declination. It goes down in your perspective view, and then you got different stars that correlate with a different position on the ground, and then you attribute the backing away from Polaris as Earth curve. So you get it from the stars. You treat the Earth as flat and stationary as a horizontal plane, and then the star seems to decline in your perspective view as you back away from it, and the explanation is that's due to curvature, but it's just due to you backing away from it. Yeah, so the thing that they're referencing to propose that the Earth is a globe is a stationary Earth, flat Earth. They're first you use the Earth as you applied that a flat plane and the declination of a star in the sky, and then transform it to that the stars are flat and the Earth is curving. With perspective, you can put it into play in your everyday life as you back away from something. Things above eye level converge down towards eye level, below it up towards eye level into a vanishing point, and you map that out from the side, and you would map out what will be a curve. But what's actually happening is it's vanishing into a point. What a point is just a reference for a line. So it's a starting point for a line. So we have a horizontal horizon and vanishing point.
Okay, I guess I was hoping somebody actually looked over the doc. It doesn't really feel. It feels like it just got word saladed against, and it purposely makes it's made complicated so that one just gets confused and quits.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
feel
but
like
yeah, no, that's maybe my failure. Yeah. Yeah. So the original observation, like I'm saying, is the stars, right? So I mean, how do you back away from a star, right? It's up in the sky, right? So anything that and anything else besides a star, right? So you know if it's above you, like a high lamp or a high building, you back away, and it seems like it's going down towards eye level, right? Right or wrong? I mean, you have to follow a
I'm
little.
following. I'm following.
Yeah. I mean, is that right or wrong?
Hard to say, but I guess I'm thinking about the sun. Like for example, when the sun sets over the horizon, I can take my drone up 20 feet in the air and I can see a second sunset. And in another example, I can either chase the sunset or I can run away from it, and that determines at what time the sun actually sets, or my perception of light, whatever we want to call it, setting. But nonetheless, if I run away from the sunset, it's going to get darker quicker versus if I run towards the sunset. I'm thinking like in a high speed rail or a plane or whatever.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I know somebody can address it. I gotta do something.
Yeah, but that's not proof that it's the Earth that's moving. It's already been proven to not be moving.
I guess I'm not trying to prove that it's moving or not moving. More, I'm just trying to explore this thought experiment. Like, if I can see two sunsets by just raising my drone 20 feet into the air, that gives credence to the argument that we live on a sphere, or at least it's not a flat plane. And so
no, because that can be replicated on a flat plane.
Tell me more.
Yeah. You could do that with observations on a long table, which people have done. They've even put like gas on the table surface to create miraging effects and so forth. But when you rise up from on a plane, the same thing happens. You have more angle to the horizon, so you have a wider range of view and a longer focal point.
Yeah, so you're increasing your angle, so you're increasing the resolution of the object. So you just you climb a tree if you want to see further. It has nothing to do with something being below the curve.
I mean, and thinking about this table experiment, if I had like a dime at one end of the table and a laser pointer at the other, depending on this distance of the table, it wouldn't matter if I went from 0 degrees, facing the object, same altitude, etc., versus if I was 20 feet in the air, I would still see that dime at the end of the table. I'd still be able to point that laser pointer at that dime. But if it was on a curve, that dime disappears into the distance or off into the horizon, but my laser pointer cannot touch it, cannot point at that, dime until I raise 20 foot off the table, or, whatever distance. Right?
Just how it occurs on a flat plane. Yeah.
No, my point is that despite the fact that we're dealing with a flat table, dime's on top of the table, and I'm shining my laser pointer at it, I'm still going to be able to hit that dime, whether I'm at 0 degrees on that, the x-axis, or if I'm at 20 feet in the air, my laser pointer still hits the dime at the end of the table. Now, if we curve this table, that no longer becomes true. So this second sunset example with this drone, it doesn't jive with my reality.
Yeah, that would be true. Like, yeah, it would be true. Like, so if the quarter was set like behind the curvature of the table or whatever, right? You couldn't zoom in, or you couldn't do anything to ever bring it back into view because it would be behind a physical curvature of the table. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Or at least my laser pointer won't bend,
No.
around the table, right?
That's interesting because the whole time you're using a flat stationary Earth as a reference for your drone. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Expand on that, because I didn't see why that's a nail in the coffin.
What is the reference point that your drone is using? A stationary flat Earth.
Okay. Just like
Yeah,
my laser
show me
pointer.
where your drone. Show me where your drone is accounting for curvature and rotation.
show me why it needs to account for rotation and curvature of the Earth. We're just talking about line of sight.
Because it's a supposed physical object with physical attributes. That means if it's spinning at every distance from that spinning surface, requires a higher speed. So show us how it it gets a reference point from 0 at ground level, right?
Okay, tie this back to our example. So why do I need to demonstrate that I'm taking into account curvature, taking into account spin of the Earth, when all we're talking about is why when I fly my drone up in the air 20 feet, I see a second sunset. Or if I'm using that laser pointer example on the table, I'm reference plane is the table, stationary object. Dime is sitting on the table. Well, despite the fact that I raised the laser pointer up 1 inch or 20 feet, I'm still going to be able to do line of sight of that dime. Now, if we curve this table, that is no longer true, and I would need to raise my laser pointer up 20 feet.
Does nobody literally have the video of the quarter or the dime like demonstration on the table showing that it's the angular resolution, right? The angle to the observable object. What is obstructing is the resolvability at the surface. Nobody has that video of the literal thing that he's saying would move it? Yeah, I don't have it right on hand, but usually people.
I guess running through the experiment in my mind, like what I'm saying isn't crazy. My perspective. Oh, you know what? I just found a website relating to this experiment. Flatearth.ws, coin on table.
Yeah, this is the debunkers of Flat Earth with Strawman.
Oh, is it?
This is the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, okay. I thought it was actual. Never mind.
No, it's a guy who will say, well, some guy just puts up big refraction, whatever, refraction, gravity. I don't know what else he says. That's pretty much it.
Well, I find it ironic that I found this. Nonetheless,
it's not ironic at all. Yeah, it's not ironic
come on,
at all.
It's you guys brought up the coin on a table experiment. I added the laser pointer, but
right. But isn't that? I mean, what I'm saying. Not like what I'm saying, but so shouldn't you have found the original source, right, of the experiment that I'm referencing, not the rebuttal to it? I know. No, I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying, isn't it funny that you found the rebuttal to the original argument?
Oh,
like, don't you
okay.
think the original argument would be a bigger deal, and then you can't find that one?
Google, of course, is gonna. Okay, yeah, I'm. You can convince me on that side of the equation easy enough, but I think the side of the equation that you can't convince me on is this. First off, maybe finish the thought on the coin on table experiment, because I just don't see it doesn't. I would love an explanation on this drone phenomenon, second sunset.
Well,
if
well,
this coin on table stuff isn't real.
What it shows is that at the surface, right, like if you're looking along a horizontal plane, like a surface, right, all the information along that horizontal plane, like due to perspective, things will rise towards eye level, right, and then that are below it, and above it, down towards it, etc., right. But all of that information kind of gets mixed together, and it becomes unresolvable due to the diffraction limit of light. Like you can only view an object of a certain size, and et cetera, and it gets blurred from the bottom up due to some of these limitations that you can look up, Rayleigh criteria, et cetera, but not due to Earth curve, right? So I got my fucking thing beeping in the background.
You're good.
No, he ain't, man. Fix that beep, man. I thought you was on a heart monitor.
I started looking around in my room. What's that beeping noise?
Yeah, that's what. I was looking for my phone, like, what the hell? What's that? I got an alarm set or something?
No, that was my earlier. I got to go soon. Meaning I'm about to eat, and that's the oven going.
Are you guys looking forward to the solar eclipse? Total solar eclipse? Does that jive with your worldview?
Does it make you feel intelligent asking that?
I find it insane that they're able to pinpoint exactly where to stand, when to stand, and be able to map this hundreds of years out, and they happen to be correct.
Yeah, I'm looking forward
There's
to
not
it.
even a map of the flat Earth that you guys all trust, but
That's
yet
not
we're able to
true.
make predictions into the future.
They use the ancient solar cycles from the Chaldeans and the Mayans. That's what they have. The solar
the
cycles.
Soros cycle
They
tells
already
when, but not
know
where.
those. They're postdictions.
No, the
Okay, are we
Soros
making fun
cycles
of them,
tells
or is
when,
this,
but not where.
is this something to?
Also, the Soros cycle doesn't tell whether it's going to be an annular eclipse or a total eclipse. The globe model predicts a total eclipse on April 8th. I guess we'll find out who's right.
Yeah,
I do hear that like argument a lot, Matthew. How
globe
can you
predicts
tell
it's
me
the
when
moon.
and not where? Sorry, again.
I'm sorry. The
Sorry.
globe
Say it
predicts it's
again.
the moon also, but there's no sight of the moon anywhere near it during the period of the solar eclipse.
Right.
No moon.
Just like yesterday. You couldn't see the moon yesterday because it was too close to the sun.
I mean, I hear that rebuttal from you a lot, Matthew. Like, oh, it could tell you when, but not where. But like, when would depend on when, as in time, like when, right? Would depend on the sun, the circuit of the sky, right? And then that's how we map out our coordinate system, according to the sky being where. So how could it be possible that it could tell you when and not where?
Yeah, I'm trying to. That's it. That's the point of intersection, when, so that would also tell you where.
They know where it is. Yeah, they do. They've mapped that out too.
So the Saros cycle can't tell you that you should stand in Dallas, Texas, but not 100 miles east of there. That's what I'm talking about. Like, where on Earth will you see a total eclipse? The center line.
Yeah, but like you've heard of time zones, right? Like you're saying when. Well, what are time zones? Time zones are where the sun is, the equinox precession, the 360-degree circle of the sun above our head. That's the where
High
and when at
noon.
the same time.
High noon.
Yeah, I'm saying like the point of the total eclipse. So if you stand in Dealey Plaza where JFK was shot,
It sounds like you're referring to the totality of the path.
yes, the totality of the path is well known, and if you go 100 miles west
Yeah,
of there,
we've
you
seen
won't.
it before, right? So
You go
if we
100
know
miles
it's this type of eclipse, we've already viewed what type of totality path we get for that. Over and over and over again, we viewed it and mapped it and categorized it and cataloged it.
Yeah, so the Saros cycle tells how often eclipses happen.
And the Saros cycle relies on a globular Earth.
No, it's just a cycle. The point is, if you want to carefully narrow it down to where it's going to happen, you need to plot it out in 3D space and figure out where the center line is.
Okay, then it might not rely on a globular Earth, but it relies on, precession and orbits, etc., etc.
Right, which are best understood as a 3D in 3D.
Okay, fair. So if I'm following correctly, a flat earther might agree with the Saros cycle and agree that we're in orbit of another body, but not necessarily that the bodies themselves are globular, but instead flat.
No, the Saros cycle is merely like timing, like how often do they
No. Did he just say flat earthers think everything we see in the sky is flat? It's basically what he said, isn't it? Nobody's going to cut that guy off?
No. I don't think I was being unfair. It's just like, if I heard right,
you
Saros
are
cycle,
being unfair. We see the same thing in the sky you do, buddy.
Yeah, I was just trying to get my facts straight. Saros cycle, depends on, bodies in orbit, and the distinction to be made is, is that those bodies in orbit are or at least one of them is flat. Is that right? Like when I talked about the
I
total
think you
solar
should just
eclipse,
go research the cycle before you talk about it.
You're saying Soros cycle?
Saros.
Yeah,
My issue was that flat earthers don't even have a map, let alone could map out 100 years into the future
cycle
where the eclipse
tomato,
happens.
tomato.
They got the Saros cycle got brought up because of that, and so I'm just trying to pin down. Okay, if a flat earther
I
believes in the
wasn't
Saros
listening.
cycle, do they also believe that we're in orbit?
Cool.
How did they calculate the Saros cycle back in the day?
Astrology.
Do you know what methodology they used?
I forget what it's called when you have, it's like a watch, right? It's, you have a circle and then you have multiple circles within it. I forget what that diagram is called exactly. I just had the book on it too, but it went over my head. I just returned it because.
Have you heard of the Antikythera mechanism? This is the. My understanding is that this Saros cycle is a result or measured through the Antikythera mechanism.
Antikytherium, and yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if we're gonna practice correct pronunciation, it's a two-sided sword.
I've seen it in real life.
Nice.
But nonetheless, if you're gonna say, how did they measure it? What was the? I think this is the ticket, or was the ticket.
Is it something we could repeat today?
Yes. When you go into a science classroom and you see that, it's like a 9-pegged or 8-pegged, circular thing with sticks, and you spin it and there's gears, and that shows you like the orbit of the star and et cetera, et cetera. I think that's
Wasn't there? So there was I think there was a Popular Science article recently published about why our solar system is mostly flat or disc-like, right?
Well, I'm not ready to get into flat universe theory. I was just
Oh
trying
no,
to take on
flat solar system, or rather disc world, or in disc system in a way.
We're all just a CD-ROM.
Well, I think if you follow Hegelian philosophy, yeah, could be.
Meh.
It's a flat simulation of a sphere, right? So it's kind of both. Or simulation usually implies watchmaker, I think. But you guys seem to quiet it down. Just question.
Well, I just fact checked. I was saying it closer to correct than that other guy was. Trying to pronounce, reject my pronunciation.
Yeah, there it is. That's funny.
Say it again. Antikytherium.
I said Antikythera, and it's Antikythera.
Antikythera.
Antikythera. It's very simple.
Antikythera. Nice.
I imagine it's opposite Kythera. That's why it's anti.
What does Kythera mean?
Their
The root word is
location.
Greek.
It's a location.
Huh. In Greece. Yeah, that's what I yearn for. I yearn for, an open sourced map that I can program my sailboats, weather charter to. And instead of, working off of the, maps that are propagandized to us, I could instead sail off these new maps that are, take the flat Earth into account, and then you can test your theories.
Are you more? Are you okay with a lunar calendar, or would you rather prefer a solar calendar?
I thought about it much.
Do you think flat Earth implies heaven, or heavenly body, or a place to ascend to, or descend to?
That's interesting. I'm not religious, but I could see how that argument would attract a theist.
Right. Yeah, this is a strange year. Easter's in March. There's a solar eclipse. Lent is very early, and it goes right through Ramadan, then Ramadan through Easter.
Lent starts on Wednesday, I think. And yeah,
Yeah.
I think that if you're a flat earther, that implies theism because there's no natural cause for the Earth to be flat.
I don't think that's true. I think there could still... So, it's like, could reality fall into making itself, right? Or does the implication that we can create watches, right? Does that either prove that the complete total randomness of Earth, of reality, is now complete and we have a form of chaotic watchmaking, right? Or does it prove the opposite? Which, well, I'd say it's kind of hard to tell, right? If you are a fan of omniscience, you might want to say, and the different types of like omni-thought, right, and presence, then I would say probably it would, by definition, be paradoxical. It would have to be, right? And it could be both at the same time.
I guess I'm saying there's no non-theistic natural explanation for how the Earth was created to be, or how it came about to be flat. And so I don't think there's anybody who's even proposed a natural non-theistic way for that to happen.
Really?
Well, how did the Milky Way spiral galaxy come out naturally flat?
That's a good question.
I mean, if we're lacking a process that does that.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Ancient humans had a much clearer view of the Milky Way than we do now. Our current metropolises and light pollution forbid us from being able to see most of the celestial bodies. So, did they know it was flat? Right? How do we know? We can't even see it. Oh, our computers tell us. Okay, well, that was easy.
I'm skeptical on that idea.
I live in the country. We get a pretty good view of it.
Yeah, I mean,
light pollution is one of those things. The second you turn the switch off, it's done. And light pollution doesn't spread across the sea. And if you imagine for a second that we can fit the entire population of Earth into the state of Texas with the population density of Paris, then I would argue that there are plenty of wide open spaces to go and see the Milky Way. For example, there's a star party in Nebraska, and it's known for the darkest skies because the nearest city, and by city, I use that word loosely, is like 50 miles away. Right. And it's the darkest place, where they throw a star party.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, like, yeah, but that's a lot of very specific hoops you have to go through to be able to even see a dark night that was readily available to most of humans throughout our entire history until recently.
Sure, but it is still possible to go see.
It's readily available.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, which is nice.
Like I said, I live in the country. It's readily available. Every night is.
You've seen the Milky Way? You see the Milky Way, or you just see stars?
I see all of it. It depends.
It does depend. True.
Yeah, it depends on the weather.
Well, if the moon is out and bright, it creates its own light pollution, right? So then it's a lot harder to see a lot of stars.
So the better you can see the forest at night, the less you can see the stars. Yeah,
Right.
that I agree with. But the
Wait, why
top
is
half,
that?
Well, so
because the
just
moon's
the
like
same.
kind of
This,
polluted, kind of it's
yeah, it's the same
background.
reason you said that there's light pollution in the city. Well, you get the same amount of light. Well, not the same, but you get a very bright light being reflected off the moon, right? So that light, it blocks it. It's like a fog. You can't see through that light to see the stars. But if the moon isn't there, or if it's like a waning crescent or something like
Yep,
that, then it's
yep,
a lot
yep.
easier.
Okay,
Yeah,
agreed.
and I do think a full moon when I'm out in the country is a lot brighter here than it is if, say, I'm in Detroit at 1 a.m.
Mm.
seal coating a parking lot because there's street lights on everywhere and all that.
Not to mention the actual smoke and farts and whatnot, and they get put into the air. Like that does block it. That does create a smog.
Well, the heat too, just from the
Oh
asphalt.
yeah, that's a good
The
point
heat,
too. Yeah,
the
the
heat
heat.
in the so asphalt doesn't cool off the minute the sun goes down.
Right.
That's
It
a good
holds
point,
heat.
but it's not heat itself that's causing issues. It's the disturbance in the air. For example, one of the
Right.
best places to mount a telescope is Hawaii because the air is so stable. It goes across all that ocean, and by the time it hits Hawaii, that's the only turbulence in it.
Oh yeah.
So it's about
Yeah.
turbulence in the air is why heat affects your visibility.
So you're admitting to climate
Yeah,
change? Okay,
yeah,
buddy. Okay,
that's what.
bro.
Listen, that's what heat does. That's what temperature differential does. It causes disturbances in the atmosphere.
Yeah, you can tell. It's easy if you look at any weather map. Look at the weather map in the morning on a cool morning, right? That it will be hot. You'll see green all around every single city in America, right? That's the steam, right? That's the steam. It fools the radar into thinking that it's wet, right? But no, it's the heat release. Absolutely. Looks like there's rain, but there isn't.
Condensation.
Yup. Very powerful. That's what I was telling somebody earlier that I ride my bicycle everywhere, and they're like, "How are you not sweaty? Like sweating your ass off?" And I'm like, "Well, it's 40 degrees out, and two, I get used to it, right? So yeah, of course, if it's cold, it's just steam. I don't like
He
doesn't
said,
build
"Right
up."
now, I'm air cold, brother."
Nice. That's funny.
Yeah, hey, when I jog a lot, so I used to sweat my ass off, like when I first hit boot camp, or when I first started track. But now, after I've been doing it for 45, minutes, you settle into a norm. Your body just operates normally at that pace. So I don't sweat. I don't breathe heavy. I can have a conversation while I'm jogging.
That's tough to do. That takes a lot of effort. I can't talk or sing or whistle when I'm running. It's very hard.
I've
Very
done
hard.
it. I'm
I'm a big
52.
guy
I've
though.
done it since I was 18.
Nice. Good on you.
Hardcore anyway.
Good on you. Man, I wish my mom would have done any of that, man. I begged her. I was like, please, just work out. Just a little bit.
A
Nah.
lot of country kids do wrestling and track and cross country.
Yeah.
Just
I love
popular in the country.
Midwestern Marks because he's a state champion wrestler, and he always, whenever he gets in a debate that like is getting shaky, right? He's just like, "I'll wrestle you." He's like, "I'll pin you to the ground, and then I'll be right." What are you gonna do then? It's funny.
We can settle this quick.
Yeah, American wrestling, man. But I'm so excited for this eclipse. I don't know what to talk about flat Earth anymore. GG's.
Good games. Who lost?
testing.
Yeah, you're good.
All right, so turquoise. Dude, what's going on? What do you got?
Hey, man.
Yeah, dude, you're unmuted. Oh, shit.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Oh, no problem.
I just want to ask for forgiveness, and hopefully, we can all go.
Well, forgiveness isn't necessary because no harm. What you didn't cause, any harm to anybody, so there isn't anything to really forgive or forget. It's just, people on the internet doing the best they can with what they got, and people make mistakes. Sometimes people overstep, but trespasses are really easily forgiven because other people trespass. I've trespassed against other people. Like, you make mistakes.
We'll even forget you asked for forgiveness when you didn't need it.
That's my point, dog. Let's not put that in the bingo game.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks, man.
I've always said where if saying I'm sorry only works if a person, I'm not say you, because sometimes I say you and people think I'm talking to you. Okay, so if you, a person, not you, but the royal you, did something that really caused harm to somebody and you should have known better. Like, you really should have known. Like,
I don't think sorry ever really
And even
fixes
to yourself,
anything.
man.
yeah, I always say forgive me. Like, just, hey, forgive me. I misstep, or I did something that is not my intention, and forgive that. But when
See,
you
I've
say
always
you're
preferred the saying forgive rather than sorry, because forgiveness is like it's on them to forgive. Sorry is like they don't have to say anything, but forgive it's like
Oh, I
almost
disagree.
like a demand.
Yeah.
I think forgiveness is a
appeasement.
decision and not an emotion. But I'm sorry, you're better than that. You're a man. You're good. I like that you're unmuted, sir.
Thank you, sir.
What's
I
up,
would have
Batman?
done it earlier, but I figured I was out of the server. I saw your message. I said, hey, I'm AFK, and I would have jumped in. I figured that was an hour ago, so I figured
Over
by
the
now
last
you're.
2 days, Crit, you've been on muting a lot of motherfuckers and not muting anybody. I just got to point that out, brother.
Yeah, I got to write that down from in the lore, the book of lore.
So I heard somebody say that Crit mutes everybody here, and I think they're wrong.
Seriously? Well, it's I don't know. It's like the crit effect. There's not even like a fun play on words I can make for it, but other than a T-shirt or a million T-shirts with different little one-liners on them, because a bingo game is not sufficient for the effect that crit has on people. It's just you're just still one of the funniest people I've ever met in my life. Crit. I swear to
That's
God.
funny. Crypto
He
told
makes
me I had the
cry.
battle
I
mod
laugh
up.
so hard, dude. Every day. I'm not even kidding. He doesn't even understand the gold that comes out, the gold nuggets that come out of his mouth sometimes. Oh, like layers of humor that it's just too on the yin or on the yang. Sorry, for most people.
Yeah, a lot of people don't get his jokes. I do. I like them too.
Yeah, they kind of seem like they're like people say, "Oh, that seems insulting." I'm like, "Well, what?
Have
what
you
was
met
it?"
QE?
Yeah, it's a little bit different where it's like a direct, like somebody be like it's a microaggression. It's like what Crit said hurt my feelings. You're like, why? Why did you
I'm
do
sorry,
that?
I'm talking to your professor of Marxism in your university. That's not no, stop, no. Like that AI bot said earlier that Clay Underseal was talking to. It was answering like a straight up just Marxist textbook. It was so funny. Open discussion is important without saying anything else. Okay, AI bot for nothing. Okay, Chat GPT.
You're allowed to talk
Right.
amongst yourselves, you know. You have free will,
But
guys.
it's
Don't worry.
not an open discussion, and there's no
That's how this country
citations at
started.
all. Yeah,
Over
I know,
beers
right?
in a tavern in conversation.
Yeah, and a lot of other things from Asia and other things that are, logistics of the old,
Oh yeah. Well, whenever you build a new world, you're going to bring part of the old world with you because of the people.
As it should be. I just, wish we had some better explanations of our last, architecture that stands, but don't even get somebody meant. I think it was Lunatic that mentioned Tartaria garbage earlier, and I'm like, dude, we're not going to talk about one of the 1,800 ChatGPT created 8-hour-long documentaries today. No, sir, not today.
Not big on the mud flood, are you?
Done did it. Research Michelle Gibson. Know my shit. Know that's not it. Sorry. Done did it. No thanks. I go through things so quickly. I listen to content. I don't ever watch things unless it's like super. I really don't ever watch things. I've just put like I'm an Audible person. And so I have a knack for understanding like honest cadence, I guess, if you want to call it that. And just it was like, how are you going to fake a Renaissance? No, stop it. I'm also a fine artist, so I'm like, no, that is not Renaissance. That is not Impressionist art. What? Okay, now I know you're just a stupid bot. Okay, no, can't do this anymore. And there was like 14 hours long. I'm like, oh my god, enough already. You know, some things are okay. Some things are okay just being left mysteries. You know.
It's one of them rabbit holes that just goes on forever, doesn't it?
Where someone gives too much
that's
information.
What they want. That's what the enemy wants. Like, if they don't get that, I'm sorry. Like, it wasted about 3 months of my life, you know, last year, and I'm like, that's enough. It's enough.
It's like a moment in the other server. It's just about time frame. You can stretch it, and you know.
Well, see, all the fuckers that like, you know, lie about the NASA thing and the illusion and like the there is no God thing. It's all the same damn family of just like deception of, hey, let's get them to look the other way of what's like the simplest thing, which is all from within in our own right mind. So I'm like, ugh, okay, just more of that. Okay, all right, I love you, but I can't be your friend. You're watching all these documentaries. I can't do it. Anyway, although Iwaranon was convincing for a minute 3 years ago.
You get lost in Tartaria, I'm telling you.
Iwaranon. Yeah, that guy.
I do like architecture, and it did make me look at buildings differently. So I appreciate that.
And I appreciate exactly. I mean, and honestly, sepia original photography from the old day, like when photography was first released, that's just impressive on its own. So that's, and same with giants too. Like that's an interesting one too. So
good stuff.
Sanjay asked in the chat, why isn't anyone talking? Have they all fallen off the edge? These guys just don't give up, do they?
Sounds like a Guido. You should probably come in here and talk then.
We don't have to wonder why he didn't say that in VC.
Oh, is he loud in here?
No, it probably would have got loud in here if he'd said that.
Well, I don't want to be like scaring off another Ruhif. I want Ruhif to come in here. I saw him somewhere else today, and I'm like, oh my god, he exists still. So that would be fun.
What you want to debate, Roofy?
I want him to change. I want him to make up his mind on how his name is spelled, and then I want to ask him some questions. Yeah.
Whenever he's in a server that I'm mod at, I change his name to Ruhifanol.
Oh, that's hilarious! Like, okay, that's hilarious.
That's what it's short for. That's what his name is short for.
What is he? Pakistan? No, he's not Pakistani. What is that? Darn.
Ruhifanol is a date rape drug.
Well, I know we've already talked about this, but
right, it's medical terminology. He's American.
No.
Yeah, I think he's still in service.
No, he's Australian.
He's Australian.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, he's probably still in service. That's no doubt. But I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty sure he says he's on base.
I want to hear that wonderful, predictable inflection point of his voice. We'll just say I want to talk to that. I've been wanting to talk to that for like a year. So many things. Anyway, so many things. But anyway, I'm in better spirits today, Battlemon. Thank you for caring.
Most people do, but they can't care if you don't tell
them. Correct. And what's the fling point of it all if you don't communicate things in the poignant moment, you know?
Yeah,
I get it.
I believe that's that Bible verse. No tree bears fruit before its season. Since I'm a farmer, I see that to be true, and I apply it to my life and people.
Absolutely.
People
Absolutely.
do what they need to when they're ready.
That was exactly my was gonna be my follow-up, dude. Exactly right. When it's the season, when after the second rain, when they're at that point of strength. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's like the day of the dog, you know.
Yeah, when the post pruning and the zealous signing up requesting of being pruned in my case, yeah, dog, bring it on. So that's my dogs and my fig tree. So who's got a globe something to bring in here, because we scared away a few today.
I was hoping the squeaky voice kid was here and you guys were beating up on him some more.
Donald?
Donald
Him and
C. Donald
Hi,
C.
Donald.
And Pluto. Pluto's
He's
kind of
gonna no,
spiky.
he's gonna be Don forever just because he didn't like it, you know. But
Yeah, you really screwed him in with that Don. You didn't like that.
Yeah, I know he was ready to crack, man. I thought afterwards, man, you took
just
that
like
low
Cooper, Cooper, you're gonna be South Park chef. You're gonna be chef.
Right.
Sorry, not sorry. But, like
I
if you get it,
I have a nephew named Donald, and I call him Don, and it really upsets him. So I already know, you know.
but Don is better than Donnie, to be fair, in my opinion. But
oh, that's the next one.
like there's just
Donnie,
one more chastising down level, you know.
It's so nice. You could say it twice. You could call him Don Don.
Yeah. Just tell him again that there's a duck named Donald.
I'll tell you for a fact, I don't know anybody directly or indirectly called Donald in England. I don't think it's a name that we had over here that often. Maybe some old people, but I can't recall anybody called Donald over here.
It's probably Irish from McDaniels, McDonald's.
Mm-hmm. Donaldson. Yep.
Yeah.
I miss the name Rupert, man. There was a Scottish cartoon.
Rupert.
Yeah, dude, I'd love that name.
I remember Rupert.
The Scottish white bear with like the little plaid scarf on.
Of course. Yeah, yeah. Do you remember that?
My daughter loves it.
That was one of my favorites. And that and Princess Mononoke, you know, when things got dark. But yeah. I need some more World of Warcraft players in here, like earlier. That was funny.
Yeah, I always thought, man, Rupert's not all with it. He wears a plaid scarf and plaid pants.
He had good ass friends though, man. He was on it. He read books.
Yeah.
Need more of that. Need more of that shit. Not PBS fake astronauts named Amy Mines are polluting our kids' brains. You know, PBS. I had to write it off 3 or 4 years ago, and I was like, oh, gotta find this fake Amy Meinzer lady. Anyway, not gonna do it, but the point is, it happens. Kids are watching that. I'm like, no. Jet propulsion. It's all just the propaganda. So sad. PBS used to be all right, man.
Yeah, public broadcasting. When I was a kid, there was only some. Yeah, like when there was still a dial on your TV, and it was on UHF channel 23, not on your VHF channels. If you guys know the difference.
That was a different switchboard system from the whole thing that started in like the late 40s or something. So
yeah, but like Fox 47 was on UHF, but you know CBS was on VHF.
Huh.
And it's you had 13 channel dial, and then you could go to 0, and on 0 you'd have 0 through I think 63.
Oh, badass.
And that was before cable. Everybody had an antenna and a router box.
RCA, is that when RCA started?
We had an RCA player, yeah. We had the
That's what-
biggest. Our first disc player, our discs were as big as record albums. You
Oh, yeah.
stick the whole case in there, and then it'd take the disc out the case and spit the case back out. I used to
Yeah.
watch Chevy Chase on that.
Oh, yeah.
Zap.
Nice. Yeah, no, my grandfather was a huge well, he was military in like in the early 40s and late 30s he was a military photographer. And like they paid him literally to just cook and like do awesome photography stuff like in Japan and stuff. So like that whole thing and like projector screens and the original even cassette tapes back in the day, like the real
8mm, reel
yeah,
to reel. Yeah.
reel to reel, done right. Absolutely. That's that. And we watched everything on the projector. Like that's it. That's like,
We got a,
you know,
I still got the projector around here somewhere, but
they make new projectors now and they're just garbage to me. You know, I hate to be biased, but it's like nothing is as good as it was in that. So.
I remember a number of years ago asking my nephews and niece if they could ever recall getting up to change the channel to turn the channel on the TV, and they're like, "What's a knob like for television?"
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm
I had to press
so
so hard, man. You got like calluses on your thumbs from that shit.
I've seen Charlie Chaplin, an 8mm with no volume, projected onto a wall in a farmhouse.
Absolutely.
With a sheet, that was a
Yep.
Friday night.
And you had some wood side panel on the inside of the room, or if you're lucky, and so that way you didn't have as much, backlight messing it up. Absolutely. Yep.
We used to listen to the radio too. My mom had they had radio shows. They like Paul Harvey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You'd go to a farm when I was a kid, anywhere. You'd leave your dad's barn and he'd be listening to Paul Harvey, and you'd drive to your friend's house on your quad, pull up in the barn, and you could finish listening to Paul Harvey.
That's Michigander life, yeah.
Oh yeah. You guys ever heard?
People love their supersized barns out there, even if you don't got like nothing to put in it. It's like, no, we built that barn. That's our oversized barn. We're Michiganders. I love it.
yeah. We put anything in there. You sound like my grandpa. You'd have been a good kid around here. Grandpa loved you.
Just put me in like the garden house. Maybe tend some poinsettias. I'd be good. I'd be so happy with some apple orchard. That'd be cool. I'd be really happy with the trees because I had an apple tree in my front yard growing up, and I would just sit there and read and just eat the sour apples. All the sour ones, and just fall and loved it.
Apple blossoms and cherry blossoms and
dogwoods and a compost pile. That's all I need. That's all you need.
It smells good out here. Lilacs.
Mm-hmm. Well, y'all have some of the weirdest foliage too, like down by the rocky parts of the like Michigan and stuff. That's the only time I was there, and I was like, the air smells so good. Like half a second, you're like, there's some wonderful wildlife that's just like unsupervised by the gov, and it's like, oh my, love it. Go procreate, you animals. I love it. Just
we're overpopulated in Michigan with turkeys and coyotes and deer and.
I'm just glad you don't call them coyotes. I hated that about Ohio. Sorry to use the word hate, but yeah.
Yeah, they're
coyotes are cool.
They are all right, except for when they're chasing the livestock. And I don't go out and hunt them and kill them, but I sure don't invite them on the property,
Yeah, no, Michigan's one of those weird states though, because of like the immigration and political shit going on. Like you don't even know if it's people or animals like in the forest. Sometimes.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's been people caught. The top half of my state is national forest, and there's been foreigners caught in the Manistee National Forest tending marijuana crops.
Well, they're even doing it, and they're just raiding the even B2Bs and like yuppie sort of areas. It's like, oh my god, really? In Michigan, of all places. So I don't know.
Well, it's the jobs we got. It's a
Mhm.
manufacturing state, so yeah, there's always a manufacturing job here.
Some of the best wineries, though, I ever went to were in Michigan, for sure. Last year and a half ago, something like that.
Oh yeah.
And bird species, y'all's bird species are kick ass too, man. I'm like a bird and tree person, but like not a hippie at all. So like, yeah, I just love it. Birds. I mean, if you see like a healthy population of just unique ass birds, you know, that are like not anywhere else.
Cranes, swallows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they
Turkey
just and they're all
vultures.
congregating. And turkey vultures are the best, man. Okay, all things that are like, okay, I'm such a dork, man. I'm like talking like PBS right now, but all the raptor birds are kick ass. And Michigan is like known for having a healthy species of all 5 of them. You have all the owls, all the falcons, all the
All the
eagles, all the
owls.
vultures.
Yep.
Yep, all the hawks. It's like, oh my god! It's like
And you
you just
can
walk
see
outside for
those.
coffee and you just see them all, and you're like, oh my god, they're all congregating together. There's like no
Where I
beef in the
live
air.
in
There's no beef.
Pulaski, Michigan, you can. There's a road I go down in the swamp on both sides, and on one side it'll be all cranes and swallows and other big indigenous swamp birds.
Mhm.
And
It's like you
the
can
opposite
almost ignore
side
the
will
political
be
female
nothing
leader
but
there
turkey
just because of the
vultures.
birds.
You
Yeah.
can actually have to stop traffic on a country road in my town because
Yeah.
of turkey vultures or wild turkeys.
I literally passed a herd of wild turkeys yesterday on a delivery in the mountains here, and it was like 8 or 9 of them. They are so much friendlier than geese, but they are so majestic. I'm like, that thing is my size, literally at like 100 pounds,
I
you
don't
know?
like geese.
Oh my god.
Me and geese don't get along. They're the only
Dude.
animal I think that just don't like Mike.
Me and alpacas and llamas, they hate me. Like goats and me are cool, that kind of diamond eye. But I swear to you, any alpaca or llama will just charge. It's the what? So
I
I
don't
feel
like
you.
llamas. Them things spit on you.
Well,
I
and
love myself
they're
some
not meant to be
magpies.
alone, man. If you have a farm, they're not don't have one, have 2 or more, you know, these idiots like you don't, you know what I'm saying? Like don't put like one on a chain. That's so sad. No.
These
They're
are my
Would you,
favorite birds.
anyway.
Seeing as you're talking about that, and I don't want to, seeing as you're talking about that, would you like to see mine
Oh my gosh, yes,
right
please.
now?
Peace.
Can you see my camera?
Oh.
Hey,
Oh my
Packy.
good gracious, so pretty. I have
Here's the
nothing
other one
against
lying
the
down at the
animals,
pool.
you know?
Oh, fucking A.
Oh my god, they're a different color than we have here.
Oh, you get all different colours.
They got
I
better
got white.
hair.
And they have human hair, right? It's not like fur.
No, that's wool. We shear them.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're so pretty.
This one's laying under the sprinkler.
Oh my
Isn't
god, little necks, they're so cute. How old are they?
It's pretty docile.
She's 6 months.
Oh my good
And the other
gracious.
this one's been sheared, but she's about 12 months. Hey, Packy. Hey?
Oh my goodness. So cute. Look at that.
Someone
Sorry.
said their poop is great for the herbs. I think them or emus, one of the two. No, alpaca's manure is the best for any gardens, herbs, whatever. They don't eat any seed and they don't shit any seed. It's like the cleanest you'll get.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about emus, but alpaca, nice.
And
Nice, dude.
I keep the alpacas to protect my sheep.
That's wonderful. I just went to my first animal fair fiber show here in the mountains, and like I just got to like play with all the wildlife for sale. There were like I don't know 150 or 60 of them from like rams, sheep, all that, and it was just like oh my god, talk about getting over the fear of the diamond eyes. But those look so cute. Oh my god,
Dragon,
well
that's a magpie, isn't it?
Yes, sir. And it's
We
miles
don't see
different
them
from
in
like
Michigan. It's
you might get a different type of magpie.
Yeah.
You might get this type of ugly magpie.
I don't even know what a magpie is, man. I'm such a noob to it.
They're amazing. They're Australian ones, I think.
The
Like similar.
magpie
It's
is
like
a member of the corvid family.
yeah.
That includes crows, ravens, jays.
Ravens are my
That's
best
basically
friends. Ravens love me, and so did great
that's
horned owls. But I've never seen a beak like that. Huh?
started.
they're the birds that Britain gets basically. Magpies. Well, where I am from anyway, we get magpies, crows, ravens, wood pigeons. They're pretty cute.
I like
Yeah.
all pigeons. Pigeons are so underrated. I mean, people in America are just assholes to most birds, and I'm like, you got to get seriously. That's nature's cleanup crew. You guys could just ease off, you know.
I know they eat everything. Mike Tyson
Mhm.
loves pigeons.
Tesla love
Mike-
pigeons.
Mike Tyson loves
Yeah.
Alex Jones, so I'll pass on that. But
He likes shrooms too.
he likes Alex enough, but yeah. I used to like his cartoon on Adult Swim.
yeah. I used to watch it right after
I used to watch TV.
Hunger Team.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was like the one movie I used to want a meatwad tattoo, and I'm so glad that I went to jail years ago and I saw this chick with a meatwad tattoo, and I'm like, no, never mind.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? Meat what I'm rolling.
Dude, right? Meatwad, get the money, Steve. Meatwad, get the honey.
Get the honeys, G.
Yes.
You took a federally paid vacation. You didn't go to jail.
You know, if you know, in hindsight, I'm like, yeah, God bless you, certain family
was no
member.
pool.
You might be right, sir. You might be
I
right.
didn't get my own bungalow. My view was disrupted by the fat chick on the second bunk.
No, just claiming that they're jonesing and that they're withdrawing for like 6 months. Like, bitch, you can't be withdrawing. I'll still eat your breakfast, but you can't be saying that you're like, no, it's not logically possible. You're just, no, sorry, no. Federally, that was the best compliment I've ever heard, sir.
Super tweaking. Yeah.
Oh my God.
6 months later, huh?
Don't miss that life
Damn.
at all. Man. And all you gotta do is just sit there and just like swallow it and be like, oh, I am so sorry that you're showing me a picture of your children. Pray for those children, Like, oh no. No. But
In jail, somebody showed you pictures of their kids.
as they're telling me where they shoot up in their toes, in between their toes. And I'm like, no. Nah, fam. Nope. But
Yeah, that is pretty sad.
It's Ohio for you. I swear, most people there are sick. They just don't know it. It's pretty. I'm just glad to be out of it. But that was hilarious. Whoever said that was a
I
federal.
can assure you of that. I can assure you, Ohio's crazy.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Well, it's right below me. I've never seen the inside of a jail other than booking.
It's cool. You're not missing much. I mean, it just depends on the county and stuff. But
Michigan's pretty hard when it comes to jails and prisons.
yeah, I looked into it last
we got
year.
some of the hardest prisons. They call one gladiator school. The other one
You have
is
a lot. You have a lot of
world's-
financial crimes and unsolved murders in Michigan. I was doing my research. I was like, oh shit.
We do.
And I'm like, oh shit, that's weird that there's a lot of
It
unsolved
is not
murders.
uncommon for a person who is causing
An
problems
identity
and
theft.
talking shit to go missing.
Oh, I know. And then it's like, and then they just venture like to Pennsylvania and take their name, and I'm like, oh my god, now you're in the, what do you call it, drop shipping business or online, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh damn, Michigan's hardcore. I was doing my research. I'm like, oh shit, this place is nuts. But lots of names that are shared, with new people, and it's just so funny how names are like that, Obituary reports can tell you a lot.
Yeah.
I knew you'd get that joke. Glad. But who's got some globe proof for real?
Volcanoes.
There's been a few serial killers from Michigan.
I know.
Google that.
I looked into it. Trust me. I did the whole 9, like the whole 7-bit spectrum of Anyway, I might have been a little bit off the rails last June, but I got a lot of information on lots of different so some reliable and some unreliable websites to do some background digging, and yeah, man, they'll still sell you a car. they'll still sell you a car, even if you're not a real person and you're just adopting a name. And I'm like, damn, Toyota, only in Michigan, and Missouri, but only in, it's weird stuff. But they'll still sell you a car. Crazy. Crit said,
The girl that wrote the book Burning Bed was from Michigan. The girl
I've never heard of it.
She burned her husband alive in his bed.
Holy fuck. That's dark.
It is.
I
My
mean,
brother tried to tell me when I got a divorce, he said, I could hook you up with a pen pal. I said, no, I don't need no lady explaining to me why she decided after she ran her husband over to run him over 5 times more with the pickup truck. No, I don't.
that is
I don't
so
need no
that
pen
is so
pals.
demonic.
I'm cool.
I'm so sad. Wow. Yeah. No thanks.
I thought to my brother, I said, what, are you looking for a bro, you looking for a new wife in prison? Tell me you're not.
I think it's
my dad was a jail chaplain when he was in divinity school, and I've always had this out of empathy, wanting to kind of help out in that area. But honestly, I would just want to do it I wouldn't even stick to the script. I'd just go in there for half an hour and be like, who wants to be delivered of this demon? And be like, just take it out because I can solve all of it. Don't have to lie to yourself. Don't have to have pen pals. Just let's just take care of this thing. let's just get rid of it. That'd be great.
I was wondering, if Ohio's so crazy, because a lot
it's
of
just
flat.
cursed by so many native tribes. It's just cursed. It's just awful. So sorry, go on.
Well, because a lot of the flat states are especially crazy, like Florida.
Yeah.
The flatter the state, the more crazy it is.
Hey,
But
I'm
Ohio,
from Jacksonville. I'm not going to deny that, man. A lot of them in the Glades area, a little bit.
I like Cedar Point.
Yeah. Oh, Cedar Point's right. I lived right there in Cincinnati, and my dad drove to Cedar Point about 4 times because he's a adrenaline junkie.
I like that TV show.
Nope, I'll pass. But the other big amusement park up there is actually pretty good with the Beast. That
Can you hear me, Talon?
I can hear you.
I
cool.
can hear. Yeah, that
Everyone
happened
was
to me.
talking and then it just went silent.
Yeah, it did that to me too. Had to exit and come back.
I could hear everybody muting and unmuting and remuting and stuff.
I think one of the Discord servers went down, but not for me, for you guys, maybe.
I'm on my 10th server and my 5th profile. It's all good. We'll just rebuild it. They'll come.
Looks like
that's what
the
they were
girl
saying.
you're just talking to. Sorry.
Yeah, she's gone.
I was saying, was it Sydney? I think someone server muted her. Probably for being off topic.
Oh.
I think that's what happened.
Could have been.
Don't know about that.
No, she had the little server mute come. I just seen her pop back in and it had the server mute thing on her.
Red
So
mic.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, red mic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not cool, is it? Well, I won't kind of defend the woman again for getting muted because that didn't end well for me last time. So
Well, it's not
Yeah,
so much that you're
listen, bro.
asking.
We won't blame you.
It's not so much asking, "Hey, why did someone get muted?" It's the concerned troll. It's like someone got muted for a reason, and then you say, "Well, you need to be purviewed to that reason."
Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
I went out white knighting for a bunch of Christians who were called outside of what they are.
Yeah, I gotcha. That's old. That's a long time ago now.
It is. It is. It's all good.
I haven't seen crap. I'm trying to blank on her name. Oh, Blaze. I haven't seen her in a while.
Oh, so Crit does remember. Yep, Blaze is still good. I talk to her here and there. She's over there on my server, Crit. All you got to do is tag her. She'll say hi. She ain't mad either. Free Sydney, man.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm on a lot of 9 different servers with it. Yeah, Flat Earth Reality, the Dot Connectors, Asylum, Mass Media. This one, she's here too. Politics and religion. Oh no, this is politics, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
the other one's politics and religion.
You're at ADL too, aren't you?
No.
Anti-Disinformation League.
I don't think so. I think because that was the Tartaria, right?
No.
The ADL.
Yeah, ADL. Well, it kind of was, but we just broke off from Tartaria and made our own. Now they're Mass Medicine something.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay. I was calling it a different name.
So David and Shane are literally different servers now.
Yeah.
David, he's on his own thing, and
What's interesting is it's not so much the schisms, but how people break. Right? There's an argument, there's a cooldown period, and then everyone kind of comes back together again.
Yeah. Yeah, that always.
I guess it's a good thing I'm not a mod, but anyway, I'm glad that's always coming back together because I'm a really kind person. You guys rock. Thank you, Battle Mod.
You kept trying to change the subject. Anybody got globe proof?
I did.
Yeah.
The only person who
I've
kept
been
saying
doing.
that.
Well, actually, that happened since the very first time that I got muted when I was talking to Flatsy Klein about 8 months ago. I was literally just trying to talk to a glober, trying to get him to prove curvature and drop over distance, and then I got muted. So I'm used to it, but this is still the only server that I boost, so it's okay. I guess it has to be.
So yeah, I don't think there's really anyone here who really knows the globe at all. I mean, Turquoise. I mean, you just got the 1 out of 6. You got 5 flat Earth proofs and 1 globe proof. I think I've heard the guy at the bottom, Slav. You around?
Hey, what's up?
What do you think? What's the Earth? Is the Earth flat? Is it curved? What's going
Flat,
on?
of course, yeah.
Okay, it's easy.
Between Slav and Ruhev, we could have a good conversation.
See, Var Run. I think he's been here before. And Talon's just a numpty, just a complete clown. Subdued's about. Quiet. What's up, Quiet Noobs?
That's not very nice, Crit. Why do you have to be so rude?
No, it's not. Clowns are nice, man. Like, they're entertaining. That's what you are.
Yeah, I'm not being a
I
clown.
like
Just 'cause I
squirrels.
prove the globe and you don't like it.
Dude, you're a clown. Just own it.
You want to get clowned by the hound from East Jacktown?
What? I mean, I'm just wondering when you guys are actually going to provide any evidence or make a logical argument instead of this.
I want to know what assumptions can be true, to be fair.
So, I've never been to Australia, but I assume it's there.
Logical.
Does that mean Australia?
Is
Does
somebody
Australia
denying
exist
that
based on my
Australia
assumption?
is real here?
Is Australia real?
Hey, Elijah, you
I
guys
assume
be
it's
quiet.
real. I can't prove it. I've never been there, but I assume it's real.
Talon, be quiet.
Who's
Elijah.
hot micing? Who's hot micing?
Oh no, Elijah's trying to get in. He's quiet though.
Oh.
The difference is that like you can actually
go ahead, Elijah.
and Australia, so I can tell you that it's real.
Bro, stop talking.
Dude, why are you
quiet,
talking?
Please.
Okay, Elijah, go.
So logical argument, if P is Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, Q, every distance to the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the horizon is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. P, therefore the Earth is not a sphere. You want another one? Okay, I'll give you another one.
I can't hear this guy.
Yeah, Elijah, your mic is like horrible right now. Like no one can hear you.
He said you wanted another one. That's what I heard.
He just gave you the Black Swan
And then,
modus tollens.
number
I thought we
two,
were
you
talking
want
about
another
me
one?
assuming that Australia exists.
If
And
P,
whether or not I'm right.
latitude lines are derived using a tangent to the horizon, in Q, the horizon must be the distance of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Q, the horizon is not the distance of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, P, latitude lines aren't derived using a tangent to the horizon. So there you go.
Boom.
What does that mean? In
Well,
other
you
words,
wanted a logical argument. If you don't understand it, you shouldn't ask for things that you don't understand.
None of it had
no,
to
I
do
didn't.
with
I didn't say
Australia.
I don't understand. I said, what does that mean in other words?
Well, it's a logical consistency argument. So there was a proposition and then there was a conclusion. So
Okay. And what were you proposing?
Pretty
there?
much
Your
a complete.
proposition.
It was pretty much a
I heard
complete package.
two propositions and then a
What was the
conclusion.
proposition?
It was pretty much complete. It's called modus
Is that
tollens.
the proposition? Is that it's complete, or
Yeah, it's called modus tollens.
okay? So let's talk about it. What was the proposition?
Well, I don't know. Look up modus tollens. I don't have that much time.
Those are if-then statements,
Yeah,
right?
I don't have that much time. I can't go back to fifth grade
Okay,
with
so I
you.
know what modus. Okay, so I know what an if-then statement is. You don't have to use fancy words. You can just say an if-then statement. Use plain English.
It's not just an if-then statement. That's the problem. Again, I can't
Okay.
take you back to fifth grade. I don't have that kind of time.
Well, no, for real. I'm not like confused. I physically couldn't hear you because you were talking like this. So like all I heard was 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I didn't hear anything else. So can you please just explain to me your proposition, and then we can talk about it.
All right, looks like Elijah isn't going to take you back to fifth grade. So, anyone else got something for Talon?
Hi,
Right, 'cause
Tal.
like I
Yeah,
said,
where the hell do you think that we don't think Australia exists? That's just like when me and Crit talk about all the time. You go from like, if the Earth is flat, then what about lizard people? Like, what? What is going
No,
on?
I'm just saying that I've never been to Australia, but I assume that it exists.
I know Australians. I know it exists. Yeah,
Okay, but how do you know that they're telling you the truth? How do you know that they're not lying?
because I have a personal family friend that could have been. Doesn't matter.
So,
I know people
so like
that are
personal
living
family
there.
friends lie to each other all the time. How do you?
No, I mean, I'm
why do you
talking
trust
like
them?
an 18-hour flight. I can prove that they live there in the boonies in Australia. It's pretty wackadoo boonies, and there's lots of little
So even though
dingo
you
things.
haven't,
But
haven't
I also
physically
know
been there.
satellites are real. I just don't think they are what they say they are. And helium exists. So
Okay.
what?
All right, cool.
Yeah, it was just such a random
So
thing.
someone
I'm like,
told
what?
you. So you are open to the idea that someone telling you something is true, and you taking that as something to be true.
Yeah, you're asking if she can justify why she believes and has a reason to believe something. Yeah, sure. That's what
I've
she
only
just
ever
gave.
been
Gave
to Italy
reason.
and Spain, but I know that they're a real landmass. I also know people that exist and live in a real landmass that is called Australia, and it's really hard to connect with them over a phone call or email, and it's like a 20-something hour stupid ass flight to get there, and they work in miserable jobs out in the boonies there that is called Australia. It's a landmass there, yeah. And I know that the components of the computer of a satellite are real also. Don't think that they're in an orbit anywhere, but that doesn't mean they don't, do a computer thing. So, yeah. There's that.
See, Elijah kind of nailed it. This is really fifth grade shit.
Thanks.
It's like, so how about Narnia? To go through the, the wardrobe break the law of thermodynamics and travel through a wardrobe into the land of Narnia. So somehow, if you can't do that, it's not possible to warp to a different realm. Just like the same thing, it's not possible to go to an area that doesn't exist and then say, well, okay, but someone said they went there. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they've been there or not. You can't go. If you could, you'd spend the rest of your life trying to get there. It'd be pretty cool to go to Narnia. If you really believe the tightrope walk to get to Narnia would be very difficult. It would be like a path that you'd have to follow to the leather, and even then, maybe not get there 100%. So to deviate. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I would say to deviate from that path would be a lifetime disqualification.
I was just going to say, Clipcord made a good comment. Australia isn't an extraordinary claim. And expanding on that, Australia is a place you can actually go to. Space isn't. No one can go there unless you're part of the club.
Yeah, AJ was just live streaming his farm in Australia. But yet somehow that doesn't exist because
he's not really there. Those aren't really his llamas.
Yeah.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proofs.
Yeah, no, we're really. I've got my alpacas and sheep here on Antarctica, guys. Australia doesn't really exist. We're just paid actors. Yeah, we're on the other side of Antarctica. Fuck.
Yo, what state do you live in?
Usually drunk and stoned, but today we'll say New South Wales. New South Wales.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can Google it. Google could lie, but I live in a very small town at the base of the Snowy Mountains called Jindabyne. So we're about 2 hours inland of the capital of Australia, Canberra.
Oh yeah, all right. Yeah, everyone that I meet from Discord is over east. I'm just chilling over west. Haven't met anyone from over west yet, so.
No, I haven't actually met anyone either from Western Australia.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, going back to like the what you guys were talking about before. So many people have these like really weird claims about Australia, like that either like it doesn't exist or that we're all like paid CIA agents or some crazy shit like that.
Yeah, and in fact, to be fair, that's hilarious. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say, but I wouldn't even doubt it. Don't even care at this point. Lots of movies. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter in the big scheme of things. But
yeah, the whole conspiracy theory about Australia not existing has nothing to do with flat Earth. That's a globe Earth conspiracy.
it really is. I mean, right. Talk about inserted ways to cause like confusion and looking astray online in the internet space, right? The last 25 years, maybe Hollywood, something like that.
But okay, but if I'm not mistaken, the flat Earth map has Australia really long. No,
Do we have a map?
Wait, you got a map?
I don't know. I thought you
Fantastic.
guys
You're
don't have
talking
a
about
map.
you're talking about the flattened out globe map, yeah?
Yeah, you're talking about the
flattened out
AE,
ball.
the AE
I forgot you
projection.
guys. Sorry, I stand corrected. You guys don't have any model or anything.
No, we do. There is. There's lots of them. Just the one you're talking about is a globe, though. So what you did was you said, "Hey, look at this globe map. It doesn't work." You're like, "Okay, which part? The math or the globe?"
Well, I don't know how it would work then in your head. Like, I'm not saying it's proof by contradiction. I'm not sure if that makes any sense.
No, yeah, it's proof by you being a dumbass. Because if you really want a map, here, Maxim, here you go. I'll tell you where you can get a map. Right here, the Congress, the Library of the Congress. Here's our link right here. New correct map of the flat surface, stationary Earth, right there. Go get it. if you want it. I mean, it might take a while. It might, if they respond to your. Are you American by chance or not?
Yeah, I am American.
Okay, so there you go. There's one flat map you can get. Here's a second one. You've got NASA. NASA took satellite data, and they said here that the part of his job was we took this flat map and wrapped it around the ball. So there's your second flat map. And the third one, which is the best one of all, this is the one used by the military, the MGRS. So here I'll drop that in there for you. This uses
Okay, but which one are you saying is correct then?
Well, they have discrepancies in all of them.
Sydney, I got this. None of them. I say none of them are correct. All maps are wrong. But you think that these organizations cannot lie to you, and they are correct.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so you don't trust photos from space? Do you think they're wrong?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, they're real, but I have no reason.
Okay, well there you go. So now you
I'm-
believe the executive branch, and here's two executive branch and one legislative source that is going to present to you. So either they're lying to you, they don't have flat maps, or you don't trust them as a source and you discredit their flat map.
That's not what I was saying. I was saying, like, it's unrelated to what some kind of organization. I'm asking you what you personally believe. It was my actual question.
Yeah, it's not a belief. I just
Is the Earth's flat like these two examples of maps, flat maps? That's what he believes. That's what he's telling you.
It's not a belief. All maps have errors in them. I know I can map my local area pretty far, and I never accounted for curve or rotation. And you could do this yourself. You don't need me. You could map. What's the longest distance you've ever mapped?
In my neighborhood when I was younger.
There we go. So was there any curvature?
Like it's so many hills, you couldn't even be able to tell even if there was curvature. There's so many hills.
A treasure box hidden in the woods.
Yeah, so that you had topography. Topography have a baseline, or did it have a curve, like a base flat line?
I would have no way to. There's no way to tell.
Well, get a little bit further then. Keep trying.
Wait,
pick a different area.
Can't see curvature from the ground level. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I'm just saying.
Or you can't account for it either.
It's so small that you wouldn't be able to see it from the ground. You'd have to go really high
flat?
up.
Do boats sail over horizon?
They disappear bottom up.
But you can't. The curve is so gradual you couldn't see it from the ground.
Yeah.
Which is it? Which is it?
That is true. Oh, okay, yeah. If you're very far away,
it's kind of paradoxical.
Well,
that's
here,
3 miles. 3 miles to horizon, buddy. In 3 miles, a boat disappears over curve. But here, it's so gradual you couldn't see it. Enough curvature to hide a boat over 3 miles isn't very gradual.
You can also
What's
do it
average?
flat
What's
points
average
water in the
distance?
Grand Canyon too. A distance of 4 miles
What's the
there,
average
completely flat.
distance to the horizon for a 6-foot observer? I don't believe it's even completely 3 miles.
Well, I mean, this is another thing, and you guys are just going to totally laugh at this, but in the globe model, the Earth is not perfectly spherical. There are lumpiness areas to it.
Nobody said it was, so that's kind of a straw man. We understand their model is oblate, slightly pear-shaped. Yes, we understand this. But we were talking about that gradual curve over which you could see a boat disappear in 3 miles.
Yeah, you can.
Somebody who doesn't know
In 3
what
miles.
propositional logic is. It's like you can't go any further than that. He asked for something he couldn't understand. Now we're
No, I understand. I understand what you guys are saying, but a lot of the explanations, if I look at it from another aspect, they don't add up.
No, I don't know what you're talking about, because I know I didn't explain anything to you.
Well, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about other explanations I've given. I've been given
So
other
basically, other conversations that you have had elsewhere that have nothing to do with this.
No, about Flat Earth in this channel with people who are here right now.
Okay.
I ain't never talked to this dude.
I just want to know what that animal
No,
is.
I'm
It's
joking.
adorable, but no, sorry.
It's
So you want to talk about other conversations that you've had at other times instead of the one that you're currently in now?
No, I didn't say I was gonna have other conversations. I'm just saying.
No, you're not hearing me. I said so you're talking about other conversations you've had instead of being present right now.
I didn't say that. We were talking about curvature of the Earth, and I'm saying that you could see boats go underneath. You can see boats go bottom up.
I heard what you said, but we can't be talking about what others have said. It's irrelevant.
Okay, well then that's my claim. Boats disappear bottom up.
Okay, so let me help you with that one.
Wait a minute.
You can
How
also
you
see
gonna
cars.
help him out? I
You
just
can also see
addressed.
cars.
Let Elijah has been trying to get in for a little bit here. Can you let him go? Thanks.
I mean, the problem with that is I addressed that in my first proposition and the second one. And the second one.
You address that boats. Oh, how do you explain boats disappearing bottom up?
I don't make any claims about it.
Oh, okay. So the phenomenon that I see is just not real.
I didn't say
that's
that
and
either,
that's
did I?
well, okay, and that's really what I'm getting at.
I didn't.
Okay,
Hold on. No, you can't get at something I didn't say because I didn't say that, did I?
okay, I'm gonna go on a small
So the
tangent,
question
but
is. So the question is. No, don't go on a tangent. The question is, what did I say?
you said you
Because
don't have, you don't
I'm
know. You say
claiming
you
to
don't know.
have. No, that's not what I said. You asked me a specific question, and I said, well, I don't make any claims to that. Now, but I did tell you earlier that in order to claim that things are disappearing bottom up because of Earth curve, then you have to deal with the proposition that the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet and distance. So, since that's not the case, whatever the phenomena may be, it's not that. So when you say, well, explain what it is, then, well, I don't make claims to it, but I did tell you what I told you, and that much is true.
But now your
Not a
claim is
geometric
that
distance.
your claim is now that this geometric distance doesn't work.
Well, let's be
Well,
real.
it's not
Get
a,
it?
it's
Be
not,
real.
it's,
Like,
well, it's not, it's observable. Do you need a quick video?
Yeah, send me a video.
No, I'll just share my screen.
So what is that animal, real quick?
Why?
it's a bee in his profile picture.
A what?
It's a bee.
Why?
A bee.
Do you not know? This girl is she asking what a koala is?
No,
it looks
she's asking
like a
about.
badger.
It's a
He's
badger.
a-
It is a
that's-
badger.
Oh, the badger.
that's
I was looking at the koala.
Okay, that's it. Bye. Jeez.
Maximum's profile pic is a badger.
Yeah, he is cute. He's really cute.
Oh, my profile picture is a baby
Till you
leopard.
meet that motherfucker face to face.
Oh, my profile picture is a baby leopard.
He's just sitting down eating peanuts, man. He's just having a good time.
They can be
So
aggressive.
no one else cares about the conversation we're having.
I'm waiting for the video. I'm watching the stream right now.
Yeah, the
Well,
flatters.
I'm asking the people that can't wait 2 seconds to hear.
I'm not going to entertain that. It's pride and anger talking.
We're gonna be able to go to
Learn
space
to walk
here.
around that stuff.
Is
And it's not our fault your microphone is so low, bro. You really need to fix that.
Well, that's a secondary. That has nothing to do with.
It has everything to do with people hearing you when you talk.
his microphone is fine. Leave him alone. Get off the nigger. Let him live.
Oh.
What? Wait, what, dude?
What?
Yeah, don't be drunk.
I said get off the globe or let him live.
Is that what you guys heard?
That is exactly
Listen,
what I
bro,
said.
I'm just saying your mic's low. You sound like you're dropping them bombs, but hey.
Never mind. Y'all go on. I'll listen.
I got you up to 150 and I can barely hear you, bro. I'm serious about that.
So if nobody, I would like to just, and I promise it's related. Have you guys heard of the Turing machine? It's like it's this logical machine that if you give it any code, like computer code, it will tell you whether it will stop or whether it will go on forever. If you get this box, if you imagine this machine exists, right? If you grab that machine and you feed it into itself, will it stop or will it not stop? If it does stop, then that means the other machine that is inside of it won't stop. And if it's like a logical, like it, therefore the machine cannot exist. There cannot be a machine that could ever tell you that. If that, I don't know if that, I didn't explain it well. You should look up the Turing machine. It's proof by contradiction. I don't have to give any evidence. I don't have to provide any kind of source. I'm just saying, if this thing were true, it would contradict something else fundamental, so therefore it cannot be true. I don't know if that makes any sense. Yeah, so when I ask questions like, how does your model work? And you say, oh, you don't have a model or whatever. I'm not asking like, oh, like I gotcha, like I'm trying to like, put you in some kind of box. I'm just asking like, a lot of these explanations you guys give me, if you look at them from a different perspective, they don't add up. And if
Well,
a bunch
no
of
one
different
gave
things.
you an explanation.
Oh
Y'all
yeah,
can
that's
hear me
another
now.
thing.
Y'all can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I could hear you.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
good,
but
bro.
is it better or worse
Perfect,
or
man.
the same?
Perfect. Very good.
Okay.
It's better.
So that's the thing. Um, you're asking us to explain things, and then you're saying,
Those
well,
explanations don't add up. Like they
right,
contradict each other.
right. However, right now, currently, I'm not giving you any explanations though, but I am giving you arguments. So, if we could go back to the video, I'm sharing my screen. Are you looking at my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I mean. So I said, hold on. So I said, if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon would be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And so this globe earther with CFI investigators to investigate the claims of the flat Earth here at this lake here. They are here to debunk flat earthers using the distance to the horizon to prove that boats disappear bottom up, which is your belief that it's the Earth curve that makes things disappear bottom up. Specifically, the claim is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And so you know that it doesn't come from me, and that's just what it is. This guy is going to explain it for you, and keep in mind, he is a glober. And they did get backed by National Geographic, so it's crazy how all of the editing and all of everything went into this, and basically it proves
Play the
my
video.
point. But if I flip it, it's gonna freeze. You notice he said that the boat's just at the horizon, so from here on out, they're gonna start losing the stripes, right? So it's because the camera is at 1 foot off the ground. So the horizon's geometrically at 1.2 miles for this example.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty underneath the water.
Yeah, the problem is where's the horizon?
It's in front of you. Like they're beyond the horizon.
So there's no water behind that boat.
There is water behind the boat. It's a
So
visual.
what is the definition of horizon?
So if I am on a
No,
hill,
stop. Why are you asking me a question when I just asked you one?
look at the stripes.
No,
They're literally
stop.
under.
Why are
Okay,
you
I'll answer.
asking me a question? Thank you.
Okay. Well, you asked me if there's water behind the boat, which is
Well,
like
I asked you a new question. What is the definition of horizon?
it is the point at which the observer cannot see anymore. It's like where
Listen.
it's
No, that's
okay.
not true.
Okay.
You want to Google it?
Well, why does the definition matter? Explain the phenomenon.
Well, the definition does matter because it's obvious to everyone else other than you what a horizon is. So I need you to read it out loud so that
Okay.
the people who need a rudimentary understanding can understand.
Okay, I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna Google your argument.
You're not going to Google my argument. You're just
I'm looking
Googling
up
the
horizon. Yeah,
definition.
I know. It's just explain the phenomenon. Here, I'm looking up definition of horizon.
Read it out loud.
The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Great. Now, where does that appear to happen? Before the boat or after the
Yeah,
boat?
yeah, before the boat. Otherwise, the thing would not be underneath.
No, you're incorrect, sir. Everybody with eyes, even Stevie Wonder, can see that the horizon is not in front of the boat.
Well, then, okay. Then how would you explain the stripes being
I
below?
wouldn't
Like,
explain. I just told you that when we first started talking.
okay,
Because I'm
well,
not making any claims. You're making a claim. You made the claim that it was Earth curve, and I'm showing you no, it's not.
well, if it's not the Earth's curve, what is it?
I'm not explaining that to you because I'm not making any claims to what it is. I'm
Okay.
just telling you what it isn't.
Can I add this? If that was where the curve of the Earth was starting, as you're suggesting, complete that curve.
What do you mean complete the curve?
Continue that curve until it's completed where you're standing. That's a pretty small ball you're standing on, my friend.
2 miles? Well, they're down like maybe a foot after 2 miles, or how far were they when?
Well, excuse me. What I'm trying to explain to you is if the curve starts at 2 miles out from your observer's position, and you complete that circle, that sphere you're speaking of, how big is that sphere you're on? You wouldn't even fit Alberta on that sphere, let alone the whole all continents and everything else. Think about it.
Well, they're like just barely going under. I could imagine the Earth being that big. Like they're really far out.
Small, not big.
Well, this is just opinions. Like your opinion, it's too small. I think that's a reasonable size. I don't think there's any explanation.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else in here comprehend what I'm trying to explain to this gentleman?
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that that's just an opinion. Like it's not evidence or anything. You're just saying it feels small.
Well, that's mathematics. Figure it out. Complete the sphere. It's not going to be big enough to fit everything.
What? So the Earth size is an opinion?
If the horizon's starting to bend and curve downward from where you're suggesting, complete the sphere.
Yeah, that seems like Did you see how far out they were? The video, it was like an ultra zoom lens.
Far enough out to make it a massively huge planet. Come on, man. It's like looking at an image of Lake Pontchartrain and the little bit of curvature that might be happening due to refraction or whatever, and then completing that sphere, that angle of downward trajectory. It's not going to be big enough to fit everything.
I don't really I can't disprove someone's opinion.
Oh no, you get it. You just don't want to admit that he's right.
No, I get it. I do get what he's saying. He thinks that for it curving that much and he's only moved a few miles out, that circle, if you complete the curve, if you just keep following the curve, it's going to be tiny, is what he's saying. But I don't think it is. I saw how far out they were. I watched the video. They're pretty far out. And they were all the way out there, and it was only a foot. It was like less than a foot.
You've got no idea, boy. Wake up.
This says who this guy showed a video of them holding a flag out, and the flag starts to disappear bottom up. And they're saying that it's not proof of round Earth because that Earth would be too small.
What he was actually saying, if you were to shut the fuck up for 5 minutes, have a look at the video again, and look where the horizon is, you know, where the sky meets the fucking ground, or water in this case, it's behind the flag. The thing with stripes on it that you keep pulling your dick over, the horizon is behind that. That's the bit you're missing. The horizon should not be behind that.
The horizon was in front of them, though. Like,
are you stoned or fucking stupid? Go and watch it again.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. There's more water beyond that point. You can plainly see more water beyond that area.
Well, you just guys admitted.
The horizon.
Okay. Like, you guys are talking about atmospheric refraction as well.
No. Then if you're going to talk about that, then you aren't talking about physical obstruction at the claimed distance that they're making.
Well, part of the flag is obscured, and it's the bottom of the flag. But just because I can see
can't be
blue,
Earth curvature then.
Then what can it be?
Well, it's not.
There's just no claim. It's unexplainable phenomenon.
Well, that's the point. Then you don't have a claim then, and that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I'm saying it is curvature. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you can't claim that because I just showed you how it's not.
No, you said that you said water does not exist beyond the boat.
No, I didn't. You did.
Well, okay.
Well, you didn't either. But no, I didn't
Matrix just said that you can't see water behind the boat.
I don't care what he said. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that, you fucking deaf idiot.
Why are you so crass, man?
I am. I did. I said that you can clearly see water beyond that point. They're saying there's obstruction from the curvature.
Mm-hmm.
You can see water beyond that.
How do you know it's water?
Oh, it's magical elves. What does it look like?
Well, that explanation would be valid. Like it is just blue.
Well, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is you read the definition, and it's not that. You don't see that. You don't see the sky meet the ground in front of that boat. So I don't care what it is. I'm not making any claims to it anyway. But seeing as that a claim is on the table, I'm showing you clearly that claim is not true. I don't get what the problem is. I thought we were talking about logic and reasoning. And
okay, I agree. No. The problem is, okay, say I take you at your word. Sure, the horizon is not doing what it's supposed to do. But then
there's no problem. That's the end.
You're right.
That's the beginning and the end of my argument, though.
Yes.
So
okay.
No problem.
So after your argument, I'm asking, what could it be? And you're saying there's no explanation.
I just told you I never made a claim as to what it could be. That's the problem. You're asking me to explain something I never made a claim to.
Okay.
So is he claiming refraction is why you can see the rest of the water? Is that the claim?
Well, there's evaporation. There's steam coming from the water. It could be a lot of things, but the flag is
in the background.
Yeah, it's clear though that the flag is like sinking, and they're not dipping it in the water. So if there's no other explanation, I can't accept no explanation. Oh, that we just can't explain it. It's unexplainable, right? I just can't accept that. There needs to be some kind of explanation.
That's a you problem, man. That's a you problem.
Yeah, it is a me problem. I like my world with
If I may,
reasonable autonomy.
I can add a little bit of something to this for you. Because I watch a re-examination of that particular event, and the bottom part of that flag is actually missing a red line,
Not a red line.
or however it works. It's missing shit that the top has. Like it's
Or
a
you have
false.
white line on
They
the
flipped it
bottom.
upside down. They flipped it upside down.
I'll put it to you this way: it's a false representation of whatever it is they're trying to prove to begin with.
I have a better video, actually, if you guys want to watch that. But you guys don't have to watch it all. It's a long video, and it's actually talking a lot about conspiracies in general. But there's just one timestamp if you guys want to check it out.
If that's the same shit video you had last time, fuck off.
Why are you so crass, Matrix? You're so crass and angry.
Years of practice, numptard, and we're going to go to 9 minutes and 40 seconds where you claim that the videos have been doctored and all of us flat earthers doctor our images. I
haven't claimed it. No, I haven't claimed anything. I haven't said anything. I just keep asking questions.
The video you showed me last time, we laughed at it then, and we're going to do the same again.
Well, because there was no explanation. Once again, there was no explanation.
You had an explanation handed to you by FE Jedi. How much explanation do you need, boy?
Well, the explanation was that there is none, that there's no model. That was the explanation. There's no explanation.
You have no memory whatsoever.
Explanation. What's this with the explanation? What's your fascination with explanations?
Scientific method is observation, hypothesis, and testing. There needs to be some kind of explanation for how the physical world works. That's just scientific method 101. You know, I like that.
Has to be like there must there
that's how you.
Should be nothing, no stone unturned, right? That we should know.
Well, that's the goal.
To absolutely everything, right?
The goal of science is to uncover all. Yes, that's the goal of science, to learn everything. That's the goal.
Man, that's unrealistic. That's unrealistic.
True. It could be unrealistic, but the reason why we have penicillin and insulin and cars and Wi-Fi, because we have science. Like we literally. Someone was like messing with radios one day and was like, okay, I think it's this. We thought that like fucking alchemy was a thing, and then we decided soup.
Bubble boy, shapes ain't science.
Shapes are science. Shapes are science, my friend.
Shapes are science. Okay, back to kindergarten for you.
I'm actually studying mechanical engineering, but I guess you can try maybe again. I guess like maybe some other time.
Well, I would say that you can use shapes within science, just like you can use maths within science and the scientific method.
Mm-hmm.
However, we're not going to define a shape using science.
Why not?
Why not?
Mm-hmm.
I can make the claim. Well, okay, I can prove. I can provide an example. I could say, I would like a shape. Okay, why are bubbles round? Why are bubbles round? And I can make a bunch of claims, and then that is a question. That's how it starts. Question, examination, hypothesis, and then test. That's the scientific method.
The question has a question mark on the end of it.
Yes. Why are bubbles round?
What is? But that's not are bubbles round, right? It's not like what shape
why are
is
bubbles
it?
Round? Yeah.
But that's not what shape is a bubble. It's why is it the shape that it is.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
So here's another example. We could just form a lab where we make the hypothesis that a triangle could not be formed by a side whose two shorter sides are shorter than the longer side put together.
Again, same point that I think who just brought that up?
Me.
That was T-Dub, yeah? You're starting with a shape. You're already beginning, you're starting with the shape. You're not proving the shape.
And that's also just more math. That's
So hold on,
actually
you're not
kind of more
proving the
math.
shape?
It's a
What
moot
is
point.
What is
Well,
that
you're not-
geometric proof?
It's not going to show. It's,
Holy
it's a
cow, you
geometry
Kubanite.
question. It's
Jeez.
not a science question. Yeah?
What is science?
Why are you here? If you don't know the answer to that question.
The studying of the natural and physical world.
So when we study shapes, is that not a study of the natural and physical world?
No, dumbass.
No.
Well, don't listen.
Are shapes not a part of natural and physical world?
Listen,
Dumbass.
Everybody knows that. Hold on.
Babe,
Yeah, don't be crass. No,
hold
no,
on.
no.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Babe, what category do shapes fall under in school? What class?
They
Is
usually
it
fall under
what?
geometry and
Shut
physics.
up. Shut up. What class would you be in if you were talking about shapes? I'm sorry, was that science class or what'd you say? Isn't that math? Oh, I thought so too. Thank you, babe. Nothing.
Good form.
So geometry and physics, part of chemistry, biology.
Pretty much non sequitur. You just said
Yeah, I would
shapes are
actually.
always
No,
obvious.
no, wait, I would actually agree. Geometry is not. It's a math subject. But going back, why are we talking about shapes again? Who brought it up? Like,
You did.
but what point were we making? What were we arguing about? Why are we
Oh,
talking about?
you were making the point that we can use science to find out the shape of something, yeah?
Oh
And we were
yes, yes.
saying no. We were saying no, and your example, as someone cleared up,
No, you switched it.
you started with the shape, yeah, and then you were wondering why it forms that shape.
Yeah, well, okay. The initial example I gave was why are bubbles round, right? But that's not the question. We're
Yeah.
asking our shapes. But okay. Science can prove why a shape is the way, but it can't like define shapes. But it can prove why something is the way it is.
You said what makes the bubble round?
Yeah, that's the same thing. What makes
And
the
when we're
bubble
talking
round?
about flat Earth, yeah, we're not even giving you a shape. We're giving you a description of the surface of the Earth, a topographical plane. No one's claiming a shape here.
Yeah, or that there is phenomena which rely on that
a certain shape,
a qualified right, or the property of the surface. See, that's a bit of the problem, because it seems to me like, because your paradigm has these explanations which rely on certain shape of the surface of what you live on, and it frustrates you when we don't give you an alternative and we rebut your explanation.
Well, it's
And we
not that.
refute it.
Okay, it's not that I have like some kind of dogmatic view, and I'm upset when it changes. All I'm saying is that I would like to know the nature of the Earth, right? Whether it's round or flat, I don't care. I just want to know. And if one explanation provides more coherent answers than the other, because the other one is not providing any.
If I may, round and flat is neither a designation of either, because a pizza is both round and flat. Thank you very much. Same with a quarter or penny or dime.
Okay, spherical then. Spherical and flat. I'll change the words.
Well, you can't. You got to be in the proper category.
Color flat.
You got to be in the proper category first.
Something can't be spherical and flat at the same time. Maximum.
No,
I agree. I agree.
So look at how he answers to the weaker point. You
Well,
have
you
to
didn't
be
make a
in the
point.
proper category. You have to be in the proper category first.
But how is that a stronger point? You're just saying that shapes are math. Like that's not even that's a non
Because you
sequitur.
can't. Do you know what a category error is?
I didn't make that claim. That's not me who made the claim.
No,
I
you're
did, and
saying you're
I
making
retracted it. I said you're right. You can't define shapes, but science can explain why shapes are the way they are. Like
Yeah,
why are bubbles round?
We're not.
Okay, it's the wrong
That's not.
category. Yeah, I need to be
That's
in
not.
math class. I'm sorry.
That's not. Well, that's not the question. The question. I mean, you just said yourself. Well, I want to make a determination as to what it is, right? And so, if that's the case, then is it that you want to know the geometry of it? Because if that's the case, then you need to be in the category of measurement.
Yes. Measurements of science.
Okay, well, we just did a form of it, if that's what you like, and I just showed you how it's incorrect.
Well, measurements aren't science. Measurements can be used within science, but they aren't
Yeah, but
science
it's like to move
themselves.
beyond that, to move beyond this, like what's obvious to everyone else. If that's what you'd like to call the conversation that just happened, well, I just showed you how it's not what they claim.
So where's the measurement?
That's the point. You know what geometry is? It means measured distance, and that's what we didn't get, right? When we were looking at the video, what we did not get.
But
Right?
we did see optical phenomenon.
Don't tell me what we did see, because what we didn't see is the measurement.
Okay.
We didn't see a linear relationship.
Well, you wouldn't see a linear relationship on a sphere.
Oh,
The
yeah,
other
you
guy
would.
thinks so.
Yeah, you would.
Not linear. It would not be linear.
Absolutely, it would be a linear relationship.
On a sphere? That's not how
Yeah.
you would see on a sphere. You would not. You would see.
When we're talking about celestial navigation, you damn sure would see a linear relationship.
But when we're talking about a sphere,
No. We're talking about the rate at which something disappears over the horizon.
Oh yeah, that would not be linear.
That would not be linear. Yeah, you would go a little bit at first and then a lot.
Which we have evidence of with pictures of whatchamacallit, oil rigs out in the distance.
You mean the one where the horizon's beyond 10 miles?
No.
They don't seem to like that picture for some reason.
Oh, we love that picture. Especially like all the other pictures of the black swan, which show inconsistent results, which science is supposed to be like repeatable.
isn't that a problem for you, dude?
No.
Well, first of all,
The
pictures of the black
inconsistency.
swan is not pictures of the black swan is not science for a start. So again, you're in another category error here. And secondly, what we see from these pictures 100% support what we state, because it's not a geometric horizon. Yeah, because it's moving in and out due to the conditions of the day.
Yeah, who claims that what we look at? Again, what we look at is the geometric horizon.
Well,
what
on a
round
sphere
earth
with a radius of 30 so a sphere with it doesn't matter what you claim, dude, because a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles requires a geometric horizon.
Sure. Now, would you
Sure,
grade that, or would you measure that based on what you look at?
Hey, is this Talon? I'll tell you who claims it.
No, it's just sewage.
People saying that people that say they see boats being obstructed bottom up over the horizon.
Yeah, I'm a globist, and I think that there is a geometric horizon.
Yeah, there would be a point where if I had a straight ass ruler that goes out infinite number of miles, there would be a point where it would touch the
infinite number of miles.
Yeah.
Why do you make these stupid claims? Yeah, because it's not an infinite amount of miles. It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Sure. Let's just say I have a 50-mile long ruler and I stretch it out. Somewhere on there, it's going to touch that sphere based on where I'm standing or how high up I'm standing.
Where you're standing.
Yeah. And have you done the calculations? If you're going to place a ruler on the surface?
Yeah, we could plug that in.
Yeah. So what's the distance to the horizon on the surface?
Depends
from
on
zero.
how high up I am. From zero? Like,
well, you're going to put this ruler on. That's right. You're going to put this ruler on the surface, aren't you? You're not going to be sitting up on top of a building and running this ruler. But it's a stupid claim anyway, so there's no point in even speaking about it. The fact is, this geometric horizon is not measured and not seen, and it's required. So a horizon at 10 miles.
It's not
a
measured
horizon
anywhere?
at 10 miles. No, who's measured it?
Well, we can take a look at structures that had to take it into account.
The horizon, the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, the curvature of the Earth.
Can you back that?
Yeah, we could take a look at the construction of LIGO.
He's back on LIGO.
Yeah, where they had to maintain constant elevation of the ground they built on, and they had to slope it up in order to account for the dip that the surface of the Earth had over like the 2 miles it ran.
Okay, I have a question. No, not for you. I'm not. I would like to disconnect.
That's a contradiction what he just said. I don't even know why you guys let him play in y'all's face like this.
So what's a contradiction? If you have constant elevation, you're still gonna have a dip on a curved surface.
You can't have constant elevation and change in elevation. That's what dip is.
Okay, what is a change in elevation? Can you define elevation to start it off with? Hold on, speaking to him, please. Can you define what elevation is? Let's for real.
Did you say can I define what change in elevation is?
No, can you define what elevation is in general?
The amount above or below a given data point.
Okay, so cool. So on a spherical model, what do we gauge elevation to be?
So back to the original question of curvature.
No, he's
Well,
asking
hold
you a
on.
question.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
You don't let me get out of your questions.
Yeah, because it's irrelevant. Because
No, it's perfectly relevant because you said I have a
no, it's,
contradiction. Now, can you define
I'm
like how
telling you
we
what
now?
the
Can you tell
contradiction.
me how we define
I can
elevation
using
on
the
a
word
spherical model?
what you said. I can show you what your contradiction was, right or wrong. If somebody says, "Hey, you contradicted yourself," and you say, "How so?" the person is actually supposed to bring up what you said and how it's in contradiction with
Mm-hmm. I just
itself.
want to make sure we're on the same page
Right or
before you
wrong?
continue.
No. Right or wrong? Or am I crazy, everyone? When someone
You're
makes a
kind of crazy.
contradiction,
It's
so
kind of
I'm
what
going
he's
to give
pointing
you.
out, dude. Fuck.
I want to make sure we're on the same page when we talk about elevation.
Yeah, when you want to make sure that you're on the same page, you might ask him fucking what the contradiction is what he's saying.
No, because he's saying there's a contradiction about elevation. I want to make sure
No,
we're
I'm
on the same
saying there's a
term as far as what
contradiction with what
elevation
you
is.
just said. That's all. So
Okay,
that's the
so I said
problem.
constant
No,
elevation of the
I'm not for the
ground.
repetition of what you
Okay,
said. I just
cool. So
wanted
just
to.
explain
I
to me.
just wanted to.
Okay,
So
so I'm
guys, why are you
hoping that
letting him
we are
play
on
in
the
my
same page
face
for
like that?
elevation. Just go ahead
No,
and
he's just
define
gonna
like
talk
where the
instead
contradiction
of.
is.
Is there a moderator or something?
I'm just waiting on you to answer my.
Yes. Next time you've spoken over, yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. So the bottom line is, he made a contradiction. He said you have constant elevation, and then he said, but then you have to account for slope. So curvature would be change of slope from the point that you are. That's what curvature is. So it's obviously a contradiction because you can't have a constant elevation and a changing points from that elevation be the same thing. That's stupid.
See, that's again where you're wrong, and you're like, this is why I'm asking you about elevation, and you refuse to answer like what elevation means on a spherical model. Because on a spherical model, elevation is just distance from whatever like medium or like whatever point, or I say point, whatever layer would be a good way to bring it up, or distance either from the center or from the surface. And so you damn sure could have a constant elevation, but you'd still have that slope. Like on a basketball, you would have constant elevation all around it, but it's still sloping.
Based on the
Oh,
presumption.
you would need to. Yeah, you would need to have established that that is your baseline to begin with. I mean,
Sure, and like,
how did you do that?
Yeah, distance above sea level.
So give us the answer you're fishing for. At what height do you start seeing Earth's curvature then? Tell us.
At what height do you start seeing Earth's curvature? I would say from ground level you would start seeing it.
From ground fucking level. Okay,
Yeah.
mate, are you paying attention to the place where Flat Lord last posted?
Where? Here?
In the chat?
Sure, so if I can show you some of these that are
No,
compressed.
whoa. I'm asking, can you see that?
Sure.
Oh my god.
Yeah, barely.
Okay,
Yeah, barely.
now I'm going to say something for you, and I want you to keep in mind, I do this, okay? Where's the curvature in this image? If you can see it from the ground, where is it in this image?
In the image you just posted?
Right now, yep.
Oh, I see a little bit, ever so slight.
Okay, this guy's on better drugs than I am.
So what happens if we compress that horizontally? What do you think
Why
we
do
might
you
see?
get a hard on over compressing shit? Why don't you leave the image natural? You have to compress it. Why do you have to compress it? To fuck
Because
with it.
looking
Everything
at that,
has to
it'd
be
be
edited.
really...
Everything has to
looking
be
at-
done on a
okay.
chalkboard. That's exactly right. You've got nothing.
So
Stop fucking with the image.
if you want to eyeball your table, and do you think you'd be able to eyeball a fraction?
Yeah, sorry, man. We're not doing that whole thing. It's very fraudulent. I can point it out if you'd like, but the compression of images has everything to do with the lens of the camera and just come on, man.
Maximum, if you want to continue your conversation from before, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just
Well,
I was
so
just
I want to
wondering
get...
if Elijah was happy with the conclusion? Did he want to pick up where that was left off before it was sort of railroaded?
So, really quick before.
Elijah, you there? Let's be for real. Okay. Continue on then, guys. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of a chess game. I wanted to tell is Sewer Juice still here?
Yeah, but I gotta touch up on
No,
what
no, no, no.
Flat Lloyd
Hold on. You have to. I am a Glober. I am on your side, but you have to realize that you have to pick your words very carefully. Because if you yap, you're just gonna get muted. You can't
Okay,
yap.
Anyways, so yeah, like Flat Lloyd was saying, what he seems to be saying is we can't even trust our own eyes because they're also lenses that have a certain effects on them. So why trust any picture?
No, you're going on the compression of an image. It's not the
Yeah.
true natural state of the image that you're looking at.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. You compressed it,
is.
dumbass.
Yeah, you compress it and you squish it together. That way you can.
Yeah, that's an operation. Is that
yeah,
natural?
hey,
Do you
guess
naturally
what?
see compression? Are
Okay,
you
so
dumb?
what you do is
Bye. Well, I said we're not going to talk about stupid compression because that's not the natural curve. And it's not even the curve that you're explaining. Oh, is that how they found it in the first place? It's a really dumb argument. That's why I put a stop to it in the first place. Get back to your curve measurements, though, or any other questions that I suppose Maxium, who actually had the conversation first.
I'd love to know how you reference a change in elevation. The thing you're referencing it against is also supposed to be a change in elevation.
Well, I just gotta re-ask Flat. When we look at data sets over a long period of time with minor change, what do we do to the graph to really highlight that change?
Graph's not an image. I'll save you the heartache, mate.
Okay, cool. So the concept still stands, still equivalent. Try wrapping
No,
your
it's
brain around
not.
this one. It is.
No, it's really not.
It quite literally is.
One's a Cartesian plane and one's perspective.
Oh, one's perspective. So that I'm not even gonna get into because you're just gonna mute me again.
Yeah,
but,
see? Give up.
Yeah.
Bye. You want me to meet you again because you keep bringing up the same dumb
No,
topic?
we can get into cell nav now.
Go ahead and show us the measurements of the curve. Drop
Yeah.
over distance.
Yeah, we
Any
can
day
just,
now.
Yeah,
Any day.
highlight celestial navigation. That shows measurements.
Drop over distance?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, please. Show us the drop over distance then.
Yeah. Celestial navigation proves Earth curvature.
But you need, let's see, an elevation angle, right?
An elevation angle really depends.
And what?
Well, we could be using a bubble level, of which we don't have to do a dip correction for. Which is even worse for the flat Earth.
I'm just waiting for the measurement of drop over distance.
I'm giving that to you.
Not
The
a
linear
calculation.
relationship. Yeah. Hold on. It's actually a measurement.
An assumed curve.
It's a measurement. You're measuring an
curve.
angle, and you're measuring a
So not
distance
curve.
traveled.
Gotcha.
Today was such
See?
a
You
beautiful
helped
day.
yourself.
Today was such a beautiful day in Texas. I'm not sure where you guys are, but it was so nice.
It was, man. I'm there too.
It rained all weekend, but it cleared up. My farm got 5 inches of rain.
It's a lot.
Good.
Yeah, dude, all my fields are flooded.
Good thing you weren't standing out there. You would have drowned.
Hey, what's wrong with short people? I'm short.
I could smell the sarcasm in that from here.
Me?
No, the previous comment.
I am short though. I'm like 5'7".
Yeah, it's pretty normal. If you're only a kid, you might shoot up another couple of inches.
No, I'm 22. I'm done growing. I'm gonna be 5'7". LOL. That's short. Well, it's actually really not that short, but in America, there's so many Europeans, there's so many white people, and they're like 6 foot. But yeah. Anyway, back to flat Earth. What were we? Sorry, I was playing a chess game. I was waiting my turn.
Yeah, you were telling us how you learned it was flat.
Well, I was saying that if you take like well, I guess we're going back fundamentally. Like, I want a model, and you're saying there's not really any model or any explanation. And then we're talking about science. Yeah, I mean, someone said that I feel offended. Someone's saying that I feel offended, but that's not really the right word. I'm not offended.
No,
It's
I
just
said you feel frustrated.
yeah. Well, if there's one theory, because everything's a theory. If there's one theory that if I believe just this one thing, right, the Earth is round, or I guess two things, gravity and the Earth is round. If I believe those two things, everything else can be explained. But on flat Earth, I have to believe like, oh, maybe the sun doesn't project in a circle, or maybe the stars move in a weird way, and also like seasons
Maybe
are
you don't have
strange.
some answers, right? Maybe you don't have
Yeah.
some answers.
He's
Yeah.
A lot of
and
answers.
it's hard.
You listen,
It's hard
and
when it's hard. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, Tito. Go.
I was just saying it's hard, isn't it, when the thing that you want to believe in is being placed in a standalone position, not being held up in a dichotomy or reference to anything else, and has to stand on its own merit, isn't it? It's a bit hard.
No,
isn't
no,
it?
no, no. I'm saying I will wholeheartedly move over to flat Earth if there could be some explanations. It's not that I want to believe it. I don't want to believe anything. I am following whatever is best whatever theory best explains the phenomenon. That's science. I'm like if
Why?
What?
Your problem, young fellow, is you want to believe. There's a difference between believing and knowing. You believe it's a ball. We know it's flat.
I know it's a ball.
Well, the mind is also like a parachute, right? So if it's not open, it doesn't work properly. So
My mind is very open.
you know what you believe, and you haven't looked into what you believe. You just believe it because you've been told it. All of us here have researched. For me, it took me 9 months to go, you know what? I was fucking lied to. I'm not on a spinning water ball in space. NASA's full of shit. I'm on a flat stationary fucking plane. Aside from my hobby of jumping out of planes and never observing Earth's curvature, which you claim you can observe from standing on the fucking ground. So there's that, mate, right?
But it's just a foot. Like you can't. It's not like huge amounts of curvature. You can see small amounts of curvature.
Please give me a break. I'm telling you, I jumped from fucking planes. There's no fucking curvature on the horizon, and you're telling me you're observing it from the ground. Bollocks.
If you, I guess the reason why I keep bringing it up is like, it's almost an insult. Like you guys are saying, oh, you just like, it's so hard to change your mind. No, I don't know how to get this to everyone. Like I'm so vehement about just believing in the scientific method, whatever is best explained. I'm just looking for whatever.
Go out there and make some observations, do a little bit of living, get out from behind the computer screen you're staring at, and go verify your globe.
Yes, see, and that's another thing is that it's an insult, is because I go camping a lot. The stars don't move in any way that you could explain on flat Earth. They go underneath the horizon. They don't disappear at a point. It's
Why
not.
isn't explanation required?
That's the whole thing that I'm getting at. Is I would like an explanation for the phenomenon I see. That's exactly.
You're pointing to the sky and stars to observe what you're standing on. It doesn't make sense.
No, it does make sense.
Stars do if the fucking Earth doesn't curve.
No.
If water doesn't bend like you claim it does, then what the fuck?
Maximum.
Water.
Maximum. I might be able to help you out a little bit here just from my perspective. I'm not going to debate what I've done with you because that's pointless, yeah? However, I know that falsification is independent of replacement, yeah? And if we are living on this place that they tell us is a spinning ball and everything's got to do with that spinning ball, well, then there's going to be a lot of questions about a flat earth model that we're not going to be able to answer accurately. Yeah, we don't have the ability to do a lot of these things. Now, if the paradigm ever changed and they came out and said, hey, look, fuck, we've messed up, the earth is flat, well, I'm sure we would get plenty of maths and science and explanations for stars and all these things that you're requesting. So where I began, like you said, you love the scientific method. So they claim that gravity's a theory. Go and have a look at the scientific method. See if you can substantiate that the bending and warping of space-time as we know it, or gravity, has been put through that scientific method. Are some of these things that are claimed, you know, certain experiments, are they actually an experiment according to the scientific method? What's the naturally observed phenomenon? Yeah, what's the independent and dependent variables? And what you'll find is that there is many, many problems with all these models proposed around the globe. And I say models because there's not one overarching model. There's many models that explain different things. So, you know, we've got weather models, we've got, you know, electromagnetic models. So what you'll find is that there is big problems with all of that. So that's where I began, yeah, and saying, well, okay, this globe and this science, as I've been taught it, is not exactly true, yeah? What they've taught me is not true. This isn't science, and this doesn't align with what they tell me. And then from there, for me personally, it was more about long distance observations over water and where the radius of the Earth, where the curvature should be, you know, and then so that's where I've come to this conclusion, yeah, that what we're told is not necessarily fact or truth, yeah.
Yeah, I would say your first couple statements, the fact that what did you say? Proving a model is wrong is different than proving a different one is correct. But you phrased it much better than that. No.
What I said is that falsification is independent of replacement if we can falsify something.
Yes, I actually agree with that.
So that's where I started.
Yeah, no,
trying to prove the globe and then falsifying it, trying to prove it. Yeah.
I would say my opinion has changed. I'm going to stop asking for a flat Earth model. I actually you've changed my opinion 100%. I've never heard like those are true words. Falsification is definitely independent of what's the other word?
Replacement.
Yeah.
Because what everyone's asking for all the time is a replacement model. Okay, so in your model, what do the stars do? What do the moon do? What do the tides do? What happens with earthquakes? What happens with fuck, man? Am I like some scientist that covers, you know, everything? I don't know, man. It's crazy.
You can't blame them. Like I said, I go camping, and the stars, like, they all. I guess it doesn't. It's a moot point. It doesn't even matter. But like, they all go down. They don't like converge in a point and disappear like train tracks. I really wish I could like share my screen or like post.
I understand because
they go. Oh yeah,
I look at the stars. Every night, man. I look at the stars where I am every night because I'm on a big property. It's dark. But, you know, I can give you an explanation for what I see occurring. But it's an explanation.
Yo, nigga,
an explanation really doesn't mean...
GNE, Gay Niggas Emporium. Pipe the fuck down, you faggot. Thanks for the kits, you dumbass nigga. Walking locker looking...
Whoa. Well, I was trying to get there, but I didn't get there in time. Whoever muted him, thank you. I've lost my train of thought now, but I can give you an explanation, but an explanation really doesn't mean shit. Yeah, it's not proving anything. I can tell you an explanation about anything, but my explanation would be that we see things in the distance appear to sink or appear lower. Yeah, when a plane flies overhead, it appears at a distance. As it comes overhead, it's directly above you. As it gets further out, it's not changing elevation, but it appears to get lower in the sky. We see the same effect with street lights, many different things that we can see every day. So rather than, I suppose, when we're looking at curvature, and it can't be proven, it can't be seen, it can't be measured. We can do these long distance observations. I know people bring up refraction and all these different things. Yeah. Well, that would be my answer anyway. So, but again, it's just an explanation. Yeah, doesn't mean
I
anything.
still believe in the globe. I still believe in the globe. Like I'm agreeing
that's
with
cool.
you. I'll stop asking about a flat Earth model. I agree with your first couple of sentences, but you definitely can see gravity. Like, and I don't know.
This is another problem, man. Let me
You
explain
can
this.
actually,
Yeah?
you could do an experiment in your house right now to show the effects of gravity. You know that, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, of course you can, because this is a big problem for me. Yeah, Globers come in here and say, "Hey, you guys deny gravity." No, we don't deny the
No.
effect of gravity.
I'm sorry. Let me be more specific. You can prove like the specific gravitational forces at play.
The cause.
Well, what I'm saying is that you can witness the effect.
Yep.
Yeah,
and it's
we can measure.
repeatable
We can
and uniform across the entire.
Cooper, hold on, Cooper. I'm
can-
talking to AJ. Let me hear.
We can measure that effect. No flat earther is denying the effect that we see, that certain objects go down, some things go up, whatever the case may be. Yeah. But what the problem is for me is that it's claimed that it's a scientific theory, which means it has to have gone through the scientific method. Now, for it to go through the scientific method, their claim is that this is the bending and warping of space-time. One, we don't have naturally observed.
That's one theory.
That we don't have that naturally observed phenomenon. We can't see space and time, and we can't manipulate space and time. So therefore, it can't be a scientific theory. But to say that flat earthers deny gravity,
we can manipulate space and time. We can generate gravity and black holes to bend the space-time fabric. Yes, we can. We can even create time machines, dude. Scientists have literally created time machines and black holes in in controlled environments. Yes. So you're wrong.
There's an explanation for you.
Yeah, great explanation. But you understand what I'm trying to get at here, dude? Yeah, you know, like
I get it.
I was just trying to.
But I'm saying, okay,
I don't personally.
No, I'm going to say I get what point you're making, AJ, but I still believe in gravity. I do think that they've been able to prove it. They have the reason why they say, and that's the thing about science, is that they're not just they're not just making shit up out of their ass, right? They're doing tests and then they're coming up with theories on what would have to be true in order to explain this phenomenon, which is exactly this is the exact process I'm talking about flat earth, right? Like I see phenomenon, I want an explanation, I want a theory on why the phenomenon is happening. The scientists are doing the same thing. String theory, the idea of string theory, they didn't just one day wake up and smoke crack and say, hey, what if the universe is made of strings? No. All of the math came first, and then they took a step back and they said, this is describing the vibration of strings. It wasn't like they weren't putting the cart before the horse. They were literally trying to explain what they were seeing. And that's what I'm trying to get at is they have experiments. They had super precise lasers and mirrors,
Dude,
and they said...
That's literally the cart before the horse. You said all the math before the reality.
Yep.
Well, they said how... Oh, no. We have these models. We know we have the math to explain where a particle can go. So where does this math...
How do you connect that to reality?
If you have...
I can make a theory about unicorns and how it actually made the Earth that I stand on.
Okay. If I have a ball...
I can make the math look really real. Superman can fly and lift things, but how do you tie that into reality?
Okay, Flat Lloyd. If I have a ball and I drop it and I time it how fast, you'll notice that at the very beginning, the ball is not moving very fast. But by the time it hits the ground, it is sped up. It is accelerated towards the ground. So they asked themselves, what could be the explanation? And then they came up with an equation, and then they tested it, and they said, okay, this kind of works. Let's test it again in a different situation. I'm going to fire like something. Let's see how it moves. Like they're not.
And then they tried it in a vacuum, and it didn't work. They actually fell at different rates.
Yeah, so it has to be. So they're coming up with new theories. No, AJ is right. There's multiple models. It could be like a quantum space-time.
According to your own model, if you go and have a look according to your own model, your own guys, your own scientists are going to tell you, we see the effect of gravity. We can measure that effect of gravity. Exactly what gravity is, we don't know. We can't tell you what's exactly causing this phenomenon that we're seeing. So to be claiming that it can be proven you're just going against your own paradigm there. Yeah?
I see what you're saying. Well, they're not saying we could explain why it exists. We're just saying we can explain, like, they can pinpoint stars. They know exactly where they're going to be. We can, like, they've come up with the equations that fit our observation. That's what they're doing. So, I mean,
For what exactly? Are you talking about, like, the constellations that never change?
we found Neptune because we saw vibrations in Jupiter's orbit that didn't line up with our equations. We had Newton came up with the equations, and you can look
Well,
up
the
the story,
wandering
though.
stars wander. What can you expect?
Okay, you can, okay, then if they're wandering so irregularly and just doing whatever the hell they want, how come we were
Well,
able
it's not
to...
that irregular.
Hold on, let me speak. You can look this story up. I promise I'm not making it up. They saw a regular movement in Jupiter's orbit. They said, here are the equations. We know how Jupiter is going to move, and we don't see Jupiter moving the way we think. So some guy said, what if there's another planet out there? And he calculated the math. He said, what would the gravity have to be? How big would the planet? And then the very next night, literally the very next night, he said, point your telescopes here, and we found Neptune. That's literally how we found Neptune. And you can go find Neptune today.
What an astronomical story.
It's awesome. That's science. That's literally amazing.
That's not science, dude.
No,
How?
that's a story, my friend. How do you verify that? How are you going to verify that what they saw was actually indeed?
I have a telescope. I can see
Okay.
Neptune.
And so now you see some light in the sky. Did the telescope whisper to you, hey, I'm Neptune?
No, but you
I made Jupiter's orbit irregular.
Well, that's how they found it. That's how they found it. I didn't.
No, they made the model
You know,
first. You even said it yourself.
You guys can mock it all you want, but these models can be replicated uniformly, universally, all across the world and the solar system.
Yes,
There's correlation,
Sorry,
causation.
dude. They're replicated.
You know, you
they're
could
replicated.
say, just...
Sorry, dude. They're replicated because they happen all the time.
They're
not all the time.
These
Ever.
guys are talking about Newtonian gravity right now, which was superseded by Einstein's spinning and warping of space-time because it didn't apply to the solar system. It didn't work on every level for that.
Yes.
And beyond it, too, it fell apart. And Einstein's is falling apart beyond that, too. So you guys are talking some shite.
No, that's true. No, wait, hold on. Heretic, that is true. Einstein's model doesn't exactly line up with Mercury's orbit, but...
No, that's Newton's.
It's the wrong way around.
But, okay, but Heretic, you're saying,
now you're just making things up as you go.
Heretic, you're saying that, just because the edge fringes of your understanding don't make sense, the entire thing is bogus. But I'm saying we've gotten this far. The equations and the models work so well that I can predict other stars. It's only when you look at black holes and galaxies.
You're not predicting anything, dude. These are cycles. They happen all the time. They've seen them happen. So
galaxies aren't in cycles.
They record them happen, and then they say, okay, because this has happened this time, over this time, it's going to happen again, and then it happens again. They're postdictions. They're not predictions.
Thousands and thousands of years this shit's been happening.
But what if some phenomenon literally takes millions of years? How would you predict it? Because you've only had one cycle in a million years.
You're not going to predict it. You can predict it all you want, but you're not going to be around to see it. What are you talking about?
We see galaxies and stars.
What have you predicted? What have you predicted over millions of years? Go ahead.
We've seen galaxies millions of miles away.
You haven't seen anything. You haven't seen any
you're
galaxies.
right. You're right. Scientists. Okay, true. Scientists have seen them.
They're not scientists, dude.
Well, they use the scientific method.
How?
Something they can't verify.
They have an observation. They test it, and it lines up with what they're saying, which is different than what you guys are saying.
What's the experiment they do?
They say, okay, this planet's moving funny. Let's see what would if the equation's not wrong. What
are they manipulating? What are they manipulating?
It's not mathematics. They're not manipulating. No. Listen, you
just said it. They're not manipulating anything, so they're not actually experimenting or using the scientific method. They might at best just be using mathematics to try to describe what they see, but that's not the scientific method.
Okay, but if you have a equation to describe something and then you use it to predict something else, that is an experiment, and they did that.
Well, you're cherry picking because you can't use it to predict the orbit of Mercury. It'll completely fall apart. So you can't have a solar system and have Newtonian gravity, even though it might sort of seem like it works up to a point. It will not work completely. That can't be what's actually physically going on if there is a solar system.
Works better than flat Earth.
What are you talking about? Give me the flat Earth that it works better than.
Yeah, give me the flat Earth. Let's hear it. I want to hear the flat Earth model. I've been waiting all day for it.
Like, what model are you even talking about? What do you mean works? Like, what do you even mean by that? You know, for practical use on the Earth, everything. Everybody assumes a flat, motionless world. So I don't know what you mean works better than. Okay, show us what snipers do to account for curvature or rotation.
They do. They account for curvature.
You're saying that, so show it.
The equation you guys cite all the time. What is it? Radius squared, 4 point something something.
I don't think they do. And it doesn't sound like you really know the equation, but you're saying
it's irrelevant.
Cite it.
The specifics are irrelevant, man. Like I'm talking.
Oh, okay. So backing up your claim is irrelevant. So you're just saying things. Okay.
Well, you guys don't back up anything. You guys don't have a model.
Well, that's rich, dude, coming from you right now, who's refusing to back up the claim that you just made.
Heretic. Everyone else has been really nice, and you're just an asshole.
Dude, listen to this, dude. Like you're the one that is making all these claims about the universe, but you've got nothing to back it up, and then you're telling us to back up claims that we never made? Come on, dude.
Yeah. I mean, you say something, I'm like, okay, can you show me where that's backed up? And then you go, you don't back anything up. Like, the irony there.
Okay, true. But, I think you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying...
Well, you're not saying anything, though. You're not actually saying anything.
Back nothing up. Yet I told you I'd jump out of fucking airplanes. How is that not backing up what I'm claiming?
I see stars. And I see stars.
We all see stars.
They're not the ground you're standing on or the horizon you're observing for the supposed curve you or your mate said you see from the ground.
And if I'm in Chicago, I see different stars. And if it's a different time of season, I see different stars.
And what are you standing on? Not what are you looking at above your head?
All I'm saying is that's really hard.
Right, maximum. But if, like, say I'm in a big Walmart, right, and I see one set of lights on this side of Walmart, and I go to the other side of Walmart and I see another set of lights, does that mean Walmart's a ball?
Yes, yeah. But if I got on a ladder, if I got on a ladder and I had a telescope, I could see the other stars. But when I'm in Chicago, the stars are literally beneath the horizon. They're so low to the ground.
All I'm trying to tell you,
telescope, you can see other stars. That's comical.
No. If I'm in a square box, if I'm in a Walmart, and nothing's obstructing my view, I could very easily see lights on the other side of the box. If I'm in a square box...
If the Earth is flat, I could see the Eiffel Tower from where I am here in Canada. You're hilarious.
You're
hilarious.
If the Earth is flat, you could.
Hilarious.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Thousands of miles of air. I think I already went over this with you.
Well, yeah, not actually, but like theoretically, maybe some radio telescope, you'd be able to see
theoretically, but not actually. Yeah. Okay, good one, man.
Well, so there's a geometric horizon then.
Yes.
So show us that then.
Boats go on bottom up, man. Like I don't. You guys
great. I understand your inference that you're trying to draw there, but show us the geometric horizon that boats go over.
What would satisfy you? What do I have to show?
A measurement.
An equation. A measurement, an equation. What do you want to see?
An equation. No, a measurement.
You guys are gonna get. I mean, Heretic's gonna get an aneurysm. I already sent a video, and you guys don't accept it. Some other flat earther showed a video of a boat disappearing, a flag on a boat disappearing bottom up. Like, you really want me to show you?
I'm familiar with
the striped one.
You really want me to like
striped one?
Yes.
I'm familiar with it.
One? Why is the horizon in the background?
Yep.
Because
the thing is supposed to be vanishing over. It's in the background. It's beyond.
There's something called evaporation. Maybe there's moisture in the air.
You gotta slow down for a second and like stop trying to do damage control because this fucks up your entire proposition here. So that flag, it starts to vanish bottom up before it even reaches the horizon. When you told us that the horizon is the leading edge of the curve, the furthest bit of the curve that you can see, and it's supposed to be going over that if that's the reason why bottom up obstruction occurs, but it hasn't even got there.
Well, you could see other examples where, I mean, It's like,
well, they're all shot though from that, because now we know that it doesn't have to be a curve. It doesn't even have to get to the horizon.
I mean, I can provide, okay, Heretic, I can provide any explanation, and none of them would satisfy you. None of them would satisfy you. I can say,
you didn't listen to anything I just said.
No, I literally did. I sat here.
Just give any explanation, then give one that works.
Refraction, evaporation.
Explanations are not worth the breath.
Exactly.
We want demonstrations, man.
Okay,
just demonstrations.
Yeah. And we can demonstrate that curvature is not the reason necessarily that something vanishes bottom up, because if it's doing that before it's gotten to that horizon, that means that it wasn't due to a curve, because it would have been going over the horizon for that to happen if it was, right?
Okay, I can't prove.
Yeah, you just proved that in the video. The video that you sent us of Earth curve proves that the horizon is beyond the boat that the horizon is supposed to be blocking. So you just sent us a video and debunked yourself.
Yeah, it hasn't even got to the edge of the curve yet. So
well,
that's not what's going on.
Okay, it's going to be really hard to prove the curve to you guys. So let's just like.
Well, it shouldn't be. If it's there, it should be.
Well, everything I provide, there's an explanation. Even if I showed perfect evidence of a boat going down, the horizon is exactly where it's supposed to be, you guys would still say something like, "Oh, it's refraction," or "Oh, it's like nothing would satisfy you."
Refraction is a bolt-on claim.
Well, it could be refraction. You guys say that the light is bending down. So what if it's just bending down and bending down into the surface before it reaches your eyeballs?
My point exactly. Nothing's going to satisfy you.
I'm not saying that is necessarily what's going on in every case, but could be. You want an explanation? There you go, an explanation. The ball turret explanations are good enough for you, and all of them are invalid because they follow from a ball that doesn't exist. So there you go.
So say it is written. Oh.
Heretic is a great debater.
The problem you have, dude, is that you're going to say that if the horizon is at 3 miles and you're a 6-foot person, then that is perfect conditions with no refraction. That's where we see the ball. But if it is not in that position, then the light is doing something. Now, if you're going to claim that, then you need the size of the ball and how they got that.
Well, I did send an example, but you guys refuted it. So, and I sent an example where the
isn't always true, though, right, dude?
Okay, well, it's just like
Maxim, the illusion that causes the boats to look like they're floating, it's called Fatal Morgan. It is an air trick, warm air, cold air trick, where the image gets smeared.
Morgana.
Phantom Morgana.
Fatal Morgana. Yeah, that's well understood, right? We can work out that. We can predict it. We can calculate when we're going to see it and when we're not.
You can't calculate shit.
Much like the curve of the Earth.
You can. There's very good predictive models for refraction.
Huh. So why can't you calculate where the geometric horizon is going to appear?
Boom.
You can.
Good rebuttal, Heretic.
And in some cases, it may not appear, right?
Boom.
Yeah. So why can't you predict that?
So the simplest model that I've seen is obviously Walter Bisland's calculator, right? He's got a refraction model built in there.
Yeah, it's just got
and that'll accommodate most scenarios, right?
It's just got a built-in sliding scale. So he says, okay, you just type in how far you can see, and then it'll work out what refraction rate it should be, and based on the ball that no one's ever measured. So it's just a sliding scale based on the Earth being 3959. And then if you can see further, then you've got extreme refraction. And if you can't see further, then it's perfect day and no refraction. You agree with that?
We can measure these things, right? We can measure the refraction.
Can't measure shit, was I?
No, we can. We had a... I've got to find it again. I'm looking for it now. I think it was Leisha, the guys that make surveying equipment. They've got these EDM machines that can do multi-wavelength stuff, and they've set them up in scenarios...
Electronic dance music.
Yeah, electronic distance measurement, and so they set them up to measure. They've got a specific arrangement of multiple devices with different heights and reflectors at each end, and they're able to actually measure the refractive properties over a short distance of the Earth. So a distance that's short enough that you can not have to account for curvature at all. So there is
no curve. Cool.
There is ways to measure the refractive properties of air, and it scales, right? That we can do it across a whole bunch of different scenarios, and things work out.
Out radius.
Good story.
hey, okay, I have.
You're just reaffirming the size of the ball that you've based it on in the first place.
You guys said if the water, you can still see the water behind the boat, then it can't be the horizon, right?
Well,
And
it
you know
can't be what's claimed to be blocking the bottom of the boat, can it?
Okay, I'm gonna use kind of like the same argument, right? Sure, I will secede. We must be seeing something different. We're not seeing the curvature, but that claim is different than the Earth is flat. That's a different claim. Sure, I'll even see that, it's probably not the curvature of the Earth or whatever. But that's
cool.
That's
so how big does that make your globe then?
I don't know. I don't have a model. Just your argument.
Awesome.
It's just your argument.
If you change the size of the Earth, you're going to have to start changing everything. Everything cosmological. Go for it, man.
No, actually, I don't, because it doesn't work anyways, right? None of the things make sense anyways. I don't have to change anything.
Cool.
I mean,
so you just
the horizon
go to Earth.
It's not a flat proof that the horizon's beyond it. It's just a debunk of the geometry that they gave us.
Okay. What if it is the curvature of the Earth, but there's another phenomenon that caused it to make it look like it's not, right? That's equal, right? We're all making assumptions here with no proof. We're just kind of like, spitballing.
Then you'd need to confirm the measurement.
Well, there's
plenty
of demonstrations.
Then it's just another story, right?
Yeah, you need to display it, because at that stage you're just saying, okay, well, if we see the curve rate at the place where it's supposed to be, then that is a day without refraction. And then if it's not at that place, then that's a day with refraction. That's all you're doing.
The reason why I keep referencing the reason why I kept referencing the video that I sent is because he goes on a cold day in winter when there's not really hard, or not winter, but
I've seen it, man. It's a National Geographic video.
No, it's a Folding Ideas. This guy is talking about conspiracy theories in general. He talks about QAnon in the video. It's actually a really good video, but the one part at the very beginning,
retarded anyway.
Yeah, well, at the very beginning, true, but at the very beginning of the video, he debunks flat Earth, and that's the only thing.
Oh, really? How does he do that?
Because he has this camera on this thing that there's no cuts, because he knows flat earthers will be you cut
on a thing.
And he moves the camera up and down in a fluid motion, and you see the boat in the distance disappear bottom up. It's a very good video. Here, let me show you. Can I send the video again, or is Heretic going to have an aneurysm?
I have to see the video now that you explained it to me. You shook the camera.
Is Heretic going to have an aneurysm if I send it?
Floor, dude, and move it up and down.
So I'm changing my name to Globe Man Can. I'm convinced now.
Here, let me see.
I don't know about Heretic having an aneurysm, but I'm going to do a fucking cartwheel.
Well, then I won't send it.
I think I've seen this video. Is that the guy who's on a lake?
Yes.
Lake Minnewanka.
Getting to the other side of a lake?
Yeah, Lake Minnewanka, yes. In Canada. It's a long lake, but it's a skinny lake, so there's not a lot of waves, and there's not the sun really hot, so there's not a lot of atmospheric refraction. It's like a perfect demonstration of the curvature of the Earth.
That doesn't make a difference.
Angular resolution. It's beautiful.
Of what? Angular resolution?
I told you before. Angular resolution. Go look it up.
Doing that right now, and if it's just about zooming in, I'm going to assume you didn't pass high school.
I was confused about that video. I was really confused about that video. Last time you posted it, I started watching it, and then you left, and I had some questions, and you'd left. Right?
Me? Are you talking to Maxim?
I couldn't find the part, like I was going to ask for a timestamp where this supposed
about
lifting
9 minutes
of the camera.
40.
No, 10 minutes 40. 10 minutes 40 seconds.
Because
I can send the.
To me, it seems like a glober that has taken a flat earther's footage, used that. Like I was confused.
No, he made
the
the
host
video
of
himself.
the video.
Yeah.
So
The actual
basically,
cameraman.
Is he the cameraman? Yeah, he is. He filmed it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you don't have to watch the entire thing. It's an hour long, and he talks about conspiracy theories in general. But the 10-minute section, the very beginning, like the first 15 minutes, and the reason why he goes through such extreme measures, like making sure, is because he knows any kind of invalidation will cause you guys to, like, I don't know, explain it away. He wanted to have a perfect example of the curvature.
so it sounds to me like what he's got is a limit to how far you can see at some unverified distance, and then he just declares that that's the curve.
No, you see the boat disappear. He filmed it.
This is the same thing that we just talked about. We know that effect doesn't necessarily need to be caused by a curve.
That's an assumption. That's your claim.
We already showed it. The National Geographic flag disappears from the
Yeah,
bottom
but that's
before-
okay. That's on a hot day in the ocean.
Not going over a curve.
That's the ocean, and that's a hot day, right? This is a better example. This is a more
How do you know
controlled.
how hot it is?
Can you see the? Okay, yeah, I guess you're right.
Differential
No,
in the
okay, sure.
temperature between the ocean and the
Look at
air.
the video. They were sweating. I don't know. I guess you're right. I don't know the
They were
temperature.
sweating.
They were.
That's
Did you see them?
actually funny, dude.
The bald guy was sweating. You literally, it's so easy. There was a bald.
Now, Junior.
I want you to write this down in a paper, and that'll be your weather data. Bald guy sweating.
Well, you're asking me how do I know it's not hot, which I guess you're right. I don't have any data, but like, do you see when you're grasping at straws rather than taking the video?
You're
And,
the one grasping at straws. You have to understand, whenever you do any type of photography or filmography across water, if air is hotter than water, you will get an effect. If water is hotter than air, you will get a different effect. And you haven't looked this shit up yet.
what are the effects called?
Go and look it up. I'm not your fucking teacher.
Yeah, just Google random effects until you get it, man. Idiot.
Yeah, so you don't know either,
Thanks,
right?
guys. Jeez.
Because you can't name them off the top of your head.
Didn't I give you an explanation? Is that not what you're here for?
You just said, okay,
You want
sure,
an
but
explanation? You got one. Be happy.
well, the explanation was kind of dog water. You said it's just random effects. You said it's random
They're not
effects,
random effects. When the water is hotter than the air, you will get one effect. When the
which
air
is
hotter than the water, you will get another.
what effects are they? What are you referencing? I need what
You
effect?
still haven't looked up angular resolution yet. Step off. Come on, do your
Dude,
job.
you were right about the angular resolution. It's just how digital cameras take shitty zoom-in pictures.
No, that'd be incorrect. Angular resolution also has to do with height, yeah? Because it increases your angle, your viewing angle.
No.
Nothing to do with height.
No, just a no.
Nothing.
Well,
Yeah, Giga Chad.
unfortunately, you're
No,
wrong,
you're
yeah?
wrong.
Don't think so. Go and have a
Actually, I just looked it up because wait, hold on. He is right. I did forget to look it up, and I looked it up right now. And it is about a camera. It's how how a camera focuses. It has nothing to do with height. It literally is just how a camera focuses.
No, it also, angular resolution, your angular view, will also increase the higher you get. You have
I
a
guess
wider
he has his
viewing
own
angle.
definition, I guess.
If
Not
I'm
true.
standing on the ground, right, and I'm standing on the road
Yeah.
in front of me, yeah, so I can only view an angle as low as the road. If I increase in height, I increase my viewing angle. Yeah, I've got to look down further to be able to see that road.
That's not angular resolution.
Yeah, that's the angle on the ground, not the angle of something vertical, right?
Let me find a citation. I might not be explaining correctly, or I might have fucked up, but I'll find something for you.
I mean, okay, and I guess my overarching, like, broad strokes here, you have to explain, like, this along with other phenomenon. Like, there's just a mountain of stuff that is just doesn't make sense on flat Earth.
What do you mean?
Gravity. Why do things go down?
Can you explain it with toothpicks?
Man, that's got nothing to do with.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
We're in a storm.
Is there a larger flat Earth community in Australia?
I think so. I think there's a lot of Australians.
Well, and that could just be anecdotal because there's like a handful in here. But I wonder.
No, you're still roboting Timbo. You're still roboting Timbo.
Yeah.
Is he still talking?
No, I think he's trying to remedy the situation.
No.
I heard the word storm.
See, I don't hear him at all.
As if he's getting hammered at the moment.
That better?
Still pretty shit.
Not really.
Still pretty shit.
Oh, trees down on the freeway and fuck.
This is actually perfect. Whoever posted this, Ether Matrix. This is actually perfect. So, imagine looking at this. Never mind. I'm not even gonna say.
Did they give you an explanation of gravity?
No, they just say it's a force.
Shit goes down.
Yeah, shit go down. Shit go down proportional to how much it weigh. That's it.
And up. Stuff goes up too.
Everything is made of atoms, and atoms weigh a certain amount, and shit go down. They attract each other. That's why.
That sounds right. Hits my gut right. I'm gonna believe that.
Why they attract each other?
They do
Can you
attract each
imagine?
other.
There's just gigantic clouds forming other gigantic clouds.
Mm-hmm.
There's the one ginormous cloud.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
And they coalesce in the stars.
Yeah.
You know what's really
So what
cool?
about gas? Does gas attract gas?
Yes.
Mass attracts gas.
All mass
attracts
attracts. Yeah, everything attracts everything.
If gas is mass, then gas must attract gas. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's correct. That is correct.
Can you
So
show
how does
that?
a water cycle work?
The water cycle has more to do with phase changes than it does.
Yeah.
Gravity.
So you learn in
It
physics
doesn't.
that there is something called a free body diagram where you plot all of the forces. Even if gravity is just one force, there could be other forces acting, like the heat of the sun evaporating, like that's a force.
When you're just talking about flat earthers have to rely on too many variables to be a flat earth, and now you're going into too many variables to be a globe
It's more
earth.
like you guys just ignore
Evaporation is too many variables. The sun evaporating water, is that too many? Am I accounting for too many
Okay,
things?
so the sun evaporating water turns into clouds and then comes back down. So it goes up. So does that gas does that get attracted to the other gas?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can you show that?
Gas come down.
Yeah, you can show it by watching steam form droplets.
Yeah, and then getting
And
attracted
then they
to other
fall
gases.
down with gravity, yes.
Yes.
Getting attracted to other gases.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you please show that?
He just said steam forming droplets, condensing, and then falling to the bottom.
That's water.
Yes, once okay.
Water is a vapor when it is steam. It is a gas.
Hold on.
Water
If you
is not a
have-
gas, it's a vapor.
Wait, hold on. If you have enough vapor come together,
It's a vapor. It's water.
Are those
Not a
terms
gas.
not? Are those terms? They're basically like interchangeable.
No, vapor is different from gas. Vapor is thicker.
But when we're talking about water vapor, that's
Water
basically
vapor is
interchangeable,
not
are they
gas.
water
gas.
vapor.
The different states.
Right, yeah, it's in different states, and it's more denser than the medium in the atmosphere.
denser is a funny word. That's actually.
It just boils off the ocean and just decides to oh man, gravity, forget that.
No,
and then it hangs
gravity
up as a
still works.
cloud.
Gravity
Still
still
waiting
works
for you
on
to
it,
show me
but
gas. attracting gas.
Yes, gas, when it's in the atmosphere, clumps into big things called clouds, and then when those clump up enough water, the
gas.
water.
Yes,
That is
that's water.
gas. That
That's
is
water.
gas. Okay,
Water.
well,
Yes,
It's the
in a different
gaseous
state
form
of
of
water.
water.
it is the gaseous form
So
of water.
Okay,
Yes, in a
so what
different
does the
state.
water get? Does the water vapor get attracted to other gases?
Yes,
Where?
All a mass is attracted to all other mass. If it
I'm
has
losing
mass, it
brain
has
cells.
gravity.
Great. Now demonstrate that.
Such facts and
Yeah,
evidence.
sure. So there's an experiment called the Cavendish experiment. You take two weights, put on a string, and you
Not
can put two
gas,
bigger
dude.
weights.
Sorry. All right, you're
Gas.
the other one that said he's losing brain cells. You're in the hot seat now. All right, your mate's been muted because we can't talk to two people at the same time going into two different subjects. All right, gas attracting gas demonstration, please.
Okay. Do you accept that steam is gas?
What is it getting attracted?
No, just yes or no. Is it gas?
What is it getting attracted to?
Other gas. Other steam
What?
to form water
Which other
droplets.
gas? Which other
Steam.
gas?
More steam. The
Steam and
attracts.
steam.
Yes.
Okay, what else is it getting attracted? Gas? Does gas attract gas? What about the other gases? Are they getting attracted to the steam?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Where? Show it.
Well, the other gases don't clump up like water. Water wants to reduce surface tension and it forms droplets, and then once it loses enough energy, it rains.
That's why it's water vapor is water vapor, not gas.
It is gas. Water vapor is gas.
Yeah, water vapor is
It's in a
gas.
different state.
Yes, precisely. What state is it in?
Fuck me,
Right,
dead.
it's in more denser state.
No, it's in
Talking
a
about gas.
What you're trying to
You know,
prove
you know what you're talking about. You're
is
talking about
gas
gas,
attracting gas.
not water vapor, not rain.
Actually, Sir Daza is actually correct. You can't see. All right, I guess you can maybe when it's first being evaporated, but you don't see all of the evaporation coming off the ocean. Like if I was flying a plane over the ocean, there would be water evaporating and flying up everywhere around me, but I couldn't see it because it's in the gas state. It is water in the gaseous state.
Oh, not gravity.
Oh, well, there is gravity, but the heat of the sun heats up the water, and then it creates convection currents. Hot air rises because of density. Hot air rises, and density is also proof of gravity.
Cool. What about the other gases?
What about the other gases? They're also out
carbon
there.
dioxide. What about carbon dioxide?
They're out there too, and they get attracted as well.
What about oxygen?
They're out there as well. Oxygen is in water. It dissolves in water, and it's in the atmosphere. What's your point?
Yep. So it goes up. All of these gases go up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're produced at ground level.
They're not
away
produced.
from the thing.
Yeah.
Away from the thing that's supposed to be attracting them.
Yeah. Did you say they're not produced? Okay, they're transformed at ground level. Yeah. Would you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
And then the gas goes up.
Mm-hmm.
But not gravity.
There's still gravity. It's just the water is so hot that it becomes.
Now gravity is going up. Why are you still talking about water?
I thought that's what we were talking about.
Oh, we're talking
Water
about
the only gas now, is it? Now water's a gas.
Okay, fire.
And
Let's talk
water's
about
the
fire.
only gas.
No, we're
Sure,
talking
let's talk
about gas.
Fire? Fire's not a fucking gas.
Well, the smoke is.
No, not
What the fuck
exactly.
is wrong with you, man?
Troll.
Talk about a different gas.
What gas? Give me a gas.
All right. Helium.
It floats because it's less dense than air.
So it's a anti-gravity gas.
No. It floats because it's less dense, and
So
density
does
is.
helium have a weight? Does helium have a weight?
Yes. It
How do
weighs
you-
less.
How do you
than
weigh
the-
that? Do you put a scale on top of it?
No. It weighs less than the air around it.
Okay, so the hot air in a hot air balloon weigh less than the cold air on the outside of the hot air balloon,
Yes.
or does it weigh the same as the air?
No, it weighs less because it's less dense because it's hotter. Hot air rises. You
No,
heat
it's
it
not
up.
less dense. It's excited.
It's contained, therefore it levitates. If it wasn't contained, it would still be the same weight and or whatever as the cold air.
So have you seen a hot air balloon take off? The balloon is on the floor, and they have the fire just going.
You got it the
Hold on,
wrong
hold
way
on, hold on.
around, man.
I'm about a
no.
helium balloon.
The helium is lighter. It weighs less, and because it weighs less, it floats to the top. It's less dense.
Yes, but
So
if
it's
it was
just density
gravity,
and
it would go
buoyancy.
Nah, you
down.
got it the wrong way around.
I got it the wrong way around.
Oh wait, no. Actually, you might be right. Sorry. Don't mind me. Just can't.
So
Yeah, the hot air gets excited, starts bouncing against the walls of the container and pushes it upwards.
Mhm.
Doesn't mean the warm air is lighter.
Oh, okay, you're right. It's less dense. I should speak more succinctly. It's
Not less.
We said that earlier.
No, not
you
less
had a
dense,
problem
more
with it.
energetic. Sorry. Go ahead.
if it's more energetic, then the molecules are bouncing around each other more, right? Is that true?
Yes, they're more excited. Yes.
Okay, so the pressure. Okay, so the pressure in a hot thing is more than the pressure in a cold cold container, right? Is that true?
Yes, usually, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. If there is no container, the pressure difference, the hot air will expand to equalize the pressure difference because it has more
it'll
pressure.
seek equal.
Okay, you're almost there.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
if the hot air is expanding, wait, hold on. No, hold on. If the hot air is expanding, there is less matter in a bigger area, meaning it is less dense, meaning that
Not
it
less,
floats.
not less.
Density is literally mass over volume.
Are you saying that hot air weighs more than cold air?
No, it's less dense. It is less dense.
Oh, man.
Is that wrong?
So what's the volume of air?
What is the volume of air?
Yeah, like the air we breathe outside.
What is the volume of all of the air?
Yeah. How do we get 14 psi?
Oh, okay. You're asking about pressure.
I'm not asking about pressure. I'm asking about volume.
Yeah,
You want
making a claim to weight of air, so yeah.
the volume? Yeah, you want the volume of the entire atmosphere?
Yeah. How do we figure it out?
We probably estimate it. Like, I don't know. What is your point?
That it's contained. We're in a container, man. You need a container to have volume.
Okay, imagine there's gravity and it's holding all the gas together.
Not imagining, man. We've just demonstrated that gravity doesn't hold the gas together.
And you admitted it.
You haven't demonstrated that. I told you that heat makes the gas.
If you have a vacuum chamber and you put gas into it, what direction does it go?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. So not down?
No, not down. Not particularly.
Okay.
Not
Goes
equally.
everywhere.
No,
It
wait,
does
hold on.
not-
I know Scott. Hold on. Let me entertain it. I know Scott. Just keep going. Let me hear Timbo. What's your next argument?
What? That was
It
it, man.
goes
That is
just
all
everywhere?
directions.
Okay.
Because your
No
claim
heat
is
there
your
either.
cla- your
Okay,
claim
okay.
is that gas. Your claim is that gas is being attracted to the Earth. Yeah.
Yes.
And because of the mass of the Earth, it's holding the gas down.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if have you ever been to Colorado? Do you know how the air pressure is lighter? It's less dense. Like it's thinner air. Do you know about that?
Dude, why the fuck would I go to Colorado?
Okay. Do you know in mountains it's harder to breathe? Higher up in altitude you have less
No
air.
shit, man. Yeah.
Okay.
You got a density. You got a gas gradient. Yeah.
That's the exact same thing in that cylinder on a much smaller scale, but the gas
Yeah,
in the
you
bottom.
need a cylinder. Yeah, you need a container for a gas gradient. Correct.
Had nothing to do with gravity. You talk
Scott,
about
if you and I cut you off, Scott. I mean,
Don't worry about Scott. He's in here all the time. We're talking to you.
yeah. Okay, well, I would say that you don't need a container for gas.
Okay, can you demonstrate that then?
If okay. If you have a freezer, the one that opens from the top, and you open it up, the cold air is just going to hang out in the bottom. There's no container stopping it from going up and out.
And then eventually it'll warm up, and then everything will equalize. Yep. Good.
If
What
if
have you
you
just
are
demonstrated?
if you are in a
Cold air
like,
won't just hang out there and stay freezing cold. It'll warm up, won't it?
well, if it doesn't, if denser air,
So you're saying if I have a freezer and I open the lid at the
It sounds like
top,
he making a
it's going
flat
to
Earth
stay
argument.
frozen at the bottom?
the cold air is
It's
going
going
to
to
stick to the bottom. Yes, the cold air just hangs out on the bottom. The cold air
okay,
sinks.
now we're going to leave that lid open. Is that bottom of the freezer still going to stay frozen?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a good freezer, yeah.
Are you
The
serious, man? Have you
the
ever
cold air
used a freezer?
the cold air
What
sinks to
happens
the
when
bottom
what happens when you leave a fridge? What happens when you leave a freezer open?
well, yeah, all the stuff warms up and stuff, but
It
okay, yeah,
melts, doesn't it?
yes.
Fuck, man.
Hey, I have a question for you.
You're just going to move on to something else. We were talking about
No, it's
gas
the same
pressure
thing. No, it's
without
the
a
same thing.
container.
No, it's the same. It's the same topic. Why does denser gas go to the bottom? How does it know which direction to go? The bottom.
Heavier. It goes down, man.
Okay, I have a container filled with heavy gas on the bottom, and I flip it upside down. How does the gas know to go right back to the bottom? Because it pushes in all directions. Doesn't the air push in all directions? So wouldn't it just stick to the top if I flip the container of heavy gas on the bottom? How does it know
Yeah,
to
and then
go
the
down?
heavy gas will mix with the other gases and it'll equalize.
Over time, it'll settle right back to the bottom.
Of course. No, it
How does it
won't.
know to
No,
do
it
that?
won't.
Yes,
It'll
it
mix
will.
with the other gases.
No, it
You just said
won't.
it would go in all directions. You
It'll
just said it.
mix
It
with
will. It will
all
go in
the
all
other.
directions.
So why is you
If
still
It'll
talking
mix.
about gas coming down, going boom boom?
Because
Yeah.
if denser air sinks to the bottom, why? I'm asking, why does denser air go to the bottom? Why does it sink?
Because it's heavier.
Is you talking about it's denser than the medium? Because it's heavier than the common medium?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
So,
That's
but
not
heavier
supporting
is
your
literally.
gravity. Hold on.
Yeah,
That's not
heavier is
supporting.
gravity.
That's not supporting your gravity.
It's not
claim.
gravity.
So then, what's heavier? Why does it go down then?
That's who
Because it's
cares?
denser.
It's not supporting your gravity claim.
Okay, denser is more mass packed in a smaller volume, right?
Yes.
So why does mass go down? I guess is the fundamental question.
Because it's heavier.
It's heavier than the medium.
Okay, great.
It doesn't always. Wait. It doesn't always. It doesn't always.
What doesn't go down? What?
Mass doesn't always go down.
Gas doesn't go down. He already admitted that. He's talking about something that's distant in the atmosphere, something in the
Yeah,
smaller
lighter
volume
things will
medium.
float. Yeah, lighter things will float.
You just come up with this thing,
If
gravity,
lighter
just
things
to
is
explain
floating,
things
if
going
lighter
down.
things is
Like
floating in mass, if lighter things is floating and gravity affects everything, mass attract mass, then it actually debunks that if things are floating.
Well,
It
the
debunks
mass of
gravity.
air, if you took all of the air in a
Gravity
container,
is supposed to affect all mass.
yes. If you took the air, okay, I'm answering your question.
Even if you saying if it's light, even if you saying that it's light, gravity is supposed to basically affect it. So eventually it's supposed to come down. It don't.
What's supposed to go down?
Gas, things that's lighter than the medium.
No, heavier than the medium. Heavier than the medium goes down.
Right, heavier than the medium. It doesn't matter. Stop playing word semantics. You know what I mean. Gas doesn't go down.
Some gas does go down. Heavier gas.
Dude, you're claiming a pressure gradient, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm saying yeah. Denser gas.
You need demonstrate a pressure gradient without a container.
I'm saying if you have if I'm cooking, right?
It's a yes or no question, man.
Yes. There's a pressure. You could have a pressure gradient without a container.
Where?
The pressure at sea level is less than that of Colorado. There's no container.
You can't use the thing that you're trying to prove.
Okay.
As the thing you're trying to prove.
True. Okay. True. This might. I mean, if I bring up oil and water, you guys don't want to accept that, right? It has to be a gas.
You're talking about gas.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So okay. If I'm cooking, The steam goes up.
Yeah, and what does it do? It condensates on the ceiling.
Yes, it goes up though. It does go up though.
Of course it goes up, because it's lighter than the rest of it.
Yes.
And then it equalizes.
But there was no container around my pot. It still goes up though.
What are you talking about? There's no container around your pot.
There's a
It's
pressure
going
difference.
into the atmosphere.
There's a pressure difference. The pressure on the underneath my pot.
There's a pressure difference everywhere. There's a pressure difference in containers.
Well, that was your argument. You wanted me to rebut.
Not my
something about-
argument. Your argument is we've got a pressure gradient, and that proves that the Earth is not contained.
No, my argument is why go down? Why down? That's my argument. And you guys haven't explained why down.
And we saying
But
that
it doesn't
everything
always
don't
go down, does it?
Okay, you're right. It doesn't always go down, but what does go down? The
So
heavier
it
thing.
debunks your why down.
Oh, but lighter things go up, right? You see that there's a
So that means everything don't go down.
Yeah, guys,
Okay.
you're not in, but see, you gotta listen very closely.
I am.
He
I'm
just,
saying
not you, shut up. So he just said, shut up. So he just said, my argument is why down. That's not an argument.
okay, true. Why do heavier things go down? Some
That's
lighter
not
things
an
go up.
argument.
That is
That's
an
not
argument.
an argument.
It's a question.
No,
You're right.
it's not.
It's a question. It's not an argument. It's a question.
Right.
Because lighter things go up, but why do heavier things go down? There must be some relationship
Yeah,
between
that's
mass.
that's not an argument. So when you say there must be, this is where
Correct.
you begin to build.
Not an
on-
argument.
Shut up. When I'm talking.
Bruh.
So when you say that there must be, I'm assuming that this is the beginning of your presuppositional argument, in which case you will provide an explanation and not a proof. So that's a problem because it's hidden and disguised as an argument, but really you're just explaining something that you have no proof for.
I'm not explaining anything.
So if you're not explaining anything, then all you have is a question, which is not an argument. So which one is it?
Yes, correct. I never said it was an argument.
So then
I'm answering this guy's. He's saying
if it's just a question, then it's not an argument. And if it's not an argument, then it's just a question.
yes.
So say for the sake of argument, I don't know why down. So your response would be,
That's all I needed to know then. You don't know why things go down.
right.
That's it. That's the end of it. You don't know if I drop my pencil, you have no explanation for why it goes down.
Of course not. Now, anyone else with an explanation, I would ask them for evidence that the explanation is true, and it better not be a circular argument, because that, of course, is begging the question and a logical fallacy. So, I mean, there's no shame on my part. I'm not actually making a claim, so I'm hoping others don't have a claim as to why things go down, because if they do, then they're going to have to establish with science causality.
Okay. They said, and okay, so I would just first like to say is that you're saying you can't explain why things go down.
Well, I'm not making a claim
Okay,
as
okay,
to why
okay.
things go down in the first place.
The
So
globe,
why would I be explaining? Just think about it. Why would I be explaining something that I'm not claiming?
okay. The globist argument, the explanation that the globists give is that
Right, it's an explanation. I get it.
no. I'm moving on. Okay.
No, stop. So you started with the globe explanation. I already understand. Insert globe explanation. That's just an explanation. You're not telling me that the explanation is the proof. Are you?
No, I'm saying I was about to tell them how they proved it.
Is it a yes or a no?
I was about to tell you how they proved it.
Is it a yes or a no?
I was about to tell you. You're asking me if I was going to prove it, right? Yes, I'm going to
No,
prove it.
no, there's already an explanation. You're not about to tell me that their explanation is their proof, are you?
Well, I am. I mean, that's their explanation.
Why, that would be circular reasoning.
Well, if their reasoning is off of something else, can I just tell you how they proved it, or no?
No, because you're about to give us
Okay.
an explanation. That's why.
No, I was going to say something else, but I'll shut up then.
So if you're going to say something else, then that would be a non sequitur to the conversation we're having currently. Then, right?
That's not what that word means. Non sequitur means.
Non sequitur means that the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. So if you were going to say something that would have concluded something that had nothing to do with what I was just discussing with you, that
But it
would be a
does.
non sequitur.
But it does. It
Well,
it relates.
I just asked you, and you said it doesn't. That you were moving on.
It's like you told me not to argue. You told me not to argue words, and you're
telling you not to. I didn't tell you not to do anything.
we're arguing semantics.
I didn't tell you anything. I asked you if the evidence is going to be the explanation. You said yes, and I said that's begging the question. That's all that happened.
Okay.
There's nowhere to go. I killed you guys on the fact
No,
that
you
there's
didn't.
no geometric horizon as well.
Well, I think it comes down to like your definition of words.
No, it's not. It's well, semantics is an agreed upon, yes, defining of words, and that's the thing. When you say things that you don't mean, it's not my fault.
But you'll say like I'm making like some kind of argument, and you'll say that but that's like the wrong
Well,
subject.
I didn't make you say just now that your question is not an argument. We all just realized that now, didn't we? Earlier, because I know you're referencing earlier, you can't say something is science, which is the study of the physical and natural world, in which you would employ some sort of hypothesis as to what is happening with a phenomena. You didn't do that. You said we're going to try to talk about why a shape is a shape. So I was like, well, yeah,
Well,
I know.
no. But I was explaining something about how we could reason why shapes are the way they are, and then you cut me off.
We're not arguing why shapes are the way they are, because this
Correct.
isn't a philosophy. Stop. Because this isn't a philosophy
You cut me
class.
off.
Because this isn't a philosophy class. So we're not here to argue why shapes are the way they are, because we would be talking about why a globe is the globe. And we're not talking about why the globe is the globe. We're saying, is it a globe? And so that's a different question that requires a different set of tools.
Correct. And I was saying that, and then you cut me off, going back to you were refuting something within the framework of like I was saying why something is, and you're saying but you can't define it through science. Like you were arguing semantics when I wasn't like
Well,
correct.
I didn't say that. You were talking to multiple people, sir. I just said you can't commit category errors because that's also a fallacy, which
Yeah,
is
but
true.
that wasn't adding anything.
If I were to do the same thing, I would be guilty of the same thing. So it's not a bias. I shouldn't have to tell you not to use fallacious logic to come to conclusions. But if you're going to argue that I should let you, I'm not trying to stop you from doing anything, but I can't engage in that. I hope you understand.
No, there was 2 questions at the beginning. I'm just going to backtrack. I'm not making any arguments in these next couple of seconds. I'm just historically, chronologically saying what happened. I said that shapes are science. You provided an explanation on why they're not science, and then I agreed. I admitted that I was wrong, and then I went on to change my statement. I said, science can explain the reason why shapes, like the reason why bubbles are round, like science could explain why, but they can't define shapes. And as I was saying that, you said that, oh, it's a different category or something like that. Like you argue semantics.
Right.
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not. No, because the conversation that I am consistently having and only having is a conversation about whether there's curvature or not, which falls under a different category than why shapes are the way they are.
Okay, fair point.
Yep. You're a good man. I like you.
Yeah, I don't want to talk, like, I try and just be very level-headed. Like, I'm not coming in this dogmatically, you know?
I mean, I wish I had time, but I don't. But if you look at the citation in the chat that I posted, then you'll find that my argument about modus tollens, which is if P, the horizon, is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, then Q, every distance, must be no more than a measure of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Not that, therefore, the Earth is in a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Okay.
Sorry.
But, you know,
Listen.
Okay.
Listen. I'm not done. So if someone is to say, well, there's refraction, then if you look at my citation for line of sight, aka a tangent to the point in which your line of sight will intersect the surface of the sphere based on the radius, if that's not the case, then they're not using that for elevation angles and navigation. That's just what logically follows based on the citation that I've dropped in the chat.
Do you know
So
AJ?
if you're not going to deal with what I'm saying, then there's like kind of no point.
No, do you know AJ? I get your argument. No, wait, hold on.
Why?
I get your argument.
Why? Are you
Okay.
going to address it? Because I don't have a lot of time.
Okay, I am going to address it. Well, first off, any explanation about...
If you're not going to address
Yes,
it right
I am.
now.
I'm trying to, but you cut me off. I really am trying to talk to you, but you cut me off all the time. Any argument you make about the horizon not being exactly where it's going to be is not proof of flat Earth. So,
I didn't listen to what I said.
Okay, you cut me off again.
Listen to what because you're saying that it's not proof of something.
It's not honest conversation.
But
you cut me off, man.
Because you're not listening to what I said.
I did.
Because you're saying if I'm arguing for the horizon being in different apparent locations, that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. I didn't say it did. What I said was there's no way in hell that you can use a tangent to the surface of a sphere that you cannot see, which is what the citation claims they do, which is not possible based on what you're saying.
Oh, I can say a bunch of things.
But it's one or the other.
I don't know. Okay.
I can explain it. I'm done, bro.
Have a
You
good one.
didn't let
I'll
me.
talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, peace, man. Thanks for the one-sided conversation.
It's called a lecture.
Yeah, he's just lecturing me. He doesn't let me make anything, man. Like, I can give any explanation for why the horizon's not appearing, or like I can say, oh, it's refraction, it's vapor, or whatever, right?
Give proof.
Yes,
Give proof then.
Okay. What I'm saying is that I am going to continue to believe the globe Earth because, like, okay, you can point, oh, like this phenomenon is wrong. It's weird. It's not lining up with the globe Earth. And sure, you might be right. I think there's valid explanations for why. Maybe the camera was whatever. Like I said, I can come up with explanations. But just because you're pointing out flaws in the way I see the Earth.
He's an idiot because I'm saying.
Thanks for cutting me off.
If you're giving reasons as to why what we're saying should be observed isn't, you're not understanding all of the claims that they make mathematically. This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Math is not observation.
Because while you're saying it's not a tangent, they're saying it is a tangent. And that is how they get their mathematics for other things. But you're explaining why it's not a tangent. I don't know how to get you to understand.
Including his excuses, right?
I'm not saying it's not a tangent. I actually haven't made any claim.
It's not a tangent if it's not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, a measured distance. That's a line of sight to the horizon. If it's not a line of sight, then every claim making line of sight to the horizon claims cannot be true. That's just
I didn't make any arguments.
Saying. Yeah, I didn't say you did, but I gave you a citation in which it's integral to navigation is what you're not understanding. I made the argument. It didn't require you.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that I can look at your argument and say, that is strange. I think sometimes maybe the evidence is not that great, but I can still say, you know what, that is strange. It doesn't line up perfectly with what I think, but I'm still going to believe the globe.
I didn't say you didn't have to. You can believe whatever you like. This is not an argument about whether or not I should get you to believe something.
I'm still going to know the Earth is a globe.
This wasn't a conversation about Eli getting you to believe anything. I just said what I said, and what I said was true. I pointed out contradictions. Everyone can see them. I don't really care what you do or what you believe.
I could point out contradictions, a lot of contradictions in your no model. There's no model. Excuse me. There's no model.
No. Okay, so based on anything that I've said today, at any point out a contradiction in something that I have said with my own mouth.
Okay, well, first off, you can't even explain why things go down.
Not explaining something is not a contradiction of words that I have said. Thank you very much. So again, focus. You said that I contradicted myself. So based on any arguments that I have made or the words that I have spoken, point out where I've contradicted myself, please.
You claim to follow like reason, or you're looking at science, like math and stuff like that, and yet you can't reason why things go down. That's a contradiction.
So that's not a contradiction, sir. I'm sorry.
How?
That's not showing a contradiction in my reasoning for the arguments that I've made.
You only use logic and reason to debunk the globe, not to ever question whether the Earth is flat. That's a contradiction.
It was a non sequitur. It's not a contradiction with
what
I said about the arguments. I didn't contradict myself with the arguments that I made. Because every time that I made an argument, you said, fair enough. So what are we talking about?
Well, because all of your arguments based off of, we don't know for certain, and I can't explain it.
No, they're not.
Those are your arguments.
No, they're not.
You haven't made any claims. You haven't made any claims.
I made one argument. So what are you talking about?
What's the actual claim that you've made? Because
I only made one. So why are you telling me that all of my arguments are based on? That's a lie.
Well, you haven't made. You're right. You haven't made any claims.
I haven't. So why are you saying in the positive? Why are you doing that?
Okay, there's no contradiction in your argument, but your
Right.
logic
Thank you
is
very much.
conflicting.
I guess I'll go now. I didn't contradict
GG.
myself. Now you said I contradicted myself. Now you're saying I didn't. That's a contradiction.
Your
Goodbye.
logic is contradicting. Peace. I'll see you later.
Dude, take the L, man.
Yeah, I could explain why things go down, but I'll take the L.
Is there a flat Earth model that like is generally prescribed to, or is it like all over
No.
the place?
No, they only deny evidence of globe Earth. There's no actual theory about how a flat Earth would even theoretically work. Not anything
Well, go
close.
ask NASA for
That's a lie. I talk about it every day. I talked about it for the past 3 days. That's a lie.
This is something I would actually like to hear.
Yes, please send me a model.
Tomorrow, if you, I didn't tell you I'll give you a model, but anyway, tomorrow when I come back, I will demonstrate how the Earth is measured flat. That's what I will do. Now, you said that all we do is debunk the globe. That's not true. That's all I got off mute to say.
And what I wanted to say is, beyond what we can verify, anything beyond that would be speculation, even on our own part. To say beyond what we can verify, it's this or it's that. That would only be speculation.
Yes, but I know something can contradict itself. Like, okay, this sentence must be false. Or no, yeah. If it was false, then that would make it true. And if it wasn't true, then that would make it false. Like, it's a contradiction, right? Proof by contradiction. A lot of y'all's explanations, if I really examine them to their...
Stop with the double speak.
Let him talk.
Yeah, please let me talk. A lot of your explanations about, if the Earth was not... If gravity didn't exist, then you'd have to come up with some explanation for why things go down. And that explanation doesn't line up for... Oh, you wouldn't? Okay, then there's no reason. You can't explain why pencils fall to the floor. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's conflicting not in actual argument, but it's conflicting in reason. Like, you use reason and math to prove why the globe isn't true, apparently, and yet you don't use reason to figure out why it has to be true. The globe has to exist because...
If I can falsify something, I don't need to replace it with something else to explain what you are looking for an explanation for. For example, I told you I jump from planes. So if I can change the speed at which I'm falling through the air by changing the shape of my body after jumping out of the plane, then gravity is not affecting the speed at which I'm falling towards the Earth. Plain and simple. It's me changing the shape of my body.
Why would you fall at all then?
Yeah, what's making you fall in the first
place? Jumped out of the fucking plane.
Yeah, what makes you fall? Why fall? Why don't you just walk off and walk straight?
Because I weigh more than the fucking air outside of the plane, so I'm gonna fall towards Earth. And when I pull my chute, I'm gonna slow myself down. And as I get closer to Earth,
what do you mean by way more than air? What do you mean by way more than air? By how much more? How much air?
If you have questions beyond the obvious, then that's up to you. That's your
yeah. The questions are leading questions and leading to the place of density.
Sunshine. When I change the shape of my body, when I do a full delta, I race to the Earth quicker than when I'm laid out.
Do you know what air resistance is and how that affects things?
And experience more resistance as I fall to the Earth, so I fall slower.
Yeah, there are multiple forces.
It's not gravity because I weigh a certain weight affecting the speed.
If I have a blimp full of helium that weighs 20,000 pounds, how does it float? I mean, what does it weigh more than? What are we talking about when we say I weigh more than the air?
Oh my God. You're not getting it right.
I understand. I understand what you are saying. When you're in the
water, if you just exhale and fall to the bottom and drown, that's what happens. But if you float on your back and lay out and float, you're floating on the water.
Again,
when you jump out of the airplane and you conform your body, you move your body in different ways, you change the speed and trajectory you're falling towards the earth at.
Yep, you change
And
your air
everyone that jumps
resistance.
out of that plane with you when you're doing formations all fall at the same rate of speed. It's not because one guy weighs 5 pounds more than the other guy, gravity's affecting them more than the other guy. Like, there's no gravity involved.
Wait, so the heavier guy doesn't fall faster? Why wouldn't he fall faster?
I thought air had weight. I figured you
Air
would
has
fall
mass.
with it, right? So I thought you
It's your
would fall at the same.
resistance
Shut
to
up.
the air
I
as you're
thought you would
approaching
fall
the
at
earth,
the
right?
same rate as the falling gas. Why is there?
No,
Why?
no,
So
no.
air
continuously. Anyway, whatever.
Listen, when you're in a full delta, you have less of your body resisting the air, so you fall faster towards the earth.
I agree with that. Yes.
So that's why you fall equally. You can equally fall at the same
That's why you
speed.
fall. That's
depending
why.
on the
That's how
shape
you're able
of your
to
body in the
slow
air.
your fall.
That's
That
why
is how
when they're
you're.
doing formations, everyone's
What's
at
the
the
max
same
speed? What's the
rate of
max speed
speed.
you can get on jumping out of a plane? How fast can you go? What's the limit if you're just falling?
120 miles per hour is the average.
Why is there a limit? Why can't you just
Oh
fall
my God.
faster and faster and faster? If you jump from higher up, why can't you just fall faster
When
and
you go
faster
into
and
a
faster?
delta,
and
you
faster?
go faster.
Who cares?
Gravity affects none of it. It's position of your body in the air.
What conclusion do you think this gets you to? Gives a shit.
There's gravity. That's the conclusion. There's
The bending and warping of space-time. So there's
Yeah.
terminal velocity, therefore the bending and warping of space-time. Nope, that's non sequitur.
Okay. Can you explain like plumb lines? Why they work everywhere on Earth? They all point to the middle of the Earth.
Oh, they do. They go. Okay, I don't even know where to start with that. The middle of the Earth, so the middle of a ball.
Yeah, the middle of the ball.
Any
That is the
surface
legal one
measurements of the
moving
ball.
on.
Any surface measurements of the ball to go with that.
Do you want like? Are you gonna accept a Wikipedia search, or do I have to measure it myself?
I don't care.
What do you want? The radius, diameter? What are you looking for? What do you want?
No, I'm not looking for those figures. I'm looking for how they were derived.
Sure. So, and like when we started
Something
shooting
replicable.
satellites up into space, so they had one that like went around and measured it. But like 2,000 years before that, like ancient Greek put 2 sticks in the ground and looked at their shadows and determined the angle.
The ancient Greeks were sending satellites up, were they?
Is that what I said?
So 2 different angles to the sun.
Or did I say 2,000 years before they sent rockets?
Ball in space because they measured shadows. That's what you claimed.
Yeah, two locations.
So I can
two
explain
shadows,
it if you guys want, but you can just keep talking over me.
Here you go. 2 locations, 2 shadows, 2 angles to the sun. Therefore, the ground's a ball.
Yep. So you've got a stick in Alexandria and a stick in Egypt. The stick in it on the solstice in June.
Was it not a well and a stick?
Oh, who cares?
Well, because it's your fucking argument. Shouldn't you know it?
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Does it
It's
matter?
irrelevant.
It's a stick. It could be a tree. It could be your mother's ass for all I care.
Okay, so you're telling me that I can't have 2 different shadow
I'm not telling you
angles.
anything because you just keep talking me over me.
You're telling me I
So I'm
can't
not
have 2
telling you
different
anything.
shadow angles unless the ground's a ball.
So if you have one stick like right directly above the light source, so the sun is, it's the what is it? I think it has to happen. It has to happen on like the equinox or the June
The
equinox. or
equator,
whatever.
the equinox, the sun right
So-
above at noon. Yeah.
Yep. So he knows that this stick in Egypt is not casting a shadow, and when he does the same thing at the same date, at the same time where he is, there is a shadow being cast. He measures the degree of the shadow. It's 7.2 degrees. He's able to then measure the distance between those 2 sticks and get an approximate distance between those. And you multiply that